Introduction. The Dragon Scale Empire stands as an anomaly among the myriad of MMORPGs, distinctly different from its counterparts. As everything reaches its conclusion, the prince looks back, engulfed in confusion. In the aftermath of memories, the dust settles. All grievances and vendettas remain forever unresolvable. In the moment of unification, the significance of all things diminishes, leaving an ending that forever eludes comprehension. The protagonist? Perhaps not invincible, perhaps even flawed. Those dreams have long since dissipated. After unification, what remains? Only the quest for a higher realm. Chapter 1. Betrayal. On May 1st, 2136, Earth was harmonized into a dominion known as Huaxia. At this juncture, Huaxia had achieved substantial wealth and prosperity, with the widespread adoption of virtual intelligence technology bringing about a high unemployment rate. Although the Huaxia government assured every citizen a fixed monthly welfare income, to prevent idleness from leading to unrest, a plethora of virtual online games flourished, becoming a refuge for many unemployed and job-seeking youths. This world, inherently a realm of survival of the fittest, matured through countless trials and tribulations. Yet, how could one untouched by the harsh realities of society comprehend such truths? In a distant corner, a disheveled youth gazes skyward, seemingly lost in contemplation. Upon awakening, he finds everything so vividly real, yet he struggles to accept it. The scion of Yancheng, Huaxia, has lost everything, all because of that woman. Memories of a once carefree and extravagant life flood back. His name is Han Ruo, son of the mayor of Yancheng and the head of the illustrious Shangguan clan, one of the 8 prominent families of China. Yancheng, an economic development zone in Huaxia, is home to his mother, the illegitimate daughter of the head of the Li family and the now-defunct Dragon Scale Empire group, a former titan of commerce that vanished overnight. As the Prince of Yancheng, Han Ruo was untouchable. No one could sway him, not even in all of Huaxia. However, prior to the collapse of the Dragon Scale Empire, a heartbreaking event transpired. On that fateful night, his girlfriend of 3 years, Mao Yingying, the eldest daughter of the Mao family, was caught in a web of familial ambition. With the Mao family having no sons and only 2 daughters, the patriarch announced that whoever could marry his eldest daughter would inherit the entire family fortune. This proclamation incited frenzy among the wealthy in the 22nd century, where the affluent grew richer while the impoverished sank deeper into despair. This disparity fueled the desperate quest for fortune, as few companies required employees in an era dominated by advanced robotics. The Shangguan clan, too, fell victim to this game of power, leading to Han Ruo's family's ruin and the tragic loss of his parents to despair. Each game became a battleground for the clans, with the 8 prominent families of Huaxia ruling over the common populace. The Shangguan clan was obliterated and replaced by the Wang family, having been conspired against by the Mao and Wang clans. Thus, Han Ruo's singular purpose became vengeance against the Wang and Mao families. Reflecting on these memories, Han Ruo vigorously shook his head, vowing silently to reclaim all he had lost. At that moment, a large screen in the nearby square advertised a new game titled Dynasty. Strangely, all 8 prominent families of Huaxia unanimously agreed to participate in this game and accepted its terms. Once a thriving Earth, it had now devolved into a managed zone named Huaxia, with the 8 families each governing their respective domains. With the advent of Dynasty, Huaxia returned to a state of eerie calm. At this juncture, Han Ruo recalled the words of Chun Dongxia, who had offered assistance in times of trouble. Chun Dongxia, the heir of the Chun family and one of the 8 prominent clans, was known for his cunning, a man not to be underestimated. In his quest for a woman's affection, he had obliterated an entire family, making him a dangerous ally. Remembering this, Han Ruo fell silent. His prior disregard for Dongxia's assistance had led him to his current plight. Realizing that in pursuit of his desires, he could also exploit his relationships, Han Ruo understood that those who had wronged him must face their reckoning. Everything he knew centered around the need for vengeance, as he resolved to confront those who had brought about his suffering. However, he recognized that he must first resolve his own issues before addressing others. As he wandered, he caught sight of an opulent vehicle and glimpsed Yingying within, accompanied by another man. Her alluring presence ignited a fury within him, yet he strove to suppress it. Han Ruo wished for them to believe he had vanished from this world, for otherwise, he would invite endless troubles. He needed to locate Dongxia swiftly to prevent more complications. He would reclaim all that was his. Regret washed over him for having loved her, for his own arrogance had led him to this fate. He pondered how to effect change, but found himself at a loss, realizing that overthinking had cost him dearly. Once carefree, he had become burdened by his past, a lesson learned in harsh reality. All that once had faded, leaving only the desire for retribution. He approached a vendor, pleading for 2 buns to satiate his hunger, sacrificing his pride in the process. The once courteous vendor now showed him no respect, revealing the hypocrisy pervasive in society and the painful erosion of human nature. A life lived in limbo, neither fully human nor ghostly, was not the existence he desired. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he arrived at the Chun family estate, which rivaled the grandeur of the Shangguan residence. Han Ruo's perception of Chun Dongxia was shaped by others' opinions, leaving him unaware of the true nature of the man. As he reached the entrance, he was met by 2 guards who, upon noticing his tattered appearance, recognized him. To his surprise, one of them inquired, "Are you Mr. Shangguan? The young master requests your presence." The guards greeted him with unexpected courtesy, allowing him to enter the opulent hall, decorated in a manner that would evoke envy, far surpassing the splendor of ancient palaces. He could not fathom why his parents had chosen to live frugally, leaving their family name in tatters while being among the 8 prominent families, yet appearing the most impoverished. Chapter 2. The first encounter with Dongxia. As I pondered, a heavy voice broke the silence. It was Prince Han Ruo, who had been waiting for me. "How are you? Do you require my assistance?" Startled by the unexpected interruption, Han Ruo turned to find a strikingly handsome man before him, a visage so exquisite that it rendered all other women envious. Captivated, Han Ruo momentarily lost his composure. Dongxia, noticing Han Ruo's gaze fixated upon him, cleared his throat, prompting Han Ruo to regain his senses. "Dongxia, how is it that you are so strikingly beautiful?" Han Ruo teased, eliciting a nervous chuckle from Dongxia, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Through their days together, Han Ruo discovered that Dongxia was not the malevolent figure others had portrayed. Instead, he exuded a charming confidence that felt inherently righteous and approachable, thus forging a bond of brotherhood. Dongxia expressed sympathy for Han Ruo's plight, revealing his awareness of Han Ruo's circumstances. Angered by the injustice wrought by the 8 noble families, who seemed intent on mutual destruction, Han Ruo was taken aback. He found himself reminiscing about his former life, yet a thirst for vengeance simmered within him. After deliberation with Dongxia, they resolved to infiltrate the dynasty within the game to eradicate the 2 prominent families. To shield his own family from repercussions, Dongxia vowed to assist Han Ruo in his quest for revenge without leveraging his family's influence, lest it provoke an assault from the 7 families. Their plan was set. The dynasty would commence at 1 a.m. on May 5, 2136. Glancing at the calendar, Han Ruo noted that only 1 day remained. He inquired about the headgear, to which Dongxia replied that it had already been taken care of, prompting Han Ruo to remember that the 8 noble families wielded immense power, and such trivial matters should not trouble him. In the midst of May's early spring, the afternoon sun filtered through the verdant pine trees, casting gentle shadows upon the concrete floor of the balcony. The spring breeze whispered like a lover's murmur, inviting one to dissolve entirely into the embrace of nature, free of all thoughts. A small gray bird flitted about the branches, chirping joyfully. Upon stepping out of his room, Han Ruo glanced at his silver Casio watch on his left wrist. May 4th, 15 hours 41 minutes and 5 seconds. He approached the beauty waiting by the window, a woman clad in a white long-sleeved shirt, her ample bosom straining against the buttons, hinting at the delicate undergarment beneath. Her legs, encased in black stockings, were perfectly proportioned, accentuating her alluring curves. With her hair cascading down, she appeared radiant and enchanting. In recent days, Han Ruo and Dongxia had diligently gathered information about the game. True to the reputation of the 8 noble families, their research was swift and comprehensive. Overwhelmed by the plethora of materials strewn across the table, Han Ruo began to sift through the documents. The game featured 3 character types set against the backdrop of the 3 kingdoms, faithfully replicating historical figures and events while allowing players to alter the course of history. Numerous dungeons awaited exploration, each a treasure trove that could transport players through different eras to recruit legendary generals. Players would start with personal physical attributes that would increase with level progression, yet leveling alone would not guarantee mastery. It was a challenging endeavor. Once players surpassed level 100, additional services would be unlocked, but all must be discovered through personal exploration. Dong Xie revealed that this game was unlike any other, infused with immense energy derived from extraterrestrial technology. Its true nature remained a mystery. Attributes could only reach a maximum of 100, beyond which players would need to uncover secrets themselves, with generals classified from F to SSS. Part of the game's attributes relied on physical training. Rumors suggested that as players enhanced their in-game capabilities, their physical strength would similarly improve. This prospect attracted many, as the game was said to help individuals lose weight and extend their lifespan. 1 hour in the game equated to 10 days in reality. This feature particularly appealed to the elderly, allowing them to experience longevity without the decay of old age. Even if they succumbed to illness within the game, their souls would persist, offering a semblance of immortality akin to vegetative existence. Such elements fueled the game's allure, along with a currency exchange system where 1 gold equaled 100 renminbi. Initially, currency exchange would remain dormant until the release of the first village post-update. The official announcement regarding the game had already been circulated, and all players had reviewed the details. Game client update announcement. To ensure a seamless gaming experience for all players, the official content updates have been adjusted. The update will commence at 1 a.m. tomorrow. This update includes the following aspects. 1. The game is launched by Tianlong Company, executed by the first powerful server in human history, Tianlong, impervious to external interference or virus infiltration. 2. The historical figures from the 3 kingdoms remain unchanged, operated by the authentic souls of ancient warriors, exhibiting intelligent behaviors. 3. Dungeon recommendations will be provided. Completing tasks will yield a chance to acquire dungeon generals as allies. 4. Balance adjustments have been made based on player feedback, ensuring that no VIP system exists. True common players can ascend to wealth and power, while the affluent can experience a fall from grace. 5. The currency system will be activated following the emergence of the first village. 6. Players may alter historical events of the 3 kingdoms, provided they possess sufficient strength. Even the assassination of an emperor is feasible if one has the power to enact it. Even the 8 noble families lack the means to infiltrate this game, leaving them only to gather what knowledge they could, far surpassing that of ordinary players. With this advantage, Han Ruo and Dong Xie resolved to establish their own legion, free from familial influence, creating a formidable force to engage in grand endeavors. Dong Xie expressed his intention to center the legion around Han Ruo, which astonished him. Dong Xie revealed that he owed his life to Han Ruo, seeking only to repay the debt. Han Ruo felt deeply moved. In a world where such loyalty was rare, Dong Xie was the most dependable brother he had ever encountered. He vowed to uphold the bonds of brotherhood with his very life. As the clock approached 12:55 a.m., Han Ruo and Dong Xie reclined within their incubators, silently awaiting the arrival of 1 a.m., determined to be the first to enter and claim their rewards. Chapter 3. Entering the game countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tension mounts, and at 0, I hastily enter the game. Upon entry, I undergo identity verification, confirming compliance with the game's regulations. And my health status is assessed at 87. Verification successful. Please enter your name. Han Ruo. Sorry, that name has already been registered. Seriously? Someone has claimed my real name. Dragon Scale Prince. Registration successful. Attribute verification follows. Player name, Dragon Scale Prince Race. Human faction, Han Occupation, Vagabond level, 1 experience, 0-1000, attribute points, 5 per level. Reaching a maximum of 90 with no further additions. Strength, 6 defense, 6 agility, 5 stamina, 5 health, 55 charm, 9 reputation, 0 skills. None. A flash of white light envelopes me, rendering my eyes unable to open. I can only hear the sounds of horses neighing and people shouting. Once the light dissipates, I find myself in a desolate landscape, littered with bodies and blood, prompting an involuntary retching from the prince. After regaining composure, he notices a fierce battle occurring in the distance, gradually becoming indistinct. Above, for blood-red characters float in the sky, Dynasty Overlord. Welcome to the game, announces a pleasant voice, reminiscent of a beautiful woman, lifting my spirits. Just as the prince settles into the game, he receives a private announcement. Greetings, player Dragon Scale Prince. Your account is the 100,000th to enter the game. You have been awarded the integer lucky prize. All players who entered within the first 100,000 will receive a reward. You have received the Phoenix Rebirth Ring. Phoenix Rebirth Ring, Upgradable. Equipment type. Ring equipment slot. Both hands equipment quality. Silver equipment skills. Active. Revive. Grants 1 resurrection with a 50 attribute boost. Cooldown period of 10 days. Passive. When equipped, there is a certain chance to restore 30 health upon taking damage. Level requirement. 1 stamina requirement. 2 charm requirement. 1 haha. What a treasure. Silver quality. The hierarchy of equipment within the dynasty is as follows, from lowest to highest. Common, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, crystal, purple crystal, legendary. Epic, sub-artifact, artifact, and super artifact. Only those of silver quality or higher possess equipment skills. The hierarchy of the task system within the dynasty is as follows. Simple tasks. These are menial errands that yield only a modest amount of experience. Ordinary tasks, relatively simple, with rewards that are also minimal. Average tasks, slightly more challenging than white tasks, offering slightly better rewards. Difficult tasks. These present a considerable challenge, yet the rewards are quite satisfactory. Purple tasks, extremely arduous. Without sufficient strength, one cannot succeed, but the rewards are substantial. Demon tasks. Undertaking these tasks is akin to engaging in a duel with a demon, resulting in exceedingly generous rewards. Unique tasks. The difficulty is unpredictable, ranging from simple to complex. Of course, at the onset of each task, generous rewards are promised. It is merely a formality, for who would undertake a task otherwise? Having perused this information on the forum, the prince glanced around, noting the desolate surroundings. Upon examining his attire, he realized it resembled that of ancient nobility. The dynasty possesses a unique characteristic. Individuals hail from diverse origins, each with varying inherent worth. For instance, if one were born as Cao Cao's son, he would enjoy a fortuitous advantage. However, the system prevents such occurrences. It is impossible for the 3 future sovereigns to have offspring who are players, thus eliminating potential risks. Some may wonder, should this follow historical precedent? What happens in case of betrayal? Fortunately, the system automatically suppresses such incidents, averting complications. Anything can be created within the game. Provided one possesses the requisite skills, even firearms can be fashioned, albeit with power limitations. Within this realm, no matter how formidable one may be, an individual can only stand against thousands. A single skill can eliminate no more than 10,000 foes, while the remainder may only suffer injuries. Players can also command special troop types, classified into 9 tiers. The first tier corresponds to player attribute points of up to 10. The second tier ranges from 20 to 10, and so forth. Should anyone establish a village, their name will be prefixed with that of the village for clarity in distinguishing foes. Upon entering the game, one can swiftly ascend to level 10 to undergo their first job change, becoming a general or strategist, among other roles. Unlike typical games, there is no prerequisite of reaching a certain level to form an army. When an individual surpasses 20 levels while slaying monsters, there exists a 30% chance of acquiring a significant item, a feat that is exceedingly challenging, leading to a predominance of solitary players rather than lords. However, upon reaching level 30, one may establish a guild. Upon inspecting his inventory, he discovered only a crude wooden stick and a somewhat tattered tunic, leaving him somewhat speechless. Inferior wooden stick. Beginner equipment. Attack. 1. Required level. 0. Inferior tunic. Beginner equipment. Defense. 1. Required level. 0. Examining his own form. Clad in a tunic, cloth shoes, and trousers, with a wooden stick in hand, he noticed that aside from the tunic and stick, which offered slight attribute enhancements, all other aspects lacked any attributes. It seemed likely that these items were bestowed by the system for the sake of modesty, as parading about bare-chested and exposed would certainly be rather unsightly. The attributes within the dynasty are exceedingly challenging to augment, and leveling up proves to be a formidable task. As I approached the riverbank, I beheld a grove of trees. After wandering for quite some time, fatigue began to set in, prompting me to sit down and rest. At that moment, I appeared to glimpse a cave in the distance. Driven by curiosity, I cautiously made my way toward the cave. Upon closer inspection, I was startled to encounter an 86-level white tiger, a descendant of the formidable beast. As a mere novice, I realized I stood no chance against such a creature. I doubted I could even inflict a scratch. In my distraction, I failed to notice that the tiger had spotted me. Without a second thought, I fled. Was there any other option? I was hardly a morsel for it. Just as I reached the riverbank, my foot slipped, and I tumbled into the water. The tiger, propelled by its momentum, fell in as well. In that instant, the system announced, "Congratulations, player. You have acquired the life skill of swimming. As the first player to learn this skill, a splendid gift awaits you." System announcement. A fortunate player has mastered a life skill, and the life skill system is now activated. We encourage all players to explore this new feature. As a reward for being the first to uncover a life skill, you receive a level increase and 100 reputation points. The announcement echoed thrice, followed by the system's melodious notification. Congratulations, player. You have slain the divine beast, the White Tiger. The White Tiger clan will now regard you as their foe. The prince, upon hearing this, felt no regret, only surprise. He pondered the circumstances of the tiger's demise, realizing that the creature had perished in the river, unable to swim. Upon reaching level 28, I discovered an increase of 56 in my free attribute points, along with an augmentation of 20 in strength, 20 in agility, 10 in stamina, and 6 in defense. Player name, Dragon Scale Prince, race, human, faction, Han, title, vagabond. Level, 28, experience, 31564600000000. Attributes, each level up grants 2 points, resulting in a free attribute total of 90, which can no longer be increased. Strength, 28, defense, 13, agility, 25, stamina, 17, health points, 17, charm, 10, reputation, 100. Combat skills, none. Common skills, swimming. Phoenix Rebirth Ring, upgradable, equipment type, ring equipment slot, both hands equipment quality, silver grade equipment skills, active resurrection, allowing for 1 free revival, with a 50 attribute boost post-resurrection. Cooldown period of 10 days. Passive, when equipped, there is a chance to recover 30 health upon sustaining damage. Level requirement, 1 stamina, 2 charm, 1 upon inspecting my inventory. I found only a rough wooden stick and a tattered piece of clothing, which left me somewhat speechless. Inferior wooden stick, novice equipment, strength, 1 required level, 0, inferior cloth, novice equipment, defense, 1 required level, 0. Noticing another item in my pack, I discovered a token. Upon examining it, I was filled with excitement. A village construction order. I can build a village now. The prince exclaimed joyfully. I placed it in my backpack and leisurely made my way back to the nearest city, Fanyan. The location in the Yuzhou region was splendid. Upon entering the city, I marveled at the magnificent ancient architecture, which filled me with immense confidence. I relished this feeling. After visiting the equipment shop for repairs, I stumbled upon an amusing scene. 2 unsavory men encircling a beautiful woman, who appeared quite frightened by them. Just as I prepared to intervene, a familiar figure stepped in ahead of me. He was Dongxia, a name that I found quite absurd for a game character. The 2 unsavory men were named Yi Pinbu Yi and Lai Yinji Shou, and their names suggested they were certainly not good individuals. Regrettably, the beautiful woman fell into Dongxia's grasp. Dongxia casually dropped a piece of equipment on the ground, a bronze item, causing the 2 unsavory men to flee with laughter. Afterward, Dongxia smiled but seemed too bashful to speak, his face flushed. At that moment, I shifted the conversation, expressing concern that I might inadvertently involve his family in relocating. Dongxia, finding the day agreeable, decided to purchase a house to live together the following day. It was then that I remembered the beautiful woman beside me and felt a bit embarrassed, inquiring about her name. Longlin, she replied. It was a lovely name, though I wondered why she was called Dragon Scale. Did they know each other? But I digress. I added them as friends and refrained from interrupting their conversation. Having rushed off to level up, I opened the leaderboard to find my rank firmly secured at the pinnacle, standing at level 28. The rankings are as follows. Level leaderboard. 1. Human, level 28, Dragon Scale Prince 2. Beast, level 5, Heavenly Gate Typhoon 3. Angel, level 4, Heavenly Gate Aheng 4. Demon, level 4, Heavenly Punishment Hand of Seduction 5. Angel, level 4, Dragon Scale Dongxia 6. Human, level 4, Miss Mao 7. Mage, level 3, Heavenly Punishment Commoner 8. Deity, level 3, Heavenly Gate Falling Goose 9. Demon, Heavenly Gate Azui 10. Vampire, Beauty of the Turbulent World Beauty Rankings. 1. Dragon Scale Simin 2. Heavenly Gate Qingqing 3. Heavenly Gate Jiru 4. Heavenly Gate Dayudiu 5. Heavenly Gate Shueru 6. Heavenly Gate Ling 7. Dragon Scale Aheng, acquainted with Dongxia since childhood, though unbeknownst to me. 8. Miss Mao 9. Dragon Scale Qinyuan 10. Dragon Scale IU Handsome Rankings. 1. Dragon Scale Dongxia 2. Dragon Scale Prince 2. Heavenly Punishment Leiyong 3. Heavenly Gate Falling Goose 4. Red Alliance Uncle Hong 5. Red Alliance War God Longyu 6. Affectionate Purple General 7. Dragon Abyss Madman 8. Dragon Scale Guardian 9. Dragon Scale Southern Emperor 10. Dragon Scale Remnant Love Weapon Rankings. 1. Phoenix Nirvana Ring. Upgradable, Silver level, Dragon Scale Prince 2. Sunset Battle Helmet. Bronze level, Dragon Scale Dongxie 3. Memory of Dreams. Bronze level, Heavenly Gate Typhoon 4. Book of Light. Bronze level, Dragon Abyss Yochio 5. Magic Holy Cannon. Bronze level, Dragon Abyss Madman 6. Radiant Bracelet. Bronze level, Miss Mao 7. Furious Battle Axe. Bronze level, Heavenly Gate Typhoon 8. Wolfskin Bracers. Bronze level, Heavenly Gate Azui 9. Rabbit Fur Coat. Bronze level, Dragon Scale Seamean 10. Rabbit Fur Boots. Bronze level, Dragon Scale Seamean Combat Power Rankings. 1. Dragon Scale Prince 2. Dragon Scale Dongxie 3. Miss Mao 4. Heavenly Gate Schwerer 5. Dragon Abyss Yezi 6. Dragon Abyss Supreme Treasure 7. Affectionate Purple General 8. Heavenly Gate Falling Goose 9. Dragon Scale Seamean 10. Dragon Scale Ahang Sleazy Man Rankings. 1. Dragon Abyss 92-2. Dragon Abyss Coconut 3. Dragon Abyss Danceman 4. Dragon Abyss Yochio 5. Dragon Abyss Supreme Treasure 6. Dragon Abyss Alliance Brothers 7. Heavenly Gate Papaya 8. Affectionate Nightfall 9. Affectionate Dynasty Chancellor 10. Affectionate Tragedy upon witnessing this. The prince mused to himself, how delightful. I am truly pleased. This game penalizes a level upon death. I recalled the incident when the white tiger perished and dropped an egg, presumably a pet egg. After retrieving it, I was utterly perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. It wasn't until I investigated further that I discovered it required a drop of blood. It turns out this is a divine beast. Luck certainly favors me. May this fortune persist. After defeating the 100th tiger, the system notified me of task completion, allowing me to return to establish a village. Indeed, today has been exceptionally fortuitous. Let others envy my success. At this juncture, the forum was flooded with chatter, with many convinced our protagonist was utilizing cheats. The request to ban accounts was met with a curt response from the gaming company, stating that all data was normal and that they could not disclose others' information. Regardless of the uproar that ensued, the company's words, "Play if you wish, or do not," caused many to relent. With 3 years remaining until the Yellow Turban Rebellion in this virtual era, a period of respite for the players unfolded, leaving them with little to say. It became evident that luck played a pivotal role in this game, particularly in the early stages where fortune seemed to favor the players. After completing quests, they would proceed to establish their villages, while others awaited their inevitable vengeance. Chapter 5. The premier village. In a past incident, a tiger had drowned, inadvertently dropping some items in its excitement over the village-building decree, neglecting to check for other treasures. Now, with time on his hands, he opened his backpack. The first item that caught his eye was a golden ring, the time-space ring, which possessed the potential for growth. Equipment type, ring equipment position, both hands equipment quality, golden grade equipment skills. Active, allows the bearer to urgently enter the ring's space to evade damage, with a cooldown of 10 days. Passive, item storage, conditions merged with beginner's item backpack. Storage of items is unrestricted, excluding living entities. Forged from the essence of a meteorite, and gathered under the starlit sky atop a lofty peak. The ring was consumed by a white tiger that transformed into a divine beast. Level requirement, 20 strength, 3 endurance. For charm, 3. Upon seeing this, the prince was left astounded. How could such treasures abound? His luck seemed almost too extraordinary, leading him to wonder if he might be a relative of the supreme deity. With eager anticipation, he equipped himself, having previously failed to draw blood from the divine beast egg. Using a novice weapon, he pricked it slightly, causing a trickle of blood to flow. The sight of the blood pained him deeply. It felt like a costly sacrifice. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, the system announced his successful bond with the beast, congratulating him and prompting him to name it Tiger Girl. Congratulations, player Dragon Scale Prince. You have acquired a divine beast. Special rewards, 200 reputation, 1,000 gold, and the beast's loyalty remains permanently unchanged. The system repeated its announcement thrice, leaving the prince exasperated. How unethical of the system. It didn't even seek my consent. He protested. The response from the supreme deity was dismissive. Protests are futile. You've gained an advantage, yet feign caution. The prince, realizing his error, lamented, I won't dare again. At that moment, several messages flooded in, revealing familiar names among the senders. As he glanced at them, Seamean congratulated him with a charming emoji. The prince, aware of Seamean's affections, felt unworthy of her while in his current state. He could only hope to eventually win her hand once he amassed sufficient strength. Later, Longlin Empire remarked, Brother, you don't seem to appreciate this enough. Divine beast. You are remarkably fortunate. I replied, My apologies. I will call upon you for good fortune in the future. When I establish my village, you must lend your support. No problem, brother. Then I shall take my leave. With that, the matter was settled. I then examined the final item within the ring. Oh, I misspoke. It was not a single item, but rather a bag containing hundreds of stones. Upon seeing it, the prince was taken aback, recognizing its immense value at the game's onset. At that moment, Simin sent a message. I require the white tiger transformation. The prince glanced into the ring and responded, it seems we should meet at the city gate. When Simin arrived, the prince retrieved the bag and inquired about its purpose. Do you not know? The stamina stones possess remarkable effects. For instance, the transformation stones are commonly used for physical enhancement and can often be life-saving. He then stated, there is no need for that. By the way, check here for the white tiger transformation you need. As he spoke, he rummaged through the ring and revealed a pile of stones on the ground, which numbered at least 100. Simin gazed in astonishment at the collection, even more so upon realizing that each transformation stone was of exceptional quality, thus overlooking the ring adorning the prince's hand. Among the multitude, a red stone stood out distinctly. Indeed, this was the white tiger transformation. Grasping the stone, Simin looked at the prince and said, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would still be uncertain when I could find this. Although she was unaware of whether he was a relative of the supreme deity, the heavenly dragon, she sincerely hoped he was, yet simultaneously wished he was not. Seeing her hold the white tiger transformation, she no longer desired the others and returned them to the ring. The prince then embraced Simin, startling her with this unexpected gesture. Simin looked at him, caught in a conflict of emotions. Simin, do you know? I have been avoiding you not because I do not agree with you, but because I care for you deeply. Our current statuses are too disparate for me to offer you happiness. I do not care. You know I like you. I am not enamored with your past identity, but with you as a person. As long as you are willing, I will always stand by your side. Simin, if you truly choose me, I have decided to be with you, but not at this moment. I must seek vengeance first. Only after avenging myself will I marry you. I believe in you. If I did not steadfastly support you, I would not share your name. Remember, you belong to me, and I will always stand by you. Even if the world betrays you, I will become an enemy of the world. Following this, Simin fell silent and departed quietly. Once Simin had left, I promptly set out to find a suitable location for establishing my village. Although many were significantly ahead of me in levels, that did not preclude my ability to obtain a village establishment permit. While pondering, I walked for about half a day until I finally discovered a spacious area with mountains, water, unclaimed farmland, and wild horses. Such resources were indeed rare treasures, alongside the presence of mines. These would prove invaluable. Upon reviewing the geographical location of this place, it is evident that it possesses an unparalleled strategic advantage, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Access is granted solely through a singular mountain pass, while all other areas remain isolated from the world, bordered by the vast expanse of the ocean. The game is set in the context of the 21st century nations, divided into several major regions. Although the 22nd century has witnessed unification, numerous historical conflicts persist, which will be resolved within the game, such as the lingering animosities between the island nation and our illustrious Huaxia Empire. When the system prompted me to select this location, I chose affirmatively. I was then tasked with naming the village, and I selected Dragonscale Empire. Congratulations to the player, Prince of Dragonscale, for establishing the Dragonscale Empire, earning the title of the foremost village in the realm, alongside the unique military unit, Dragonscale Imperial Guards. The village received a distinct attribute, elevating the general's rating by 1 level and increasing its prestige by 300. In addition, a bounty of resources was awarded, 10,000 units each of timber, food supplies, stone, and gold. At this moment, I perused the character details and discovered the addition of the exclusive military unit, the Dragonscale Imperial Guards, categorized as a level 9 troop type. The Dynasty's military classification ranges from levels 1 to 10, with troop levels being relative and contingent upon skill sets. A level 9 attribute corresponds to player attributes exceeding 90. The game forum erupted with excitement, as a post emerged celebrating the Prince of Dragonscale, the commander of the Dragonscale Empire, who consistently performs miraculous feats, provoking a sense of inferiority in others. Accompanied by screenshots, the post captured numerous scenes featuring the prince. Within a mere 10 minutes of publication, it garnered over 1 billion views and millions of replies, inciting admiration, envy, and a touch of disdain. In that instant, our protagonist was grinning in delight. An earlier error regarding the currency system has been rectified. 1 gold equals 100 silver and 10,000 copper. 1 crystal coin equals 1 000 gold, and beyond that, 1 purple crystal is equivalent to 1,000 crystal coins. These are exclusively for late-game national warfare lords. 1 gold equals 10 renminbi. Chapter 6. Extraordinary attributes. At this juncture, the prince dispatched a mass message, urging all members of the Dragon Scale to join the village. Players are not restricted by population limits within villages, functioning as a collective army, unique to the village itself. Prominent members joining the Dragon Scale Empire include Dragon Scale Guardian, Dragon Scale Dust Fate, Dragon Scale AU, Dragon Scale Southern Emperor, Dragon Scale Lingering Affection, Dragon Scale Thoughtful Sensation, Dragon Scale Eastern Evil, and Dragon Scale A Hung. All designated as elders, with Eastern Evil appointed as the deputy commander. The prince assumed a hands-off leadership style. In less than an hour, the membership of the Dragon Scale Empire soared beyond 1 million, underscoring the formidable scale of the dynasty. Subsequently, the prince notified the upper echelons to remain vigilant in their recruitment efforts, emphasizing the importance of character. Joining a family grants one the opportunity to prefix their name with that of the family, allowing for a clearer distinction of lineage. In this moment, the thought of class advancement crossed the prince's mind. Due to recent busyness, he had yet to visit the class change portal. Upon his arrival, he noticed all eyes were fixed on the entrance, particularly on his presence. As most players hovered around levels 8 to 9, none had yet reached level 10, and curiosity loomed regarding the identity of the first player to attain this milestone. Disregarding the gazes of the crowd, the prince mused that although no guilds had established villages thus far, it was imminent. Families of all sizes had begun to recruit members, and while no family could currently rival the Dragon Scale, there were signs of alliances forming against it. It was a natural consequence of prominence, prompting the prince to consider a more discreet approach. With these thoughts in mind, he hastened to an elderly man. The elder regarded him silently before extending his hand, prompting an immediate understanding from the prince. Angered, he contemplated a bribe, thinking it a foolish endeavor. Brandishing his novice weapon, he confronted the elder, asserting that one should not provoke the wrath of the powerful. Just as he prepared to strike, the elder hastily pleaded, "My lord, I was merely testing your mettle to determine a suitable profession for you." The prince, intrigued, raised an eyebrow, coldly inquiring, "What profession?" "Choose your words wisely." The elder, eager to appease, hastily responded, "Indeed, my lord, I shall ensure you receive the finest profession available." After a significant delay, during which the prince's impatience grew, the elder re-emerged, respectfully stating, "My lord, I have identified a profession perfectly suited for you. Your virtuous actions during my test have revealed your compatibility with the title of Dragon Scale. This profession comes with a unique set of Dragon Scale gear and skills. Currently, the gear is at the silver stage, but the conditions for upgrade remain unknown." Upon witnessing the Dragon Scale gear, the prince promptly opted for the class change. With his successful advancement, his attributes were enhanced. Strength increased by 2, defense by 3, agility by 3, stamina by 5, charm by 3, and reputation by 200. Astounding. Once adorned in the class-specific gear, his attributes transformed anew. Dragon Scale Helmet, upgradable, equipment type, helmet equipment slot, head equipment quality, silver equipment skill, active Dragon Scale pressure, reduces the attributes of hostile generals or players below the wearer's level by 50. Skill cooldown, none. Further details to be revealed. Passive, the wearer gains the recognition of the Divine Dragon, granting a 1 chance to instantly defeat an opponent in battle. Further details to be revealed. Level requirement, Dragon Scale Profession Stamina, 2 Charm, 2 Defense, 2 Dragon Scale Gauntlets, upgradable, equipment type, Gauntlets equipment slot, hands equipment quality, silver equipment skill, active Dragon Scale Thunder Release. Select a single Thunder Release to attack a designated target, inflicting immense damage. Skill cooldown time, 1 day. Further revelations pending. Level requirement, Dragon Scale Profession Strength, 2 Charm, 2 Defense, 2 Dragon Scale Ring, upgradable, equipment type, ring equipment slot, both hands equipment quality, silver equipment skill, active Dragon Scale Space-Time Teleportation. Instantly teleport to a chosen location. Skill cooldown time, 1 day. Further revelations pending. Level requirement, Dragon Scale Profession Strength, 2 Charm, 2 Defense, 2 Dragon Scale Spear, upgradable, equipment type, weapon equipment slot, hands equipment quality, silver equipment skill, active Dragon Scale Piercing. Select a fixed direction to pierce a target, inflicting area damage. Skill cooldown time, 1 hour. Further revelations pending. Level requirement, Dragon Scale Profession Strength, 2 Charm, 2 Defense, 2 Dragon Scale Blood Boots, upgradable, equipment type, boots equipment slot, Feat equipment quality, silver equipment skill, active dragon scale acceleration. Double the speed of the wearer for 1 hour. Skill cooldown time, 2 hours. Further revelations pending. Level requirement, dragon scale profession strength, 2 charm, 2 agility, 2 dragon scale armor, upgradable, equipment type, clothing equipment slot, body equipment quality, silver equipment skill, active dragon scale divine defense. Reduce damage taken by the wearer by 50 for 5 minutes. Skill cooldown time, 1 hour. Further revelations pending. Upon collecting all 6 pieces of dragon scale equipment, one will receive the blessing of the divine dragon, increasing all attributes and levels by 2. The prince gazed at his attributes, utterly astonished. Player name, Dragon Scale Prince Faction, Han Dynasty Race. Dragon Scale Title, Vagabond Level, 30 Experience, 0900, 000, 0000 Attribute Points, 2 per level. Reaching a maximum of 90 Strength, 42 Defense, 27 Agility, 33 Stamina, 30 Health Points, 30 Charm, 26 Reputation, 500 Currency, 10 Crystal Coins. Unit Type, Dragon Scale Imperial Guard Subordinates, None Attack Skills, Resurrection Ring. Teleportation, Dragon Scale Pressure, Dragon Scale Thunder, Dragon Scale Temporal Teleportation, Dragon Scale Piercing, Dragon Scale Acceleration. Dragon Scale Divine Defense. Common Skills. Swimming. Chapter 7. First encounter with the enemy. As the prince meandered along the path, lost in contemplation of past events, tears silently streamed down his face. He reflected on his past transgressions and felt a profound sense of remorse for failing to honor his parents adequately. If there were to be another life, he vowed to cherish them dearly. With these thoughts, a sense of release enveloped him. However, just as his spirits lifted, a group of individuals encircled him, threatening to disrupt his tranquil mood. Approaching the gathering, he effortlessly tossed aside 2 men, recalling that his current strength stood at 46, while the average player barely reached the levels of 8 or 9. Meeting someone of his caliber was akin to an instant defeat. The individuals he had thrown out initially intended to hurl insults, but upon recognizing the prince's name, they fell silent, their hearts seething with curses. The prince had become a figure of considerable notoriety. Upon reaching the front of the crowd, he noticed a scene that ignited his fury, a group of grown men bullying a young girl. Her name, adorned with the title of Red Alliance's goddess, sparked a flicker of recognition in the prince's mind. He had heard whispers of the Red Alliance, but had yet to encounter them. He resolved to familiarize himself with those notorious men, Longyu 92, Longyu Coconut, Longyu Dance Man, and Longyu Supreme Treasure. The mere sight of their names startled him. They were infamous figures, the notorious 4 lecherous men. Was the Longyu Legion truly a breeding ground for such individuals? Although the girl was quite appealing, the boundaries of the game reminded him that appearances could be deceiving. Yet, even someone as indifferent as the prince found himself captivated by her beauty. It was no wonder they had been so lecherous towards her. Fuming internally, the prince brandished his dragon scale spear, uttering not a word, and launched a dragon scale piercing attack that instantly dispatched 4 adversaries, as if they were mere skewers of meat. The onlookers erupted in applause. The Longyu Legion was one of the 8 major families in the game, notorious for their tyranny, shielded by influential allies that silenced dissent. The Shiman family, known for their underhanded dealings, had also played a role in the downfall of the Shangguan family, unfazed by potential repercussions. The prince prepared to leave when the young girl timidly intercepted him, asking, "Are you Prince Brother? My name is Goddess. Could you escort me home? I am so frightened." Upon hearing this, the prince was instantly consumed by anger, thinking to himself that such a young girl being bullied deserved her fate. He responded, "Luo Shun, you must be vigilant against wicked individuals. Otherwise, I may not always be able to protect you." Upon hearing this, Luo Shun joyfully bounced and replied, "With Brother Prince around, I fear nothing." The prince looked at Luo Shun with a sense of comfort, for the betrayal he had once experienced had stripped him of all warmth. Yet, in this moment of recognition of Luo Shun, he rediscovered that warmth and vowed to ensure that no one would ever bully her. Just as the prince was preparing to escort Luo Shun away, a lecherous voice interrupted, belonging to a man accompanied by a group of lackeys, including the 4 scoundrels who had just been vanquished by the prince. The prince thought to himself, how dare they show their faces again? Ha ha. The illustrious prince graces the territory of the Dragon Abyss lunatics. Why not stay for tea and allow us to gauge the prowess of the #1 player of the dynasty? At that moment, the increasingly displeased prince spoke up. What audacity! Has the master of the house come to speak after his dog was beaten? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a creature inferior to swine and dogs. What gives you the gall to expect my company? You are the first to dare to harass my sister. At this point, the Dragon Abyss general ceased speaking, gazing at the prince. He commanded his 200 subordinates. Kill him. Whoever slays him will be promoted within the ranks, receiving a reward of 100 gold until the count reaches 0. The prince gripped his dragon scale spear tightly and charged forward without hesitation. It was impossible for one to face 100 or 1,000 without prior skill. Yet the prince was unique. He had already advanced his class. As he engaged with the Dragon Abyss members, their attacks merely registered as insufficient to harm him. In this brief moment, all 200 adversaries fell, and with a 3-hour revival timer in effect, the general, now devoid of his usual composure, prepared to flee. Just as he was halfway away, the prince unleashed a dragon scale thunderbolt, instantly obliterating the general. From that moment forth, Dragon Scale and Dragon Abyss became bitter enemies, causing Dragon Scale to narrowly escape annihilation on multiple occasions. However, those were tales for another time. At this juncture, the forum buzzed with news of this event, garnering over 100 million clicks. Following a prior incident involving the prince, the forum ignited with excitement once more, highlighting one individual challenging 200 without sustaining any harm. Once the prince returned, little Luo Shun to the Red Alliance, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, made his entrance. Even without establishing a village, one could spend money to purchase a house in town or invest in creating a gang at the local government office, all without level restrictions, merely subject to a cap on numbers and not comparable to an official army. This man introduced himself. I am Uncle Hong of the Red Alliance, its founder. Thanks to you, Prince, I hope we may converse further. The prince found him to be commendable. With Dragon Scale now attracting attention, allies were essential. So he chose to stay. The prince and Uncle Hong engaged in numerous discussions regarding the state of the world, fostering a brotherly bond, feeling a deep connection and lamenting their delayed meeting. As night fell, the prince was compelled to take his leave. During his departure, Uncle Hong made a jest, remarking, "Look, Prince, our lovely Luotian seems quite reluctant to see you go. That melancholic gaze of hers, could it be you have wronged her? If you have indeed caused her distress. As her elder brother, I cannot condone it." Upon hearing this, Luotian's cheeks flushed crimson. Laughter erupted in the grand hall, yet the prince responded solemnly, "Upon avenging my grievances, I shall treat Luotian with the utmost kindness. I hold affection for her." At that moment, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. Everyone had presumed that the prince would not harbor feelings for such a young girl, but to their astonishment, he had indeed fallen for her at first sight. Luotian, emboldened by her feelings, rushed forward and planted a kiss on the prince's cheek. Without lingering, the prince prepared to depart, prompting Uncle Hong to call out, "Prince, as long as you regard our Red Alliance with favor, we shall stand by your side. The Red Alliance will forever be your brethren." Touched, the prince felt tears welling in his eyes as he turned to embrace Uncle Hong, reflecting on a lifetime where no one had ever supported him in such a manner. Stirring deep emotions within him, resolutely, he vowed not to betray those who believed in him and to protect those around him. Thus, the Red Alliance and the Dragon Scale became sworn brothers. Chapter 8. Village Development. Returning to the village alone, the prince reminisced about the creation of the village and realized it had been 3 days since he had attended to it. He chuckled bitterly, pondering that the village must resemble a scene of desolation by now, likely on the brink of abandonment. Prepared for the worst, he ambled down a narrow path, only to behold a throng of people near the village. As he approached, he discovered a multitude of disorganized players and numerous guilds seeking recruits. Upon entering the village, he was astonished to find it well managed and orderly, capable of accommodating thousands at level 1. This reminded him of Dong Xie and the others, and he sheepishly entered the village chief's office. Inside, he encountered both familiar and unfamiliar faces: Longlin, Dong Xie, Longlin A Hung, Longlin Guardian, Longlin Shin Yuan, Longlin Au, Longlin Nandi, Longlin Kanqing, Longlin Si Min, Longlin Mo Xiao, Longlin Shangyang, and others. The prince greeted each one before approaching the village chief's seat. His previously cheerful demeanor instantly turned frosty, and the jovial atmosphere dissipated as everyone fell silent. The prince's voice, cold and measured, broke the stillness. The current situation is far from optimistic. On the surface, we are the foremost family, the leading army, the premier village, and our strength is unparalleled. However, have you considered that the entire Chinese region boasts a population of 2 billion? Even if 3 families unite to recruit soldiers, how many can we muster? Can we truly contend with the entirety of the Chinese region? Do not be overly arrogant. Look at yourselves. I shall say no more. Contemplate this well. With those words, the prince expressed his indignation. The others present were puzzled by the prince's apparent displeasure. At that moment, Dong Xie glanced at the prince, rose to his feet, and with a smile addressed him, You are overthinking, my friend. Numerous families are preparing to confront us, yet we possess our own strategies for dealing with them. Should they unite all players across the nation, such a feat would be unattainable. We can leverage the esteemed reputation of the first family to recruit allies from various smaller families and factions, binding them to our cause. In doing so, we shall reap mutual benefits. Currently, our Dragon Scale division comprises 5 major legions. The Dragon Scale, led by you, the Prince, boasts a formidable force of 1 million. The distribution of our Dragon Scale forces is as follows: Dragon Scale Prince, Dragon Scale Legion, key subordinates including Dragon Scale Chun Yuan, Dragon Scale AU, Dragon Scale Kanqing, Dragon Scale Mo Sha, totaling 1 million warriors. Dragon Scale Dong Xia, Blue Dragon Legion, key subordinates including Dragon Scale Shangyang, Dragon Scale Shidu, Dragon Scale A Hung, Dragon Scale Beimen, nearly 1 million strong. Dragon Scale Guardian, White Tiger Legion, key subordinates including Dragon Scale Tankin Fengyun, Dragon Scale Tian Kong, Dragon Scale Yuling, Dragon Scale Ben Shao, Dragon Scale Nendi, Xuanwu Legion, key subordinates including Dragon Scale Li Shan, Dragon Scale Qin Yen, Dragon Scale Shin Shuo, exceeding 500,000 in strength. Zhu Ke Legion, key subordinates including Dragon Scale Ziyu, Dragon Scale Huaxia, Dragon Scale Chan Air, Dragon Scale Yushan, close to 100,000. This data is well known among us, yet its staggering implications remain uncalculated. Observing Dong Xia's demeanor, the prince nodded earnestly, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. It became evident that his initial recognition of Dong Xia was indeed a wise decision. The prince, pleased, remarked, Dong Xia, from now on, you shall oversee the affairs of the village. Dong Xia sighed, Your Highness, I have something further to discuss. Before you departed from the village, there was an individual eager to meet you, and we were unable to dismiss him. Additionally, please take a look at this document concerning the village. The prince accepted the document and perused its contents. Dragon Scale Empire, Affiliation, Dragon Scale Prince, Garrison Legions, Dragon Scale Legion, Blue Dragon Legion, White Tiger Legion, Xuanwu Legion, Zhu Ke Legion, Red Alliance Legion. Number of players, 2, 963, 152. Number of farmers, 1, 000. 100 number of troops, 100 subordinate. Zhuge Jin, awaiting master. Resources, wood 100, 000, grain 100, 000, stone 100, 000. Currency, 10 crystal coins. Total cities, 1. City level. Village level 1. Upon seeing the name Zhuge Jin, the prince was momentarily taken aback, recalling Zhuge Jin's profile. Zhuge Jin was known for his calm demeanor in discussions with Sun Quan, never pressing for an immediate response, but subtly indicating his inclinations. He would deftly redirect the conversation when faced with disagreement, gradually steering the dialogue back to align with Sun Quan's thoughts, thereby fostering a more open-minded atmosphere. The governor of Wujun, Zhu Ji, was the one who recommended Sun Quan for the title of filial and incorruptible. Sun Quan had previously harbored grievances against him. Yet due to his deep respect, he found it difficult to voice his discontent, leaving him with unresolved feelings of resentment. Zhuge Jin discerned the underlying reasons, yet dared not articulate them openly. Hence, he sought to question himself through Sun Quan's intentions. In this manner, he penned a letter elucidating the principles of affairs, skillfully employing his thoughts to subtly speculate on Sun Quan's inner deliberations. Upon completion, he presented the letter to Sun Quan, who, upon reading it, expressed great delight and remarked, You have unraveled my knot. The virtue of Yin Yuan is meant to endear people further. Is that not the essence? Sun Quan had previously reproached the Colonel Yin Mo, whose charges were perplexing. Numerous ministers interceded on behalf of Yin Mo, which only incited Sun Quan's ire, leading to protracted disputes with the petitioners, while Zhuge Jin maintained his silence. Sun Quan inquired, Why does Ziyu not speak? Zhuge Jin, rising from his seat, responded, We, the subjects, alongside Yin Mo, have suffered the devastation of our homeland and the extinction of our kin. We abandoned our ancestral graves, bringing the aged and the young, braving thorns and brambles, to submit to your majesty's enlightened governance. Among the wretched exiles, we have been graced by the providence of the Lord, yet we cannot hold ourselves accountable to one another, nor can we repay even a fraction of the immense grace bestowed upon us, leading Yin Mo to betray your majesty's kindness and fall into sin. As a humble servant, I am remiss to speak further. Sun Quan, upon hearing this, felt a wave of sadness and said, I shall grant him clemency for your sake. At that moment, the prince was eager to understand what manner of person Zhuge Jin was, but recalling that this was a tale from the Three Kingdoms, He pondered and came to an understanding. He was not in a rush to see Zhuge Jin, yet his curiosity about Dong Xie piqued. The prince, feeling tumultuous within, had previously fixated on vengeance without considering his own emotions. However, he had recently encountered some young women and found himself unable to suppress his feelings for two of them, Luotian and Simin. Must he choose between them? The more he contemplated, the more his brow furrowed, unable to comprehend it all. At that moment, Dong Xie seemed to perceive his turmoil, patting the prince on the shoulder with a smile and saying, "Your Highness, let emotions flow naturally. Do not fret, for the path can be straightforward." Reflecting upon this, the prince found clarity. Chapter 9. The strategist Zhuge Jin recalling Zhuge Jin. The prince considered that his recruitment of Zhuge Liang had become increasingly probable. He then inquired about Dong Xie. Dong Xie, smiling, replied, "This should be a hidden reward for your village creation." At that moment, Dong Xie introduced Zhuge Jin, who was attired in scholarly garments and appeared quite handsome. Zhuge Jin, feeling somewhat dazed by the prince's gaze, quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Are you the dragon scale prince?" Zhuge Jin, feeling nervous, noted that he held no significant reputation or power, merely a rising talent. He heard Zhuge Jin's anxious voice as the prince affirmed, "Indeed, I am he. My subordinate pays homage to your majesty." This act silenced everyone, watching how the prince would respond. Initially, the prince had intended to spend time and words, but it seemed all was saved. This must be the reward from the divine. The prince inquired, "What is the purpose of your actions?" Zhuge Jin respectfully replied, "Your majesty, this is the intention of the princess of Fanyang County." Upon hearing this, the prince recalled that it must be the reward for creating the village. The prince refrained from further comment, helping Zhuge Jin to his feet and calling him Ziyu, Zhuge Jin's courtesy name. "You shall assist Dong Xie from henceforth." Zhuge Jin, expressionless yet respectful, responded, "Yes, your majesty." Having resolved the matter concerning Zhuge Jin, the prince busied himself with other affairs. He recalled that he had not yet taken the opportunity to explore his village in recent days and thus began to leisurely stroll through the streets. Given that the game's world is 20 times larger than the real one, a village of the first level in the game is akin to a small town in reality. While the prince was in a cheerful mood, he overheard a commotion. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the ruckus. As he approached the source of the disturbance, he witnessed an event that filled him with profound disdain. 3 soldiers were harassing an elderly woman. Unable to tolerate this injustice, the prince intervened with a swift kick. The soldiers he had recruited were primarily level 2, capable individuals tasked with managing the village. However, upon witnessing the prince's action, the other 2 soldiers refrained from retaliating, recognizing their leader and quickly shedding their arrogant demeanor. This incident evoked the words of a great leader. "Give me 3,000 city management officers. Restore my vast China." Pointing my sword towards Tianshan in the west, trampling the Black Sea in the north, drawing my bow over the waters of Baikal, admiring the snow on Sakhalin, and visiting the ancient South Peninsula amidst the ruins of Tokyo to pay homage. The city management officers of China are unmatched, slaying deities and Buddha alike, striking down European lords and kicking the North American flag. They can engage aircraft and obliterate tanks, sinking aircraft carriers and battling satellites. The city management officers represent a quasi-militarized organization, secretly developed in our nation, capable of managing cities, honing guerrilla tactics, and seamlessly integrating into formal military ranks during wartime. They stand as an exemplary reserve force, adept at charging into battle, reconnaissance, and enduring hardship. A secret Pentagon report claims that the Chinese city management officers possess formidable potential, capable of operating around the clock with little more than a dilapidated van or pickup truck. Our nation has pledged not to be the first to employ such forces. General Li Gang, accompanied by 3 protectors, Zhang, Chun, and Feng, plans to lead a contingent of 3,000 city management officers, 1,500 non-mainstream operatives, and 500 Chinese officials into the Philippines. The initial strategy involves infiltrating the Philippine economy to induce corruption, followed by Zhang utilizing his unique voice to disrupt their hearing. While Feng appears to exhaust their physical stamina, the non-mainstream operatives will then dazzle them, and Chun will induce hallucinations, paving the way for Li Gang to commence a city-wide assault. Contemplating these strategies, the prince sent an urgent message summoning Dong Xie. Upon receiving the prince's call, Dong Xie hurried over without hesitation. Upon arriving at the designated location, he quickly grasped the situation with the soldiers present. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he assured the prince, "Allow me to handle this matter. It shall not occur again." The prince, upon hearing Dong Xie's words, chose not to chastise him and departed. Dong Xie watched the prince's retreating figure and sighed quietly, turning to the soldiers behind him, stating, Take these 3 away for military justice." Without further ado, he proceeded to the barracks, gathering 94 soldiers, and with a serious tone, inquired, "Do you know why I have assembled you?" The soldiers below looked at one another in confusion and replied, "We do not know." The Eastern hero spoke loudly, asserting that just moments ago, several soldiers had been bullying an elderly woman. He demanded that 3 soldiers escort the offenders forward, for this occasion required him to assert his authority. He intended to execute the 3 culprits, instilling fear among the soldiers present. The offenders, sensing their impending doom, dared not move. The Eastern hero reiterated his command, warning that failure to comply would result in collective punishment. In that instant, the 3 soldiers wielded their blades, and the transgressors fell lifelessly to the ground. The Eastern hero's voice resonated once more, declaring that from this moment forth, anyone who dared to mistreat the vulnerable would face immediate retribution. The soldiers, in unison, affirmed their understanding, eliciting satisfaction from the Eastern hero. He further proclaimed that those who excelled in their duties would have the opportunity to become generals. This promise, though a mere empty pledge, invigorated the soldiers, who thrived on such assurances. As the prince exited the village, his earlier discontent dissipated, for he held faith that the Eastern hero would provide him with a satisfactory resolution. While wandering through the city of Fanyang, a familiar figure materialized before him. Leaving him momentarily speechless, it was Zhuge Jin. The prince, with a hint of exasperation, inquired what Zhuge Jin was doing. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhuge Jin replied, "My lord, seeing you venture out alone caused me some concern. I wished to see if there was any way I could assist you." The prince, in silence, continued on his path, prompting Zhuge Jin to believe his lord had tacitly accepted his presence. Contemplating the inscrutability of his lord's thoughts, Zhuge Jin mused on how easily he could discern the intentions of others, yet the prince remained an enigma, cloaked in profound depths. Unbeknownst to Zhuge Jin, the prince was preoccupied, yearning to see Shao Luotian. Upon reaching the Red Alliance, the prince's anger flared as he beheld the dismantled sign and the ravaged entrance. Drawing his dragon-scale spear, he charged inside, only to witness a group mercilessly slaughtering the members of the Red Alliance. Outnumbered, the defenders struggled to repel the assault. Amidst the chaos, the prince spotted a familiar silhouette to his left, Shao Luotian, who lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably. He rushed to her side, offering comfort, aware of her innocence and childlike demeanor. Though she had reached 18, at times she exhibited the endearing expressions of an 8-year-old. The prince's heart ached, tormented by the realization that he had failed to protect his beloved, allowing her distress to unfold. Chapter 10. The wrathful slaughter of the Tianmen typhoon. The prince gradually relinquished his hold on the goddess, brandishing the dragon-scale spear. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a dragon-scale thunderbolt that instantaneously obliterated the leading Tianmen typhoon, a formidable expert evidently ranked among the top 10 of Tianmen. Yet, before the prince, he could not withstand even a single blow. This epitomized the disparity in their prowess. The others halted in their tracks, taken aback by the prince's decisive action. The prince called out to the Tianmen members, demanding, "Why do you not flee? If you do not retreat, I shall annihilate you." The leader of Tianmen, the typhoon, had been vanquished by the prince, yet a voice emerged from the crowd, stating, "There is nothing to be said after slaying the leader, let it be done." The prince recognized the speaker as one named Tianmen Luoyan. He brandished his spear and pierced through. As the spear neared Luoyan's body, the prince observed an unwavering resolve in him, a heart filled with loyalty. The prince paused, transforming the thrust into a sweeping motion, which cleared a substantial area, instilling fear in all present. As the first Tianmen member fled, others followed suit, yet Luoyan remained, departing at a measured pace. The prince addressed him, "Luoyan, I recognize your sense of justice. Why do you align yourself with such individuals?" Luoyan gazed at the prince and replied coldly, "He once saved my life. Why should I not remain steadfastly loyal to him?" The prince nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Should you find disappointment in him in the future, you are always welcome at our dragon scale. We shall embrace you." Luoyan smiled. "Perhaps we could become friends." He then departed slowly. The prince sighed, just as Uncle Hong approached him, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Prince. Your timely arrival was a blessing." The prince responded, "Uncle Hong, you err. We are brothers now. There is no need for thanks. Had the roles been reversed, I trust you would have come to my aid just the same." "Ha ha. A true brother indeed. Having a friend like you is worth a lifetime," Uncle Hong replied heartily. The prince chuckled and moved closer to little Luotian, while the others discreetly withdrew. The prince inquired, "Are you afraid, Luotian?" Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, suddenly embracing him. The prince recognized her fear, understanding her silence. He spoke earnestly. Luotian, no one will harm you again. Trust in me. Luotian met his gaze, nodded, and ceased her tears. The prince had intended to remain by her side, but sensing her lingering fear from the recent ordeal, he allowed her some solitude to calm her troubled heart. This encounter had further estranged the prince from the Tianmen clan, a family second only to the Dragon-Scale Legion, compelling him to tread carefully. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace, and the silent Zhuge Jin, following closely behind, called out, "My lord." The prince paused, suddenly recalling the strategist beside him, and inquired, "Ziyu, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Zhuge Jin pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "My lord, do not fret. They cannot play any tricks. I believe they will organize an attack on our village tomorrow. All you need to ensure is your victory in the battle ahead. By winning the hearts of the people and spreading rumors, you will garner considerable support. I have only recently heard of the Tianmen family. How could a mere gang in the rivers and lakes rival the authority of the court, even if they send numerous men? As long as you seek the support of the county princess with a plea regarding the insurrection, I am confident she will dispatch troops to eliminate them swiftly." Upon hearing this, the prince felt elated, realizing that he was indeed a favored figure within the court. How could such a small gang contend against a nation? Moreover, our strength is not to be underestimated. Even in a fair fight, they would not stand a chance against us, though our losses might be considerable. However, with Ziyu's strategy, we could effortlessly vanquish them while simultaneously bolstering our own power. At that moment, a young general in a white robe observed the entire unfolding scene from a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded in approval. His companion, a young attendant, was left bewildered by the encounter. The white-robed general murmured to himself, "This individual seems promising. It may be worthwhile to engage further with him. Perhaps he could become a valuable ally." As the prince made his way back to the village, he realized that darkness had enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Upon entering the village chief's chamber, he noticed many villagers were still awake and promptly summoned Dongxia to gather everyone for a meeting. After approximately 10 minutes, the principal members of Longlin had assembled. Once everyone was prepared, the prince cleared his throat and announced, "Today, I visited the Red Alliance and witnessed Tianmen's men attacking our allies. In a fit of rage, I eliminated their typhoon leader. I suspect that tomorrow, they will come to assault our village. I urge everyone to inform the members below to log in early and prepare for battle." The prince refrained from mentioning the support from the government, wishing instead to use this opportunity for military training. He recalled that there were still 3 years until the Red Turban Rebellion. If preparations were not made promptly, they could potentially fall victim to the Yellow Turban bandits. The prince had much to accomplish and knew he had to act with caution. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Simin sent a message. Upon receiving it, the prince felt a pang of guilt upon reading the initial line. For Simin had been worried about him while he had been out with the young goddess. He had intended to maintain his silence, but her concern prompted him to confide in her. After he relayed the entire situation to Simin, she did not respond. The prince felt anxious, pondering whether she no longer wished to communicate with him. Just then, a reply arrived. "Han Ruo, I was quite distressed upon hearing this news initially, but after some contemplation, I have decided to remain by your side. I refuse to believe I will be outdone by her. In this world, having multiple wives is commonplace. As long as you do not abandon me, I shall always be by your side." Upon hearing this, the prince was moved to tears, resolving to cherish her and not to betray her trust. After days of busyness, tranquility enveloped my heart. Lying on the lawn, I reflected on the myriad moments of the past days, recalling each effort I made and the unwavering support of my brothers, which filled me with immense motivation. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I gradually drifted into slumber, where I dreamt of my parents. In my dream, I cried out for them, and my father responded, "My dear child, you must strive diligently and never lose hope. We do not blame you. You have already accomplished so much, even surpassing what I achieved in my youth. And your mother stands firmly by your side." Hearing these words, I nodded silently. Chapter 11. Training. Upon awakening the next day, I returned to the village, where soldiers were bustling about. I thought to myself that something significant must be imminent. Thus, I made my way to the village chief's office, where Dongxia approached me with a document. I glanced at it and noted that the Dragon-Scale-S combatants numbered over 1.5 million, but on this battlefield, the presence of 106th-level soldiers would be virtually ineffective. Dongxia then produced another set of data, detailing several rival families. The total combatants exceeded 2 million. Upon seeing this, I lifted my gaze to Dongxia, who remained silent, awaiting his response. He confirmed, "This is the Tianmen family, the Tianfa Legion. and the Mao family's Longyu Legion, who have merged with the 5 prominent families. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the village chief's office. I looked up to see Si Min from Dragon Scale and Uncle Hong from the Red Alliance. Suddenly, Uncle Hong cheerfully exclaimed, "Prince, I have brought you 300,000 reinforcements. I hope you will welcome them." "Not at all, Uncle Hong. I am immensely grateful for your support," I replied with joy. At this juncture, Si Min interjected, "Are you not planning to welcome me, Prince? It seems I brought along 500,000 female warriors for nothing. Have you forgotten your old friends?" I chuckled awkwardly, only to realize moments later that Si Min was jesting. Uncle Hong watched this exchange with a subtle smile, finding it rather amusing. After waiting an entire day, the Tianmin and rival families still had not appeared. As darkness began to descend, the members of Dragon Scale started to relax. Just as everyone presumed that the Tianmin family would not come, a sudden cacophony of battle cries shattered the stillness. Alarmed, I and the others shouted in dismay, "Quick! Prepare for defense. Archers, advance. Swordsmen, hold the line. Spearmen, charge out of the city." Dong Xia calmly directed the operations as I mounted my spear atop Hunyo's back, charging forth alongside my fellow spearmen. Leading the charge, I inspired the Dragon Scale members, who rallied behind me with renewed courage. As the vanguards of both sides clashed, I struck down one foe after another. Just as I was reveling in the thrill of battle, a figure clad in a red robe emerged, a young general whose equipment indicated he was a top-tier player. Tianmin Azue. Upon spotting me, Azue halted his assault. With a smirk, I regarded him with a hint of disdain. Observing my indifference, Azue's anger flared, and he brandished his dual blades, charging towards me. Upon witnessing the prince's maneuver, Azue couldn't help but smirk disdainfully, effortlessly countering the attack with a slight shift of his body before obliterating it. The prince was taken aback, exclaiming in excitement that he had underestimated Azue, having encountered no worthy opponents until now. Azue, contemplating within, vowed to make the prince regret his decision. With that, he unleashed a whirlwind of sand and stones, obscuring the prince's vision, and swiftly dispatched the battle with dual tridents. As the prince fell to the ground, he indignantly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Azue, with a mocking grin, retorted, "Perhaps you were simply too arrogant." This elicited a chuckle from the prince. The players watched in dismay as their leader was effortlessly vanquished by the enemy. The prince sensed Azue's condescension and, believing the moment was ripe, raised his weapon and whistled. Tiger Girl bounded to his side, leaping into action, injured by Azue but undeterred. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed, and dark clouds gathered around Azue, with his crimson eyes standing out ominously. The prince launched a dragon scale thrust, only to find it easily penetrated. As Azue approached, the prince, sensing danger, swung out instinctively, but Azue dodged with ease. In a moment of inattention, Azue clamped down on Kaili's right arm. Recalling a secret move, the prince shut his eyes and delivered a powerful kick to Azue's lower region. Azue, wincing in pain, exclaimed, "You are utterly shameless." The prince, scratching his head, retorted, "You asked for it, and now I deliver." Azue nearly fainted from rage. Subsequently, the prince advanced and eliminated Azue with a single shot. Witnessing this, the Dragon Scale team thought to themselves how ruthless the prince was. Even a man would struggle to endure such a blow. Unfazed by their thoughts, the prince commanded, "Charge. Kill." His troops responded in unison, their battle cry startling even the prince with its precision. The morale surged. While the enemy was still reeling from the prior skirmish, many drenched in cold sweat, frightened by the prince's earlier display. As the battle raged on, the prince sought out opponents on the battlefield, causing the soldiers to instinctively retreat at the sight of his icy gaze. Just then, a burly figure blocked his path, Typhoon, whom the prince had slain the previous day. On the vast grassland, the two figures stood opposed, enveloped in silence. After a moment, Typhoon broke the quiet, taunting, "Your gaze lacks the sharpness it had yesterday." "Indeed. You still exhibit the same recklessness," the prince replied coolly. "You may have been defeated yesterday, but I come prepared today." "Ah, these are mere trifles. Let us continue our duel from yesterday." Before the prince could finish, Typhoon lunged forward like a tempest, his massive blades aimed directly at the prince's face. The prince, expressionless, evaded the assault with remarkable agility, not flying but moving as if swept away by a gust of wind. Though the Typhoon initially faltered, it relentlessly continued its assault with dual blades, the force of its strikes growing increasingly ferocious. The prince's body remained as unaffected as a leaf dancing in the wind, undamaged by the onslaught. Suddenly, the Typhoon's blade momentum ceased, transforming from extreme motion to utter stillness. In an instant, the dual blades were retracted, and the previously unleashed gusts were astonishingly drawn back. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and naturally, the prince was pulled towards the typhoon. However, the prince's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he harnessed the wind's force, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest. Lunging forward with the dragon scale spear aimed directly at the typhoon's heart, thrusting with both hands. The typhoon did not relent, countering with a fierce strike from the retracted dual blades, while the prince's body transformed into a force of immense weight, his spear clashing directly against the blades. The sound of the blades shattering echoed, and the typhoon was sent reeling by the prince's power. Upon hitting the ground, the typhoon violently expelled a mouthful of blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. The prince advanced with a spear, lifting the typhoon high above his head, compelling all to cease their actions. Upon witnessing the defeat of their leader at the hands of the prince, the morale of the Tianmin faction plummeted. It was unclear who cast down their weapons first, but soon, all chose to surrender. Dongxie commanded that all players be released, for there was no place to accommodate them, and a large number would be difficult to manage. Thus, the Dragon Scale faction emerged victorious in this battle. Chapter 12. Rewards following this battle. The reputation of the Dragon Scale Empire once again ascended to the pinnacle of the dynasty, yet it also brought forth myriad dangers. The prince and his comrades were compelled to act with discretion. Should they find themselves atop this perilous peak again, it could pose a grave threat to the Dragon Scale. As the battlefield was cleared, the prince returned to the village chief's chamber, at which point a system announcement rang out. The first large-scale war between the Dragon Scale and Tianmin has concluded with a Dragon Scale victory. Reward resources exceed 100,000. All participating players receive an increase of 1 to all attributes. The first large-scale war between the Dragon Scale and Tianmin has concluded with a Dragon Scale victory. Reward resources exceed 100,000. All participating players receive an increase of 1 to all attributes. The first large-scale war between the Dragon Scale and Tianmin has concluded with a Dragon Scale victory. Reward resources exceed 100,000. All participating players receive an increase of 1 to all attributes. Following the system announcement, all participating members erupted in joyous cheers. At that moment, the prince heard a private notification. As you are among the high-ranking commanders of this operation, you have earned 10,000,000 experience points and 10,000 merit points. As the first player to lead a large-scale battle to victory, you are awarded the title of Gun God. Hearing this, the prince felt somewhat perplexed about the purpose of the merit points and subsequently summoned Dongxie. Upon Dongxie's arrival, the prince eagerly inquired about the merit point significance. Dongxie chuckled and explained, these are used to exchange for official titles. The prince immediately grasped the implication. He opened his character attributes and clicked on his name. Name, Dragon Scale Prince Faction, Han Dynasty Race, Dragon Scale Title, Gun God. Attributes, 100 Prompt. Position, Wanderer, Level, 30. Experience, 100,000,009,000,000. Attribute increase, 2 points per level, reaching a maximum of 90. Strength, 47. Defense, 28. Agility, 34. Stamina, 31. Health points, 31. Charm, 27. Prestige, 500. Military merit, 10,000. Currency, 20 crystal coins. Troop type, Dragon Scale Imperial Guard. Subordinate, Zhuge Loyalty, 80. Offensive skills, Resurrection Ring, Teleportation, Dragon Scale Pressure. Dragon Scale Thunder Release, Dragon Scale Space Transfer, Dragon Scale Piercing, Dragon Scale Acceleration, Dragon Scale Divine Defense. Common skills, Swimming. Upon witnessing this, the prince was filled with excitement, as these attributes equated to a title on par with that of El Bu. Subsequently, he noticed an option to exchange for an official title and clicked on it, revealing a plethora of positions from the Three Kingdoms era alongside their corresponding requirements. The 9th grade military officer required 5,000 military merits, while the 8th grade required 10,000. Thus, the prince opted for the 8th grade official. Currently, acquiring such positions was arduous, as half of the players could attain merely a few military merits per battle, predominantly those commanding troops. As a result, he was appointed as the Silly Xiaowei, gaining the authority to suppress officials or commoners of lower rank, including players, though ineffective against adversaries. The prince nodded in satisfaction. With these advantages, he was poised for invincibility in the early stages. Nevertheless, he remained wary of others, having learned from his previous encounter with Azay not to underestimate anyone. Once the prince had arranged everything, he departed the village with Zhuge Jin, accompanied by 10,000 dragon-scale new recruits. These soldiers could be recruited as long as sufficient provisions were available for their respective factions. The levels of dragon-scale soldiers were categorized into Dragon-scale New Army, Dragon-scale Iron Army, Dragon-scale Brocade Guard, Dragon-scale Blood Guard, and Dragon-scale Imperial Guard, all unrestricted by the prince's city, given that funds were available, albeit with a requisite training period. Due to the significant scarcity of civil and military officials, the prince recognized the necessity of expanding his ranks to confront future conflicts. Chapter 13. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles. 1. The prince and Zhuge Jin, leading 10,000 dragon-scale new recruits, arrived at the outskirts of Fanyang City, preparing to cultivate their influence and recruit civil and military officials over the next 3 years, embracing a life of wandering, with the heavens as their canopy and the earth as their bed. That day, the prince left his troops behind and ventured into the woods with Zhuge Jin on a hunting expedition, as there was little else to occupy their time. Each day was spent hunting and seeking the whereabouts of renowned figures and generals. At that moment, a lewd voice echoed, declaring, "This mountain is mine, this road is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." This timeless proclamation pierced through the air as 4 burly men, riding tall steeds and wielding inferior steel knives, emerged from the roadside, their expressions fierce and menacing. The prince instantly recognized their intentions. The prince could not suppress a chuckle. After indulging in the game Dynasty for quite some time, he had finally encountered something intriguing. However, the situation appeared rather grim. Despite being unaware of the bandit strength, the prince, at merely level 30, realized that their equestrian prowess and armed readiness suggested formidable capabilities. Although he ranked among the elite players, he was still significantly outmatched by the bandits. Beside him stood Zhuge Jin, who wisely advised that one should strike the rider before the horse and capture the leader first. Seizing the opportunity while the bandits were distracted, the prince made a decisive move. Despite his lower level, the prince's martial prowess was likely superior to that of the bandits. As the bandits were taken aback by his surprise attack, he prepared to launch his counter-assault. In such circumstances, taking the initiative was paramount. The prince had no confidence in effortlessly manipulating the situation to his advantage. At the moment he acted, his trusty steed, Tiger Girl, instinctively leapt to tackle one of the bandits from his horse. With a roar, as the remaining 2 bandits charged, the prince inhaled deeply and unleashed his skill, Dragon-scale acceleration, which surpassed even Tiger Girl's earlier speed. He swiftly dispatched both horses, causing the bandits to be violently thrown off, blood gushing as they fell. To his astonishment, the effectiveness of this skill was beyond his expectations. He wondered if it had truly resulted in their instant demise. "Tiger Girl," he called out. Noticing that she had dealt with the bandit she had knocked down, he rushed to prevent her from finishing off the other 2, pondering their origins. How could he ascertain where they had come from or why they possessed such fine equipment? Even newly spawned characters in the system retained a complete memory and background. In Dynasty, each character had their own narrative. Otherwise, villagers would simply appear in their village without needing players to recruit or shelter them. "From whence do you hail? What brings you to rob here?" the prince inquired, pressing the point of his spear against one bandit's chest, while inwardly reflecting on his inability to execute a swift kill. Despite the impressive display of power, it seemed he could not even eliminate 2 lowly henchmen. The situation appeared to rely more on intimidation and motivation, and perhaps his own skills were still lacking. "Spare us, General," the bandit stammered, immobilized by fear. "We hail from the same village. A few years ago, our village was ravaged by a band of marauders. Here follows a melodramatic tale, which I shall omit. We wandered here and caught the eye of the local warlord, joining them as bandits out of necessity." "Ah, it seems you are not a vil character," the prince replied. "I am the village chief of the Dragon-scale Empire nearby. Would you too consider joining our village?" Initially intent on interrogating them about their hideout, he reconsidered and decided to recruit them, observing their equestrian skills and weaponry which suggested they had some merit. However, their swift plea for mercy left him yearning for a more challenging encounter. Generally, officials, bandits, and pirates possessed considerable abilities, typically around level 40 or higher, while common citizens seldom exceeded level 10. "Yes, we are willing. We too are compelled by the exigencies of life, driven to become outlaws against our will." Upon witnessing the prince reclaim his spear, the 2 immediately nodded in agreement, fearing the prince might reconsider his decision. It was quite absurd, as they had prepared a plethora of rational arguments that remained unutilized. "Ding. The bandit Xiao Sen wishes to join the Dragon-scale Empire. Shall we accept?" "Ding. The bandit Xiao Si wishes to join the Dragon-scale Empire. Shall we accept?" How amusing. They do not even possess proper names, truly the most inconsequential of supporting characters. The prince nearly spat blood upon seeing their names. He promptly accepted their applications and took a moment to inspect their attributes. They were level 40 and 42. With a mere combat strength of around 30 points and a loyalty rating of only 60, clearly coerced into joining, with no expectations of high performance. Then let us depart, the prince stated nonchalantly. He approached the corpses of the other two bandits and searched them. It appeared that defeating humanoid foes yielded greater rewards. As he discovered 10 silver coins and several skill books, namely Dance of the Whirlwind and War Frenzy. At last, the prince had acquired some basic skills. Naturally, their inferior steel swords and warhorses also belonged to him. In this realm, any spoils from defeated enemies, provided they are not of legendary quality or higher, are rightfully yours. With no transformation into ethereal lights upon their demise, the bodies remain until the system refreshes them, typically within a span of 12 hours. If you believe you can outrun me, feel free to attempt an escape. Riding atop Hunyeo, the prince regarded the two with a threatening demeanor. At last, he had a steed, for traversing this vast map solely on foot was indeed impractical. Hunyeo had long awaited this moment, and having ridden her, the prince found horseback riding no challenge at all. Nay, we dare not. We are sincerely devoted. Xiao Sen fervently nodded in affirmation, his sincerity evident, almost to the point of swearing an oath. The prince, with a flourish, produced his spear and then concealed it once again, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Their demeanor transformed into one of heightened respect and trepidation. Amusingly, he scrutinized their loyalty ratings. To his surprise, their loyalty had decreased to 53. Clearly, given the slightest opportunity, they might attempt to flee. It seems that threats and intimidation can indeed diminish loyalty among subordinates. As for the storage of items, that privilege belongs solely to players. Thus, the possessions of non-player characters are limited to what they carry physically, save for unique artifacts and other exceptional items. Chapter 14. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles. 2. The prince led thousands of soldiers, their dust rising to the heavens, accompanied by Hunyeo and a warhorse. Given Hunyeo's recent commendable contributions, the prince seldom returned her to the pet space. After all, they were allies. And he had observed that allowing her freedom facilitated her growth. Though Hunyeo was not yet comparable to the white tiger that once sought to kill him, her speed surpassed that of the warhorse by a considerable margin. The difference was palpable. A journey that took several hours on foot was completed in mere minutes when mounted. The prince, accompanied by a substantial force, notified Zhuge Jin, and they proceeded to inquire about the situation of the bandit stronghold. The mountain harbored around 10,000 individuals, including women and children. Figures such as Xiao San and Xiao Si were not well informed about their leader, only knowing that he seemed to have offended the 10 eunuchs of the court and had been sentenced. Their armed contingent numbered merely over 6,000. Nonetheless, this was not a force the prince could afford to disregard. They began deliberating on how to handle the situation. Allowing them to remain unchecked was out of the question. Should they whimsically decide to raid the Longlin Empire, the resultant lack of resistance would be alarming. Despite the apparent handful of 8,000 bandits, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the current players. Even if the players were numerous, they would struggle to breach the bandits' defenses, rendering them mere fodder. The Longlin Empire had only one village within 1,000 miles. Who else would they raid if not Longlin? To mount an assault, the Longlin forces consisted solely of these 10,000 novice combatants, lacking any formidable generals or champions. Listening to the discourse of Xiao San and his companions, they learned that their leader had a relatively stable life in the stronghold, self-sufficient, and lacking nearby targets for plunder. This suggested they might not be true bandits. Perhaps their acts of robbery were merely isolated incidents. It indicated that their leader was not inherently malevolent, as he had settled in such a remote area devoid of potential victims. They seemed to desire a peaceful existence. Zhuge Jin speculated that even if they were to ignore them, it was not certain they would resort to pillaging. Indeed, Zhuge Jin remarked, bandits should not typically inhabit such desolate regions. However, completely disregarding them was also unwise. It would be prudent to assess their disposition, as they might yearn for a more vibrant, ordinary existence. Yet, before doing so, it was essential to recruit a formidable general. Upon reflection, the prince found himself in agreement with Zhuge Jin's reasoning. Observing the village's slow development sparked another thought in his mind. He noted that, generally, strongholds or bandit enclaves could never evolve into cities. At best, they could become towns, resembling organizations of the Jianghu. Except for certain specific villages or cities, it was impossible to obtain village establishment permits without special circumstances, relegating them to form organizations akin to the Jianghu. The ratio of players to special characters was over 1:10,000. If special characters could independently establish villages and grow into powers, what would become of the players? Would they be relegated to serving the special characters? Although there were some players willing to work under them, such numbers were limited. In a game, who would willingly accept the subordinate role? In reality, such circumstances were no less frustrating. This skepticism contributed to the prince's lack of faith in the players. Just as he pondered the absence of a formidable general, a figure appeared. As the prince looked up, his soldiers acted, but he refrained from signaling them to halt, being unaware of the visitor's intentions. At that moment, the newcomer spoke. "Are you the Longlin prince?" "Indeed, I am. May I inquire as to your business?" The prince replied, somewhat bewildered. "I am Zhao Yun, courtesy named Zilong." The figure clad in a white robe responded. Upon hearing this name, the prince broke into a cold sweat and asked, "What brings you here, brother Zhao?" In the realm of the multitudes, the dragon-scale prince, audacious and valiant, had recently attained the esteemed position of the inspector of the central command. He rose with intent to establish a bond. Upon hearing this, the prince felt a pang of discontent. Despite his rank as the foremost player with considerable acclaim, he perceived himself as merely a minor character, hardly worthy of recognition by the illustrious Zhao Yun. Unbeknownst to the prince, a young warrior clad in white had been an observant witness to the events that transpired prior. Discerning the prince's noble character and thus choosing to ally with him, believing this to be yet another orchestration of the system, the prince exclaimed in his heart, "Since brother Zhao is willing, I see no reason to decline. I hold great admiration for your physique and wish to pledge brotherhood. What say you, brother Zhao?" The latter, already aware of Gongsun Yang's age, for years his junior at 14, readily accepted this bond, kneeling with a bowl of wine held aloft, and swore under the moonlight, "Today, I, the dragon-scale prince, forge a brotherhood with Zhao Yun. Though we bear different surnames, we shall unite in heart and strength, to aid the afflicted and support the vulnerable, to serve our nation and bring peace to the common people. We do not seek to share the same birth date, but rather, to meet our end on the same day. May heaven and earth bear witness to this vow. Those who betray loyalty shall face divine retribution." In response, Zhao Yun knelt and vowed, "Today, I, Zhao Yun, pledge brotherhood with the dragon-scale prince. Though we bear different surnames, we shall unite in heart and strength, to aid the afflicted and support the vulnerable, to serve our nation and bring peace to the common people. We do not seek to share the same birth date, but rather, to meet our end on the same day. May heaven and earth bear witness to this vow. Those who betray loyalty shall face divine retribution." "Brother," the prince exclaimed, drinking deeply from the blood wine, passing it to Gongsun Yang, his spirit stirred by the atmosphere, oblivious to his attributes. "Elder brother." Zhao Yun too drank heartily, equally moved. In an instant, the heavens transformed, stars twinkling with renewed brilliance. It was as if the celestial bodies and moonlight had suddenly intensified, casting a shimmering glow, enveloping Zhao Yun and the prince in its luminescence. Ding! The players, Prince and Zhao Yun, also known as Zilong, have forged a bond of brotherhood, becoming the first sworn brothers in the Chinese region. Moved by heaven and earth, their names shall echo through the annals of history, celebrated for eternity. Each is awarded 1,000 points of prestige. This announcement reverberated throughout the entire system, repeated thrice. Only players could receive such proclamations. Ding! Zhao Yun and the prince are recognized as the first sworn brothers in the Chinese region, their bond moving heaven and earth, destined to be immortalized in history. They are bestowed the exclusive ultimate skill, Dragon Scale Thunder Transformation. Exclusive skill, Brotherhood of Hearts. Chapter 15, The Prince's Wandering Chronicles, 3. Upon eagerly opening the attributes panel, the intimacy level had transformed into a radiant golden bond, accompanied by his enhanced attributes. Indeed, it was substantial. Zhao Yun. Name: Zilong. Loyalty: Intimacy Intimate. Oath Brothers. Occupation: Military General Merit. 20,000 Status: Deputy General Reputation. 35 Level. 80 Experience. 156, 245, 420, 545, 298, 000, 000. 000 Equipment: Bright Silver Spear, Bright Silver Armor, Bright Silver Boots. Bright Silver Helmet. Strength: 98 Defense, 99 Agility, 97 Stamina, 99 Health, 99 Charisma, 100 Subordinates, 8,000, including 8,000 allied with his white horse, Serpent's 7 Probes Spear Type. Active Skill Analysis. Zhao Yun charges forward, covering a distance of 400, inflicting immense damage on all enemy units in his path. A maximum of 3 uses can be accumulated. Level 1 inflicts 50 points of damage. Level 2 inflicts 80 points of damage. Level 3 inflicts 110 points of damage. Level 4 inflicts 140 points of damage. Overlord Spear Thrust Type. Active skill analysis delivers a fierce strike to allies or enemies, pushing back 500 units. Upon collision with any unit, it causes 250 area damage and stuns, with allies being unaffected. Accumulation time, 13 seconds. Mana cost, 135 points. Level 1 inflicts 100 points of damage, stunning for 15 seconds. Level 2 inflicts 175 points of damage, stunning for 5 seconds. Level 3 inflicts 240 points of damage, stunning for 2 seconds. Level 4 inflicts 300 points of damage. True Zhao Family Spear Technique Type. Passive skill analysis grants a certain probability of inflicting additional damage on enemy units within a 180-degree radius and reduces their movement speed by 35 for 1 second. Level 1 has a 15 chance to inflict 75 points of additional damage. Level 2 has a 20 chance to inflict 95 points of additional damage. Level 3 has a 25 chance to inflict 115 points of additional damage. Level 4 has a 30 chance to inflict 135 points of additional damage. Changshan Zhao Zilong Type. Active skill analysis significantly increases Zhao Yun's health, enhances attack speed, and boosts movement speed by 25 for 20 seconds. Level 1 increases health by 100 points and boosts attack speed by 60. Level 2 increases health by 200 points and boosts attack speed by 80. Level 3 increases health by 300 points and boosts attack speed by 100. Level 4 increases health by 400 points and boosts attack speed by 120. Trainable units: Giant Spearmen, Giant Shield Infantry, Heavy Crossbowmen, Catapults, Naval Forces, Light Cavalry, Heavy Cavalry, Cavalry Archers. As for Zhao Yun, the prince was truly at a loss for words, formidable indeed. And the attributes of the prince: player name, Dragon Scale Prince Faction, Han Dynasty Race, Dragon Scale Attribute, Spear Master. Attributes: 100 Prompt Position, Silly Xiaowei Level, 30 Experience, 100000900. Attribute points increase by 2 upon reaching level 90, no further increases permitted. Strength: 47 Defense, 28 Agility, 34 Stamina, 31 Health, 31 Charm, 27 Reputation, 1500 Merit, 10,000 Currency, 2010 Unit Type. Dragon Scale Imperial Guard Trainable Units, Dragon Scale New Army, Dragon Scale Iron Army, Dragon Scale Brocade Guard, Dragon Scale Blood Guard, and Dragon Scale Imperial Guard Subordinate. Zhao Yun, Sworn Brother. Level 3, due to the village attributes. All generals have received an increase in attribute evaluation levels. Zhuge Jin, Loyalty, 80, Attack Skills, Revive Ring, Teleportation, Dragon Scale Pressure, Dragon Scale Thunder, Dragon Scale Time-Space Teleportation. Dragon Scale Piercing, Dragon Scale Acceleration, Dragon Scale Divine Defense, Official Prestige, Dance of the Whirlwind, War Frenzy, Special Ultimate Skill, Dragon Scale Thunder Transformation. Special Skill, Brothers United Common Skill, Swimming Affiliation, Dragon Scale Empire Commander, Dragon Scale Legion, Azure Dragon Legion, White Tiger Legion, Black Tortoise Legion, Vermilion Bird Legion. Red Alliance Legion Player Count, 2, 963, 152 Peasant Count, 1000 Troop Count. Dragon Scale New Army 10, 000, White Horse Cavalry 8, 000 Subordinate. Zhuge Jin Resources, Timber, 200, 000, Grain 200, 000, Stone 200, 000, Currency, 20 Crystal Coins. Total Cities, 1 City Level, Village Level 1 Ding. Zhao Yun wishes to recognize you as his lord. Do you accept? As the prince was immersed in Zhao Yun's attributes, the system prompt sounded again. Having already become sworn brothers, why does he wish to recognize me as his lord? The prince pondered this. Though he decided to accept this stroke of good fortune, he promptly checked Zhao Yun's attributes, and his status transformed into a member of the Dragon Scale Empire. Later, Xiao Ying vaguely surmised that it was not about recognizing Xiao Ying as his lord, but rather the other way around. However, the prince, lost in ecstasy, was somewhat dazed and could not contemplate that nuance. Chapter 16. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles 4. At this moment, Zhuge Jin respectfully stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring a formidable general." The prince, however, did not acknowledge Zhuge Jin but instead turned to confront the two, demanding, "Was this robbery your personal scheme or the bandits' initiative?" The prince suddenly raised his voice, interrogating Xiao San and Xiao Si, his expression one of fierce determination to resolve the matter swiftly. "General, spare us. This was all instigated by Xiao Heir. We did not act of our own volition. There are hardly any travelers here, and the bandits have not explicitly prohibited robbery." Xiao San, frightened by the prince's forceful demeanor, immediately knelt in supplication, casting all blame onto the deceased, confident that no evidence would remain to contradict him. Hearing his words, the likelihood of surrendering increased significantly. After all, their encampment did not solely consist of ruthless bandits. Moreover, the Dragonscale Empire had only been established for a few days. It was improbable that the system would promptly generate such a formidable bandit faction. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, the Dragonscale Empire was the sole entity, which would effectively eliminate its prospects. In light of the favorable news, the prince chose not to hold any grievances against them. "Let us proceed with a visit to assess their disposition. If we can persuade them to surrender, that would be ideal. If not, we can rest easy and develop our plans. It is better to prepare for the worst-case scenario early on," Zhuge Jin remarked after a moment of contemplation. The prince mused that, regardless of the outcome, even if he were to be killed, it would not be a true demise. He would merely lose a level. As he was only at level 30, losing one level was insignificant. Furthermore, who would wish to live a life fraught with constant anxiety? More importantly, if they could indeed persuade them to surrender, the Dragonscale Empire would experience a rapid transformation. Opportunity and risk coexisted, and given the disproportionate ratio of loss to gain, the risk was minimal. A profit of 200 could incite fervent efforts. To refrain from taking such a gamble would be foolish. If the Lord himself was unafraid of death, what hesitation could his subordinates have? Moreover, the prince's reasoning was sound. If the Lord himself was fearless, what was there to fear? This presented a rare opportunity to gain merit. The higher the merit, the greater the position, especially in relation to the prince, as they had already acknowledged him as their leader. "Very well, let us have Xiao San lead the way. We shall set forth immediately," the prince declared, embodying a decisive spirit, and they had little to prepare. Retrieving Hunyao into the Mount's spatial realm, the five of them, accompanied by 18,000 soldiers, departed in grand fashion, leaving Hunyao outside to avoid alienating the bandits and complicating the prospect of surrender. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the bandit stronghold, flanked by towering mountains that reached skyward, growing ever higher as they ventured further. Within the narrow gorge, after a mere 20 to 30 meters, they encountered a stone wall, 5 or 6 meters high. Indeed, it was constructed of stone, with several thousand individuals stationed atop it, and a wooden gate 2 meters wide and 3 meters high in the center. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoying was truly astonished. Placing 2 or 3 formidable generals on the wall was a testament to the fortification's strength, an impenetrable barrier. The awe-inspiring power of nature was undeniable. It was difficult to fathom such a natural fortress, unlike anything artificially hewn. One could only wonder about the grandeur and terror of the world-renowned Tiger Prison Pass, which surely could not be breached by mere human effort. The initial plan for a forceful assault was promptly abandoned. The prince summoned Zhuge Jin to discuss alternative strategies. Zhuge Jin approached the prince and, after a moment's reflection, suggested, "My lord, it would be prudent to make an initial visit. Should the other party prove hostile, General Zhao could protect you." After considering Zhuge Jin's advice, the prince resolved to heed his counsel. Leaving the troops behind, he took Xiao Yun and Zhuge Jin to prepare for their entrance into the stronghold. Upon reaching the gates, the prince was struck by the formidable aura of the bandit leader, a truly capable and battle-hardened individual. If he could be persuaded to join their ranks, it would be a remarkable acquisition of talent. As the prince momentarily lost himself in thought, the bandits on the stronghold spotted him and shouted loudly, "You below, quickly withdraw. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." The prince adjusted his attire and respectfully replied, "I am an official of the court, specifically the censor of the capital, here to pay a visit to your general. I wonder if you might facilitate an introduction." For the general in question had been demoted by the 10 eunuchs, willingly embracing a life of banditry, yet still retained his identity as a court official. Upon hearing that he was a person of the court, they immediately responded, "Please wait here while I report." At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from within. "Ha! Who comes to visit me? It has been ages since anyone graced this place. Come, let him enter." As the prince strolled along the path, he observed the surroundings, where the faces of the people were brimming with joy, evoking a sense of curiosity within him towards this general. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld a figure clad in the official garb of a Han Dynasty general. Understanding dawned upon him. As he glanced to the left, he was momentarily entranced by an exquisite beauty. The The lady possessed a cascade of lustrous hair that danced gently in the breeze, delicate willow-like brows, enchanting eyes that sparkled with allure, a graceful nose, and cheeks that bore a subtle blush. Her luscious lips were like ripe cherries, and her skin, as pure as snow, glimmered like jade. She had a petite figure, exuding an elegance that was both gentle and captivating. Her flowing hair, reminiscent of silk, fluttered gracefully as she moved, her phoenix-like brows arching elegantly, and her eyes shone like stars in the moon. A finely shaped nose complemented her softly blushing cheeks and cherry-like lips, framing a flawless oval face that radiated shy charm. Her skin was smooth and radiant, and her slender form was ethereal and refined. Fortunately, the prince, having been raised in a noble family, was no stranger to beauty, and he quickly regained his composure. None of this escaped the keen gaze of the general in the hall, who nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 17. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles. 5. A profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the general's cough. The prince had been gazing at the lady, who, feeling the intensity of his gaze, became shy. Realizing his impropriety upon hearing the cough, the prince promptly apologized. I have long admired the esteemed name of your stronghold's leader and have taken the liberty to visit. I hope you will kindly excuse my boldness. He began with a smile, knowing well that they were unfamiliar with the name or appearance of the leader, resorting instead to vague pleasantries. Leading the group was a tall and handsome young man, appearing to be in his late 20s or nearing 30. Dressed simply yet exuding an air of dignified strength as he sat sipping tea. Flanking him were two robust men, clearly not of ordinary stature. The dark-faced young man was likely an important figure within the stronghold, perhaps even of strategist caliber. Ha ha ha, it is a delight to have friends come from afar. Your generous words humble me, he responded with mirth. In the village of the Longlin Empire, the prince, a humble leader, addressed the chieftain of a neighboring tribe, expressing his hopes for mutual support and frequent exchanges. Ha ha ha, there is no need to call me chieftain. I am Bai Qing, courtesy named Chongqing, a descendant of the famed General Bai Qi from the former Qin dynasty. Upon hearing this, the prince was taken aback, realizing he was in the presence of Bai Qi's lineage. While he hesitated to request assistance, he felt compelled to challenge the young general beside Bai Qing, hoping his intentions would not be misconstrued. I simply seek to stretch my legs after being confined to this mountain stronghold for too long. I wonder what you think of this proposal, my esteemed general. The prince felt a twinge of unease, fully aware of Zhao Yun's formidable prowess. Should Zhao Yun engage, there was a risk that he might inadvertently embarrass the chieftain, potentially leading to an unfavorable situation. He glanced at Zhao Yun, who seemed eager for a contest. Just as the prince contemplated an excuse to withdraw, Bai Qing interjected, I believe the general wishes to test his mettle against me. Should your subordinate manage to best me, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you henceforth. The prince recognized this as a challenge. It was clear that unless one reached Zhao Yun's level of skill, subjugation would be unattainable. However, Zhao Yun boldly declared, I am willing to accept the chieftain's challenge. With a swift motion, Bai Qing wielded his whip, creating a dazzling net of strikes aimed directly at Zhao Yun. As Zhao Yun prepared to draw his sword, he suddenly recalled that he had left it on his steed. Cursing under his breath, he saw the whip approaching and leaped into the air, his garments billowing in the wind. The first strike missed its mark, but a second whip followed swiftly, weaving through the air like a nimble serpent, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Bai Qing executed a backward somersault, narrowly grazing Zhao Yun's chest with the whip, leaving a thin, crimson line that drew forth droplets of blood. Zhao Yun landed atop the whip's tip, wiping away the blood with a raised eyebrow. I did not anticipate your skills to be so remarkable. I am impressed. The prince watched in astonishment, fully aware of Zhao Yun's capabilities, and recognized that Bai Qing was indeed formidable for having injured him. Very well, let us continue, Bai Qing declared, retracting his whip and transforming his fingers into a spear, tracing an arc of fire that spiraled toward Zhao Yun. With no means of evasion, Zhao Yun braced himself as the searing arc approached, the heated air rustling his hair and garments. The prince, having witnessed Bai Qing's prowess before, felt a surge of anxiety for Zhao Yun, who was now unarmed against this fiery onslaught. As the arc neared, Zhao Yun clasped his hands before his chest, eyes shut, and an extraordinary transformation enveloped him. A cool, azure energy emanated from his being, and in a moment, he opened his eyes, their pupils narrowing into icy slits, before drawing forth a gleaming silver spear. The fire arc launched by Bai Qing struck before Zhao Yun, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking ice. Initially, a subtle and gradual crackling noise emerged, followed by a thunderous explosion as the fire arc detonated. Fragments of fire rained down towards the prince, but in that moment, A beautiful lady beside him raised her hand, shielding him from harm. It was clear that the outcome had been determined. Chapter 18. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles. 6. Once the contest concluded, the prince rose and expressed his gratitude to the lady, saying, "Thank you, miss, for your rescue." Upon hearing his words, the lady smiled, enchanting the prince with her charm. The young woman was named by Jiao Jiao, and she was of unparalleled beauty. At that moment, Zhuge Jin nudged the prince, whispering, "Your Highness, please be mindful of your image." The prince, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat. Meanwhile, Bai Qing knelt before the prince, exclaiming, "I pledge my allegiance to the noble lord." Upon hearing this, a notification chimed, "Descendant of Bai Qing wishes to join the Dragon Scale Empire. Do you accept?" Without hesitation, the prince chose to accept. Shortly thereafter, another notification sounded. "The enchanting beauty Bai Jiao Jiao wishes to join the Dragon Scale Empire. Do you accept?" Ding. Bai Qing wishes to bring the entire Bai Qi family into the Dragon Scale Empire. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, the prince felt as though countless stars filled the sky, and he chose to accept. Attributes of Bai Qing and Bai Jiao Jiao. Bai Qing. Style, Chongqing. Attribute boost, 70, loyalty, 100, profession, general, meritorious service, 40. 000, title, General of the Eastern Town, reputation, 1000, level, 90, experience, 315, 624, 554, 545, 563, 150, 000, 000, equipment, Jiaoying, imbued with burning effects, strength, 97, defense, 98, agility, 99, stamina, 98, health, 9, 898, charm, 95, subordinates, 6000, including 6000 Black Hawk warriors. Troop types, Black Hawk warriors, light armored cavalry, trainable troops, giant spear soldiers, giant shielded infantry, strong crossbowmen, catapults, naval forces, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, mounted archers. Godslayer, level 1, attacks directly ahead, inflicting 90 to 120 damage on the enemy target and 2 units on either side, while restoring the health of the user's units. Level 2, attacks directly ahead, inflicting 100 to 130 damage on the enemy target and 3 units on either side, while restoring the health of the user's units. Level 3, attacks directly ahead, inflicting 110 to 140 damage on the enemy target and 4 units on either side, while restoring the health of the user's units. Skill introduction, severing heartstrings. This skill devastates the opponent's internal organs, causing a rapid decline in their vitality. The lower the opponent's vitality, the faster the decline. Skill effect, upon striking the opponent, the effect takes immediate hold. The less vitality the opponent has remaining, the greater the amount of blood loss sustained per second. Skill duration, the duration corresponds to that of the poisoning technique. Thus, if the poisoning technique lasts for 8 seconds, the bleeding caused by severing heartstrings will also endure for 8 seconds, rather than the 6 seconds mentioned in the skill introduction. Skill drawbacks. 1. The effect is considerably diminished against opponents with substantial vitality. Applicable range. This skill is most effective between levels 50 and 70, particularly against adversaries with lower vitality. Utilizing the ice elements techniques. Character profile, by Jiao Jiao, loyalty, 100, a beauty from the later Qin dynasty. Attribute increase, 100 loyalty, affinity, 100, profession, general merit, 0 status, commoner reputation, 100 level, 90 experience, 31562455545563150 equipment, Dragon Shadow, imbued with burning effects strength, 85 defense, 65 agility, 76 stamina, 59 health, 59 charm, 100 subordinates, 0 troop type, phantom skills, seduction, inducement. Upon witnessing these abilities, the prince comprehended the source of their formidable strength, now comparable to Zhao Yun. The prince instructed them to gather their belongings and prepare for departure. After a brief half-hour wait, the prince anticipated their emergence. He distributed 1 silver coin to each individual unable to march or fight, allowing them to return home. Subsequently, he set forth with an army of 24,000 troops, accompanied by gathered resources, 200,000 units each of timber, grain, and stone, as well as 10,000 gold coins. In a decisive act, he set ablaze the bandit stronghold, knowing that to follow him, they could not leave remnants that might later foster a den of thieves. The only option was to incinerate it. Though reluctant, He felt compelled to take this course of action. As the prince prepared to depart, a private notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Dragon Scale Prince. Your village has advanced to a level 2 small village. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, the prince mused that they must have been performing admirably. Without further delay, he and his troops sought out clues. The prince recognized a significant lack of strategists by his side. Although Zhuge Jin was commendable, he was merely adequate, often unable to devise solutions for various challenges. This was not due to the prince's greed, but rather the emergence of Zhao Yun. Note: generals possess strength, while strategists exhibit intelligence. This distinction explains the absence of intelligence statistics in the early stages. Chapter 19. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles. 7. The starry veil cloaked the daylight, and a crescent moon cast its gentle, pure light. The fields resonated with the cheerful chirping of crickets, and the tranquil expanse exuded serenity, reminiscent of a lama's chant, evoking a sense of forgetfulness toward sorrow. As night fell, the moon hung full and bright, its soft glow illuminating the mountain peaks, instilling a sense of calm and distant reverie. Most players have long since logged off, returning to the realm of reality, leaving only him standing atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. The man slightly turned his head to the left, then reverted back, as if sensing something. Come forth. I am aware of your presence in the woods, he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. The wind began to rise, tousling the white fabric of his attire, while the trees swayed gently, whispering softly. The man turned to face the forest, the pale moonlight reflecting in his dark eyes. Since you choose not to reveal yourself, I shall take my leave. With that, he descended the mountainside, his white garments billowing in the breeze. From the rustling thicket emerged a figure, moving with an exquisite grace. How is it you? The man remarked, his expression calm, betraying only a flicker of surprise. He approached the woman, studying her features. Her face gradually flushed, her head instinctively bowed, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired, his tone imbued with gentle concern. And no, nothing at all. I merely wish to see you, she murmured, a faint sorrow surfacing from her heart. It is quite late. You should return, he advised, his mind wandering back to those cherished moments they once shared. The woman's words faltered, swallowed back into silence. Let us rest. I, too, feel weary. We shall walk together, he declared, turning away. The woman remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed upon him. What? Are you not coming? Very well, I shall proceed. Do return home swiftly. He offered her a fleeting glance before continuing on his way. Why do you always follow me? He halted once more, casting a glance back at the girl before him, who was enchanting in her demeanor. I wish to confess. I have feelings for you, she voiced, her tone sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a chorus of songbirds. A blush spread across her cheeks, her head slightly lowering, enhancing her allure. The man, however, stood in astonishment. He had never fathomed that she could harbor affection for him, let alone declare it. In his mind, women of ancient times were typically reserved, yet he had forgotten that they were not yet bound by the conservatism of later eras. This man is our prince, and the woman before him is Bai Jiao Jiao. Gradually, Bai Jiao Jiao succumbed to tears, sorrowfully addressing the prince. Do you know my story? Would you care to hear it? The prince nodded solemnly. At that moment, Jiao Jiao began to recount the tales of her childhood. The tale was as follows. Jiao Jiao was the daughter of a destitute family, but her father, a gambler, squandered their fortune away. One fateful day, he lost her mother to his vices, taking her away with him. Jiao Jiao paced the confines of their home all day, clinging to a flicker of hope that her father might remember his past affections and return her mother. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, her heart sank further, and unable to bear the torment any longer, she burst forth from the house, frantically searching for her mother's silhouette. Upon the moment she beheld her mother's garment in that pool, her mind spun as if caught in a tempest, and her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, sinking into the icy depths of despair. She plunged into the water, diving beneath its surface. Gasping for breath, she submerged once more, repeating this ritual a dozen times, yet she could not find her mother. Ultimately, resignation took hold of her. She curled up by the pool's edge. Her eyes, swollen like ripe peaches, fixated blankly on the water's surface, motionless. The scorching wind assailed her, yet she felt as though she were ensconced upon the frigid ice of the northern sea. Thus, after this ordeal had passed, her father remained unchanged, until one fateful day when he too lost his daughter to the depths. When he attempted to take her away from home, she vehemently resisted, and in his desperation, he resorted to violence. At that moment, Bai Qing fortuitously witnessed the scene. Upon learning the cause, he paid to rescue Jiao Jiao, and from that day forth, she acknowledged Bai Qing as her brother, adopting his surname. Throughout the years, Bai Qing treated her as his own sister. The prince uttered not a word, silently embracing Jiao Jiao. She did not anticipate his embrace and instinctively attempted to push him away, yet ultimately relented. The prince remained silent, simply holding her close. Chapter 20. The Prince's Wandering Chronicles. 8. Before dawn had broken, the sky was just beginning to lighten. It was a moment of exquisite ambiguity. In the deepening pale sky, a few stars still lingered, while the ground lay cloaked in darkness, the heavens awash in white. Wild grasses swayed gently, enveloped in a shroud of mysterious twilight. A lark seemed to unite with the stars, singing in the lofty expanse, while the vast firmament appeared to hold its breath, listening intently to the hymn of this small life resonating through the boundless universe. To the east, the glass mountain's hollow reflected the bronze-tinged horizon, casting its shadow. The brilliant Venus hung above the hill, resembling a soul soaring forth from the darkened mountain range. The dawn's glow gradually unveiled hues of purple, blue, green, and more. The rising sun revealed its first ray of light. Never before had she seen red so vibrant. Never had she witnessed such brilliance. In an instant, the fiery orb ascended. Gazing upon it, the rosy clouds danced. The interplay of light and shadow morphed into a kaleidoscope of forms. Beams of light cascaded from the heavens. As the prince lay upon the lawn, he recalled the events of the previous night, astonished by the memory. He thought of the moment he held Jiao Jiao. An inexplicable excitement coursing through him. Did I embrace her? Am I holding her? Am I being held? His mind was a tumult of confusion. The sensation was delightful. No? How could he entertain such thoughts? Yet, he had indeed held her. This sensation, this feeling. No, how shameless he was to entertain such notions. With a vigorous shake of his head, he sought to rid his mind of these thoughts. When the prince's forces arrived at the border between Yuzhou and Qingzhou, he found himself alone, sprawled upon the grass. At that moment, he heard the sounds of a skirmish nearby. Rising, he approached and lay down, observing a duel between two combatants. He recognized their names. The one clad in white was Tianmin Luoyan, while the one in red was Longyu Yezi. Both displayed formidable skill, and the duel promised to be an enlightening spectacle, prompting the prince to watch in quiet contemplation. In the earlier stages, it seemed that the two had been engaged in a duel for a considerable duration. Luoyan intended to utilize this brief interlude to calm his emotions. He had witnessed Luoyan's prowess, and that sword truly lived up to the title of Divine Blade among players. Luoyan had never envisioned that he could defeat Luoyan. However, he now felt an imperative need to triumph. Defeat was not an option. He could not afford to lose. As the last rag was unraveled, Yeji had already launched an attack, employing an exceedingly peculiar technique that emerged unexpectedly from an unforeseen angle, suddenly altering its trajectory entirely. Such methods were seldom observed in the martial world, and most who had witnessed them had long since departed from this realm. Luoyan's ancient sword remained steadfast as the Blue Mountain. It seemed he had anticipated Yeji's unconventional maneuvers and understood that such intricate transformations were beyond the imagination and resilience of any adversary. Thus, he remained composed, countering movement with stillness, employing steadiness to counter change, and responding to the myriad of shifts with unyielding constancy. Yet, Luoyan overlooked a crucial detail. Yeji, having roamed the gaming world with unparalleled confidence, had never contemplated risking his own life for another's. Luoyan felt compelled to fight desperately, always prepared for a fierce struggle. He had discerned that Yeji's attempts to alter his methods could never surpass his own unwavering approach. Sometimes, constancy is the essence of change, more profound than mere transformation. Suddenly, Luoyan too embraced a form of constancy. His hook, executed with an entirely unremarkable technique, struck out from an angle anyone could conceive. As he launched the hook, his body surged forward. He was fighting with all his might. Even if his strike missed, he still possessed a life to gamble with. He was unwilling to perish. Yet, when faced with imminent death, he had no choice but to engage fully. This technique could hardly be deemed exceptional, amidst the intricate and wondrous variations of the parting hook. Such a straightforward maneuver was non-existent. It was precisely this lack of complexity that rendered it unexpected, particularly for Luoyan, who was all too familiar with the transformations of the parting hook. In certain circumstances, an overfamiliarity with a subject may prove more detrimental than complete ignorance. The same applies to people. Thus, it is often your most familiar friends who betray you, as you cannot fathom their capacity for treachery or the suddenness of their changes. This was precisely the situation at hand. Despite the ferocity of Lian's strike, there lay a flaw within it. Had Yeji reacted promptly, his sword would undoubtedly have been swifter than Luo Yin's, likely allowing him to deliver a fatal blow first. However, the seasoned expert seemed somewhat flustered this time, failing to counterattack. Instead, he executed an extraordinarily challenging maneuver, lifting his body effortlessly from the ground. This technique, among the most difficult in lightness training, relied solely on controlled breath. He had not prepared to leap, and thus, when he summoned his breath, it was inevitably delayed. Although the difference was but a fleeting moment, that moment proved fatal. He felt the icy hook's edge latch onto his leg, aware that his limb was about to part from his body, forever severed. Blood spurted forth, obscuring Luo Yin's vision with a crimson haze. As the moment arrived when Luo Yin reopened his eyes, he found that Coconut lay lifeless beneath the tree, his pallid face devoid of color, one leg severed at the knee. A once renowned swordsman in the gaming realm had met such a tragic fate. Following the conclusion of the contest, a hook ensnared Coconut's neck, leading to his demise, and in a flash of white light, he vanished. At that moment, Luo Yin called out, "Your Excellency, you have been watching for some time. Why not reveal yourself for a gathering?" Chapter 21. The establishment of the Tianmin clan. Upon hearing this, the prince was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure and rose to his feet. He strolled leisurely to Lian's side, observing his silence, aware that the prince awaited his response. "I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot consent to join the Dragon Scale Empire. I cannot betray the kindness shown to me by Typhon." With that, Luo Yin departed. The prince watched his retreating figure, lamenting, "What a pity," he chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he returned to his troops. He led his forces in search of renowned strategists and valiant generals. Yet these individuals were notoriously elusive, if they could be found. They had likely already been claimed by other clans. The prince resolved to venture beyond the borders, seeking military achievements to expand his army. For only in this manner could he free himself from the constraints of the court, while simultaneously fortifying his strength amidst the Yellow Turban Rebellion. "We are about to campaign against the Xiongnu. Equip yourselves." The prince retrieved a set of armor from his ring and handed it to Bai Qing, stating calmly. Bai Qing, a man of few words, said nothing, merely regarding Xiaoying with gratitude as he respectfully accepted the gear. Just as the prince prepared to lead his troops into battle, he heard a voice beside him, ding. "Congratulations, Prince Longlin, your village has successfully upgraded to level 2. Congratulations, Prince, your village has upgraded to level 3. Congratulations, Prince, your village has advanced to level 4. Congratulations, Prince, your village has ascended to level 5. The prince reflected on this sequence of announcements. Realizing why he had not heard of any recent upgrades, they had been poised to deliver a surprise all at once. Ding. Congratulations, player Tianmin Typhon, for establishing Tianmin and earning the title of the second village in the realm. Your village gains 300 prestige, and you are awarded 5,000 each of wood, grain, stone, and gold. This is officially announced. After the 3 announcements, the prince felt it was time for the second village to manifest. As recent tranquility did not align with Tianmin's ethos, he sent a message to Dongxia, urging him to bolster defenses. The prince entered the barracks to receive orders for the recruited troops and set forth immediately. He gathered 30,000 soldiers, supplemented by encounters in towns. Dragon Scale New Army 10,000, White Horse Volunteers 10,000, Black Eagle Warriors 10,000. The Grand Army stretched for miles, marching robustly towards Yanmen Pass. While soldiers were recruited within the barracks, once a certain number was reached, they could only be sent forth from the city. The system would automatically dispatch them to prevent rebellion. However, this restriction did not apply within one's own domain. Due to the presence of an entirely cavalry force, which had been acquired later in the city, the journey proceeded with remarkable swiftness. After a day of rapid marching, they swiftly reached the Yanmen Pass. Upon submitting the pass documents, they seamlessly traversed the pass and surged forth into the expansive wilderness beyond. Typically, a vast army seeking to cross such a threshold would require pass documents, which only court officials are authorized to possess, or the consent of the local powers. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to force their way through. In the current climate, attempting to breach the Yanmen Pass would be folly, as there were over 1 million level 90 guardians watching closely. Under the blazing sun, with warm winds stirring, the boundless grasslands echoed with the sound of 30,000 cavalry advancing like a tidal wave, stirring up clouds of dust and the thunderous clatter of hooves resonating through the air. Observing the formidable and imposing army in motion, the prince felt an overwhelming surge of spirit, ignited perhaps by the relentless sun or the vastness of the plains. A fierce and restless energy surged within him, yearning for the eruption of a brutal and intense conflict. This was not mere bloodlust. It was the inherent valor within every man. In such a scenario, who among them would willingly embrace mediocrity? To ride across the expansive world is the dream of every man, particularly within the context of the Three Kingdoms and its cold weaponry. On the endless plains, who would not feel their blood boil in pursuit of glory and the ecstasy of honor? The verdant and boundless grasslands were shrouded in dust, obscuring the sun, as if summoning the frenzied and bloody scent of battle. The echo of hooves resonated through the heavens, sounding like the mournful call of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. All of this underscored the desolation of the frontier. Just as the prince pondered these reflections, a black eagle warrior approached him respectfully and said, "Your Grace, approximately 3 miles from here lies a town." They had scarcely entered the vast grasslands when they encountered a village. However, it was truly a place of vast expanses and sparse population. This desolation was largely attributed to the fact that this region marked the border between the Han Dynasty and the Xiongnu. Though ethnic distinctions have largely faded in reality, in the game, slaying the armies of foreign tribes yields merit, emboldening players to brazenly engage in plunder in this territory. Cultivating a cadre of mid-tier commanders was one of the prince's significant motivations for his campaign against the Xiongnu. After all, he currently lacked a sufficient number of martial generals, rendering him incapable of effectively orchestrating large-scale battles. With his present force of 30,000, he could hardly generate significant impact and would have to proceed cautiously. Due to the overnight march, the troops were utterly exhausted. The prince could only order a respite for his men. Although this was a game, the experience bore little difference from reality. Chapter 22. The sound of war horns. The scenery beyond the pass remains eternally unchanged. The splendor of yesteryears has long since vanished. The Xiongnu are a nation of warriors, a nomadic people, and various environmental factors make it exceedingly challenging for the tribes of the grasslands to establish cities. However, in the realm of the game, building a city is no longer an unattainable dream. The bounteous pastoral conditions in their world provide them with a formidable advantage in this backdrop of cold weaponry. In the realm of the game Dynasty, the nomadic tribes of China predominantly rely on cavalry as their principal military force. It is no surprise then that in the context of the Three Kingdoms, these exotic factions, adorned as mere embellishments, have attracted numerous players to select them as their birthplace. Whether this attraction stems from the game itself or the fact that the 30,000 troops led by the prince are indeed a rare breed of elite soldiers is uncertain. Within mere minutes of issuing the assembly order, the army of 30,000 cavalrymen stood in impeccable formation, their steeds poised for battle. The golden military banner, emblazoned with the character for king, fluttered in the wind. Though it was but a solitary flag, a far cry from the multitude of banners depicted in novels and television. Typically, a mid to high-ranking general possesses one banner signifying the allegiance of their troops. It is unnecessary for several individuals to carry a single flag. For instance, one banner suffices for the prince's 30,000 troops. Wei Qing and Zhao Yun, though lacking soldiers, are high-ranking generals in their own right, each bearing a banner representing a specific division of the Dragon Scale faction. In Dynasty, the military banner serves to consolidate and elevate morale. If the general's silhouette is visible within the line of sight, the absence of a banner is inconsequential. However, should the banner fall, morale is drastically halved, significantly increasing the likelihood of a rout. Of course, one may choose to carry multiple banners. The effectiveness remains unchanged regardless of troop numbers, primarily to ensure that the soldiers can see and feel the general's presence. Should one find themselves idle, adorning oneself with banners or even donning them as clothing would draw no reprimand. As the prince marched alongside his 30,000 soldiers, accompanied by Zhao Yun and Bai Qing, they arrived at the village indicated by the soldiers. Upon gazing upward, the prince realized it was merely a modest level 5 village. In this frontier, it was a fanciful notion for players of the Han camp to establish towns beyond the Great Wall. Such aspirations were utterly unattainable unless one vanquished the Xiongnu king and assumed command, thus gaining the power to create a village in the outer regions. Upon reaching the village entrance, the prince found it crowded with the village's defensive forces, numbering less than 10,000, a stark contrast to the elite troops under his command. At that moment, the villagers parted, creating a path for an elder who approached. The prince, lacking decorum, addressed him brusquely. "Old man, are you the village chief?" The elder, far from incensed by the prince's impolite address, responded with a disingenuous smile. "Might I inquire, esteemed sir, the purpose of your visit to our humble village?" The prince regarded the elder with a piercing gaze, causing the latter to tremble under its intensity. At this juncture, Zhuge Jin approached the prince and whispered, "One must not show mercy. If one is to execute, then execute without hesitation. Compassion will only hinder one's ambitions." The prince, recalling a maxim from Cao Cao, reflected, "I shall not allow the world to betray me, nor will I betray the world." With that thought lingering, he raised his hand and commanded, devoid of any sympathetic tone, "Kill." The elder cried out, "You cannot do this. You are more beast than man." The prince, heedless of the elder's vitriol, did not turn back, delegating the remaining matters to Zhuge Jin. Gazing at the boundless wasteland, the prince became lost in thought for an extended period. At that moment, Zhao Jiao approached the prince's side, observing his demeanor in silence, and quietly wrapped her arms around his back. The prince, weary in both body and spirit, felt her embrace and, upon turning to look, was filled with affection. Zhao Jiao softly murmured, "Do not blame yourself. All is predestined. This is a world where, despite your refusal to take a life, others seek to take yours. If you do not act, others will. You must seize control of your mind and body, and all will pass. Only by achieving your desires and restoring peace to the chaotic world can you enable others to enjoy a better life." The prince reflected silently, acknowledging that only through pacifying the tumult could others find solace. Sacrificing others now was merely a means to expedite the restoration of order. The Huns had committed numerous atrocities against the women of the Central Plains. Even if they bore no guilt, they existed in such an environment, serving as the foundation for his burgeoning strength. After Zhao Jiao finished speaking, she fell silent, and the prince held her close, both enveloped in quietude. At that moment, a notification from the system pierced the silence. Ding! Player Dragonscale Prince, you have captured Mo Lin village. Do you wish to occupy it? Without hesitation, the prince chose to destroy it. Soon thereafter, a soldier presented a report, which the prince perused. Losses amounted to 98 of the Dragonscale New Army, 27 of the White Horse Cavalry, and 56 Black Hawk Warriors, while 560 enemy troops were annihilated and 440 captured. The Dragonscale New Army evolved into the Dragonscale Iron Army, with a loss of 457 horses, yet they acquired 432 horses, 871 sets of weapons and equipment, 87 valuable items and architectural blueprints, 820,000 rations, 820,000 timber, and 26 crystal coins, among others. The prince entered the barracks, recruiting soldiers until the ranks swelled to 10,000. The troop composition was as follows: 10,000 Dragonscale Iron Army, 10,000 White Horse Cavalry, 10,000 Black Hawk Warriors, and 10,000 Light Armored Cavalry. The prince glanced at his experience bar, noting only a slight increase. It seemed leveling up was quite a formidable challenge. He summoned Zhao Yun and others for a brief meeting to discuss strategic arrangements and post-battle evaluations. Chapter 23. A shocking secret resurrected. The spoils from a town-level territory were commendable, with the greatest bounty being the horses. Data comparisons suggested a decisive victory. However, in terms of actual value, the losses were severe, bordering on catastrophic. The training cost for special troops was 50 gold coins each, with an additional special fee of 20 gold coins. Training one Dragonscale soldier equated to the recruitment and training of 100 ordinary cavalrymen. Yet, the prince found satisfaction in the upgrade of the Dragonscale Imperial Guard, a primary objective in his campaign against the Huns. The only recourse was to cultivate their strength through the swift means of warfare. Although the prince has a multitude of players, the sheer number makes management quite challenging. Even with 10,000 level 16 troops and 10,000 level 16 players, trained as they may be, they are utterly helpless. Should there be 100,000 players, the outcome might be a Pyrrhic victory. Once the village is destroyed, the walls inevitably crumble, and all residents become refugees, gradually withdrawing and seeking refuge with other factions. However, unlike the system-generated refugees, these individuals retain the painful memories of their lost homes and harbor a deep-seated resentment toward the forces that obliterated their livelihoods, potentially leading to ambushes or acts of vengeance. Given the limited space within the village, now reduced to ruins, the soldiers' resting area is established outside its confines. Those who recently engaged in vigorous combat take precedence in recuperating to restore their various states, while some patrol the surroundings and others venture into the city to gather resources, essentially behaving like bandits, though not targeting the civilian populace unless provoked by ambushes or resistance. However, Xiaoying staunchly prohibits the plundering or harming of ordinary residents' resources. Sustaining warfare through warfare has always been the most expedient and straightforward method for armies and factions to expand. At this juncture, a system announcement resonates. Ding! The humanoid creation system has been activated. 100 million can allow Tianlong to create a single being, resurrected into the real world akin to a clone, devoid of any treachery towards its master. However, full loyalty to its sovereign must be achieved for the creation to occur. The world is taken aback by this proclamation. The forums are abuzz with discussions regarding the humanoid creation system, yet the prince remains indifferent to such matters. This world operates on a principle. To obtain certain things, one must pay a corresponding price. When will desires be fulfilled? The prince gazes at the sky, sighing. In truth, the driving force behind the prince's ruthless annihilation of the village is known only to him. The destruction of the village exposes the wealth and resources of all surrounding factions. Obliterating this village is merely a means to more thoroughly amass riches. Although the prince has an affinity for wealth, he is not one who fervently pursues materialistic pleasures. Sufficient funds are all he desires. The extensive accumulation of wealth primarily serves to expedite the rescue of these entities from their fated existence as mere data. The prince currently feels powerless, as the cost of creating a humanoid, similar to a clone, is exorbitant. The current exchange rate for in-game currency stands at 100 million for a single humanoid creation. In-game currency is structured as 1 gold equals 100 silver and 10,000 copper. 1 crystal coin equals 1,000 gold, with a purple crystal equating to 1,000 crystal coins. These are all designated for later national warfare lords. 1 gold is equivalent to 10 yuan. Thus, 10 million equals 1 crystal coin, which implies that 100 million equals 100 purple crystals. The entire body crafted from diamond would likely not even require such an investment. However, having deeply felt the cold and dark indifference of human nature in reality, the prince values the emotions within Dynasty all the more, considering it a goal and a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would not dare to resurrect them. Once again, the prince gazes skyward, the night enveloping him like a veil of smoke. The beach, cliffs, mountains, and woods have lost all vibrancy, presenting a lifeless tableau devoid of color and sound. The gaze of onlookers can only capture the silhouette of a rock protruding from the steep cliff. The world is shrouded in chaos. The mountains and trees appear hazy, enveloped in an unyielding mist that obscures all. At this moment, a petite figure traverses the desolate expanse. The woman, intent on gauging the prince's strength, strikes his gun with her knife held in her left hand. A sharp clang resonates, sending a tingle through her left wrist. Both she and the prince leap aside in surprise. Realizing the prince possesses considerable power, she decides to employ more intricate techniques with her blade. Thus, she engages with her knife in her right hand while stealthily aiming her left at his vulnerable lower body. The prince, with a smirk, remarks, "What a deadly technique." He swings his gun with agility, the bright flashes of light dancing around them, leaving the woman unable to find any openings. Acknowledging the prince's formidable skills, she becomes increasingly cautious in her approach. After over 30 exchanges, the woman remains undeterred, leaving the prince genuinely astonished, exclaiming, "What a remarkable girl, truly skilled." The prince understands that any player capable of matching him is among the elite, yet he had never encountered a woman like this. Just then, seizing an opportunity while she is distracted, the prince lifts her veil, revealing a familiar face, the beautiful second daughter of the Mao family, whom he had seen outside the residence of the Eastern Evil. For those unfamiliar, the second daughter of the Mao family is introduced in Chapter 2, which beautifully describes her charm without revealing her name or story. The second daughter of the Mao family harbored feelings for Han Ruo, but relinquished them due to her sister's friendship with him. After her sister betrayed Han Ruo, he vanished, prompting Xiang Dan's relentless search for him. Eventually, she found him within the game, while the prince, already somewhat fond of her, decided to follow her after learning she had established the Dragon Scale Empire in the game. Chapter 24. A stroke of luck in the stillness of the night. With a refreshing evening breeze, the melodious sounds of crickets filled the air. Xiang Dan rushed forward, enveloping the prince in a tight embrace. The wind rustled their garments, causing white fabric to swirl around them as the trees swayed and the moonlight softened. The prince stood frozen, caught off guard, unable to process the sudden closeness. "What are you doing?" he asked, bewildered, though internally flustered, his calm facade crumbling. "Do you know? I have liked you for a long time," Xiang Dan confessed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to him, her voice trembling. "I know," the prince replied, his heart now in disarray, his composure utterly lost. The prince gently caressed the woman's flowing hair, gazing at her with a heart burdened by unspoken pain. He truly did not wish to harm her. He could not bear to betray her trust. You say you cannot love me. That is merely an excuse, a pretext, he lamented, as her tears flowed more freely. No matter what, you always shy away from my embrace. I would willingly sacrifice everything for you, even if it meant imprisonment by my family. I desire nothing more than for you to be with me, even if only for a single day, she pleaded. I cannot do this. I love you too. The prince began, but his words faltered, leaving silence in their wake. Excuse, merely an excuse. It seems you truly do not wish for us to be together. Shangguan sorrowfully expressed, her grief overflowing. The wind howled louder, trees swaying around the two, who clung to one another. Fool, how could I not love you? The prince whispered tenderly into Shangguan's ear. Her sobs gradually ceased as she gazed at him. Embracing the prince, she implored, please do not harbor hatred for my sister. She had no choice. The prince raised his brows at this revelation. Believing he was angry, Shangguan fell silent, prompting the prince to sigh and say, I do not blame your sister. I have pondered much over these days. I can only hold myself accountable for misjudging her character. Shangguan recognized the prince's significant concession and refrained from pressing further. They sat upon the tiger's back, gazing at the sky. The prince turned to Shangguan in his arms and remarked, see how the crescent moon resembles a comb suspended in the air? People say the moon is the kindest, most empathetic maiden, ever watchful over those who suffer. Whenever misfortune or sorrow befalls someone, she gazes upon them with compassion, often shedding tears. Perhaps she cannot bear to witness the plight of the unfortunate, hence she veils half her face, yet her gentle light still seeps through the window, casting a soft glow into the darkened room. Shangguan understood the prince's heartache and quietly replied, indeed, the vastness of the night sky humbles me, reminding me of my own insignificance. The infinite universe evokes contemplation of life's fleeting nature. I seem to grasp the ancient sentiments of helplessness. They both gazed into the profound, starry night, where the frogs croaked and insects chirped incessantly. Ancients? The prince queried, then chuckled, aren't we living in an ancient time ourselves? What do we feel in this life of antiquity? Shangguan observed the prince and sensed he had found clarity. Cold, may I accompany you in battling the Xiongnu? She timidly inquired, fearing his disapproval of her desire to follow. The prince considered. After all, waging war against the Xiongnu was for the purpose of strengthening their power. Besides, her abilities were commendable. Having her along could provide protection and possibly prove beneficial in the future. Thus, he replied, you may join, but you must heed my commands. He playfully pinched Shangguan's nose, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, rendering her even more endearing. The prince gazed at Shangguan, captivated by her charm, silently resolving to protect those close to him. However, this required formidable strength. Otherwise, he might tread the same path as the illustrious Shangguan family. The morning light hovered over the burgeoning city, the sun's amber lashes casting their glow upon the towering edifices. The sycamore trees lining the streets gently unfurled their lush green fronds, while the garden at the heart of the city seemed to cradle a group of infants, basking in the dew of the night, their radiant smiles blossoming. Soon, the throngs of people and vehicles surged, creating a warm and vibrant atmosphere. As the prince and Shangguan rose from the lawn, they beheld the brightening sky. Watching Shangguan lazing on the grass, the prince smiled, an unrestrained joy washing over him. He could hardly remember the last time he had felt such happiness, content simply to have Shangguan by his side. Chapter 25. The Duel Beyond the Pass. In the year 181 AD, during the 4th year of the Guanghe era, the Xianbei leader, Tan Shihui, passed away at the age of 45, followed by Zhang Huan, who succumbed to illness at 78. In September of that same year, the Grand Commandant Lu Quan was dismissed from his post due to calamities, and the eunuch Chao Jia also met his demise. After more than a year of relentless warfare, the prince arrived near the renowned city of Jin, Kazakhstan, situated in the northern realms of the Xiongnu kingdom. Having endured extensive battles, the prince's forces had dwindled to a mere 50,000, with only about 15 dragon-scale blood guards remaining, around 100 white horse warriors, and 15,000 black eagle warriors. The light cavalry numbered 10,000, each soldier a survivor of the blood-soaked battlefield, having risen from the corpses of the fallen. It is often said that one's appearance reflects their inner self. Although their visages bore little change, the prince, Zhao Jiao, Shangguan, Zhao Yun, and Zhuge Jin had undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor. If Zhao Yun once appeared as a fledgling, he now stood as a general capable of independent command. He exuded a sharp, formidable aura, embodying the quintessential steel-hearted spirit of a soldier. Shangguan, in particular, radiated an exuberant elegance and captivating charm. Notably, Both Zhao Yun and Xiang Dan had developed the ability to lead independently, perhaps due to rapid advancement, while most players hovered around level 27. The prince had ascended to level 59, Xiang Dan to level 41, Zhao Yun to level 90, Bai Qing to an impressive 92, Bai Jiao to 92. And Zhuge Jin also reached level 90. However, their capability to command an army remained intact. Level was not the crux of the matter in a duel between masters. Even a disparity of several levels became inconsequential. Consider a level 20 assassin with a speed of over 50 facing a level 60 strategist with a speed of merely 20. The outcome is evident. It was time for us to return to the Central Plains. All along, we had circumvented the cities of the royal court to avoid excessive casualties and to evade the Xiongnu's relentless pursuit. My intention was to attempt an assault on the city before our departure. Regardless of the outcome, we would swiftly make our way back to the Central Plains. Prince Sixua pondered for a considerable time before responding earnestly. The crowd, in deference to the prince's authority, raised no objections. After all, he was their lord, and his decisions were typically resolutely upheld. The following day, as the sun began to rise and the dense fog lingered, the dormant dragon scale army mobilized. Bai Qing led 15,000 Black Hawk warriors and 10,000 lightly armored cavalry, arrayed in two flanks, totaling 25,000 soldiers clad in crimson, reminiscent of a maple forest ablaze in autumn hues. The clarion call of horns resonated, and the formidable forces of the Golden Kazakh camp surged forth, their ranks resembling a vast expanse of dark pine forests, echoing the formation of the Zhao army. These two armies, evenly matched in strength yet distinct in style, faced one another, the dragon scale army wielding broad, long swords, while the Hu army brandished curved sabers. The cavalry on either side displayed a remarkable contrast. Suddenly, the Hu army's drums and horns erupted, their banners flapping vigorously in the wind. The dragon scale army's flanking cavalry advanced first, while the central troops marched in disciplined unison, steadily progressing towards the mountain walls, shouting kill, with every third step, exuding an air of calm determination. Simultaneously, the piercing sound of horns reverberated through the valley, as the flanking cavalry charged forward, and the heavily armored infantry marched with an unyielding pride, akin to a relentless black tide sweeping across the land. At last, the two mighty forces collided with a resounding crash, echoing like thunder through the valley, reminiscent of furious waves crashing against towering mountains. Long swords and curved blades clashed. Spears and throwing darts whistled through the air, and a dense rain of arrows descended like locusts. The cacophony of battle cries and fierce roars causing the very earth to tremble. This was a manifestation of the military's might, a testament to the alternating blood and sweat, fueled by the valor of warriors willing to embrace death. Iron men clashed, unwavering in their resolve, their faces fierce, bloodied weapons in hand. Low growls reverberating amidst the swirling smoke, enveloping the entire wasteland in an atmosphere of primal violence. In Hu City, the billowing smoke of fierce flames engulfed the fortress. The once proud Hu flag, fluttering in the wind, now lay tattered and on the verge of collapse. Upon the battlements, corpses lay strewn, blood flowing freely. Yet no one ventured to clear the scene, the mingling stench of blood and sweat permeating the air, sharp and unbearable. Yet, the war raged on. The piercing cries and agonizing screams tugged at the heartstrings. Below the walls, the robust figures of the dragon-scale soldiers surged like waves, their voices resonating with earth-shattering shouts. This fervent call spread among the ranks, invigorating them and dispelling much of their inexplicable fear. Arrows flew wildly through the air, raining down like locusts, and soldiers fell, struck by the lethal projectiles. As the dragon-scale soldiers ascended the walls, they were met by a throng of Hu soldiers, outnumbering them in a fierce confrontation. "Get down!" came a chilling scream, as the frenzied slaughter intensified, the flames of war igniting the fury of both armies. This battle for Luoqing seemed to become the most arduous challenge for the dragon-scale army in their quest to breach Hu City. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow upon the battlements. At last, the not-so-lofty city gates creaked open, and an unending tide of cavalry surged forth, their sharp weapons reflecting the crimson light. As night gradually descended, the scene was set for an epic confrontation. The blood-red setting sun casts a grim shadow over lives that are as fragile as grass. What path shall we take? Chapter 26. The Fall of Hu City. The terror of war is profoundly heart-stirring. Countless valiant souls perish on the battlefield. Those who flee swiftly escape, while the slower ones meet their bitter fate beneath the blades. In the chaos of war, notions of righteousness are rendered meaningless. The city gates stand wide open as the dragon-scale army surges forth, glimmering like stars scattered across the night sky, each bright arc culminating in a splatter of blood. The soul-binding fan unfurls, blossoming like an open parasol, with the lightest touch resulting in severed limbs, and the gravest leading to dismemberment. The prince wields his silver spear, thrusting, sweeping, cleaving, and pricking. Given the current prowess of the players, they are generally far superior to the ordinary troops. If a player, after a year of training, were still unable to best a common army, it would indeed be a tale of absurdity. However, with the emergence of this situation, the factions comprising the majority of players experience a significant surge in strength. To put it precisely, each player is akin to a general, capable of leading troops in a battle. With only differences in their capabilities, yet they are undeniably formidable. In this reckless charge, the ferocity and combat effectiveness of the army are vividly illustrated. When disregarding the losses of stragglers, the overall casualties are minimal. The prince, like a diamond, leads the way into the ranks of the Hu army's defenders. With every foot he advances, the dragon-scale army follows closely behind, their movements as swift as lightning and their presence as fierce as a tiger. Almost before the Hu defenders can react, they find themselves besieged by the oncoming blades. The towering walls reach heights of 4 to 5 meters, with stone walls a meter or two thick. The parapets are densely packed, and the gates of the residence stand 5 to 6 meters high. Constructed of solid wood with intricately painted beams and tiled eaves, resembling a quintessential ancient palace gate, although not as towering as the city walls. The archers stationed atop await their prey, making it a daunting task for the dragon-scale army to assault without incurring significant costs, an unattainable feat. At that moment, a stranger appeared before the dragon-scale army, inquiring, "Are you truly intending to attack Hu City?" His astonishment was palpable as he witnessed the assault on Hu City, shaking his head in disbelief. The world has gone mad. It is incredible that someone would dare to confront a system city with a force composed entirely of cavalry. And this army appears to number merely in the tens of thousands. For reference, city levels range from village levels 1 to 5, towns 15, counties 15, cities 15, main cities 15, imperial cities 15, and the imperial capital 15. Indeed, it is best not to act recklessly if one wishes to survive. Although I detest the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, circumstances sometimes compel us to commit such acts, leading to the demise of many who are undeserving. The prince turned back, his gaze steady and piercing, rendering the stranger uncomfortable. Coupled with his cold demeanor and tone, no one doubted the veracity of his words. This stranger was also a fugitive from the Xiongnu cavalry. In Mao Yingying's mind, the decision to kill or spare mattered little. Mere hours ago, he would have preferred to err on the side of violence rather than let an enemy escape. Ding. The character Meng Yun wishes to acknowledge you as their master. Do you accept? Strangely, upon their encounter, the stranger inexplicably seeks to pledge allegiance. When did it become so easy to win over such a character? Yet, with a name and title, one cannot fall too far from grace. Unavoidably, I cast a puzzled glance at the stranger, now referred to as Meng Yun. At the entrance of the lord's residence, the prince led his troops inside, where the lord of the city was mercilessly slain by an invading soldier's blade. Subsequently, the prince entered the lord's mansion and shattered the city monument. A system prompt inquired whether he wished to conquer Hu City, to which the prince responded in the negative. A soldier presented the battle report to the prince, who felt a pang of sorrow upon reading it. His elite forces had suffered grievously, losing at least 2/3 of their ranks. However, the spoils were considerable. After traversing countless miles and waging war on the plains for over a year, the total value of acquired resources amounted to approximately 1 purple crystal coin. Yet, the inventory taken from Hu City alone revealed monetary gains reaching 1 purple crystal, with weapons and armor numbering in the countless. The prince estimated the total worth to be around 5 purple crystals. At that moment, a system announcement rang out, congratulating the player, the dragon-scale prince, on the elevation of his faction's city to county level 1. The prince smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. After gathering his belongings and recruiting new troops to replenish his losses, he prepared to depart. Just then, though the battlefield had been cleared, the sounds of combat reached his ears. Curiosity piqued, he followed the noise to find a man engaged in battle with one of his soldiers, surrounded by a throng of troops. As the prince approached and grasped the soldier's arm, inquiring about the commotion, the soldier, upon recognizing him, respectfully replied that an unusual man was dueling with their commander. Intrigued, the prince moved forward, and the soldiers parted to create a path for him. He noted the name of the man involved, pondering in wonderment at when the guardians of his family had expanded their influence to the frontier. Setting aside his curiosity, he focused on the duel. He observed as his general executed the 9 palace step, his left hand forming a sword gesture, gradually circling around the cannon. With each change of foot, he muttered incantations, and as his pace quickened, he became like a gust of wind seeking a flaw in the cannon's defense. The cannon, seemingly calm, drew in a breath, crossing his 9-ringed blade before his chest, closing his eyes and stabilizing his breath as if in deep slumber. The commander's 9-palace footwork, though taxing, was manageable at the outset. However, after merely half a stick of incense, he began to feel a slight fatigue. Yet, the cannon stood there without a single vulnerability. In desperation, the commander thrust his sword, unleashing 9 rays of silver light targeting the cannon's unguarded rear. The sword transformed into 3 purities, reaching the realm of 9 rays simultaneously. As the sword light approached, the cannon suddenly opened his eyes wide, unleashing a roar. Yet instead of parrying, he leapt above the commander. One must understand that in midair, devoid of solid ground, vulnerabilities abound. Moreover, with nothing to propel him, once exhausted, he would be at the mercy of his opponent. The commander's eyes gleamed with delight as he executed a thrust, aiming his sword heavenward towards the cannon's feet. Unmoved by the elder's long sword, akin to a poison entwined around his bones, the cannon tightened his grip on the hilt and performed a somersault, striking downwards with his blade. The strike embodied the entirety of his strength, and coupled with an imposing aura that descended from the heavens, it unleashed an overwhelming pressure akin to the cataclysmic collapse of the earth and sky. To Kai Tu Ling's astonishment, he had not anticipated such a maneuver from his opponent. Retreat was no longer an option. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed a flurry of 64 sword strikes. Just as they were poised to pierce Kai Tu Ling, the prince intervened, deftly disarming the assailant with a thrust of his spear. The assailant, Shan Pao, fell to the ground, blood seeping from his lips, his eyes brimming with malice. Approaching Shan Pao, the prince remarked, "You may leave." Shan Pao, taken aback, questioned, "You will not kill me?" The prince gazed at him, momentarily silent. Realizing the prince was intentionally providing him an avenue for escape, Shan Pao rose, preparing to depart. However, as if recalling something, he turned back to the prince and declared, "The grace of sparing my life today will not be forgotten. Should you ever require my assistance, you need only ask, and I shall respond without hesitation." With that, he departed. Chapter 27. The subjugation of Dianwei 3 years prior to the Red Turban Rebellion. The prince led his soldiers towards a nearby town. After approximately half an hour of travel, the Longlin army arrived at the settlement. The prince's intent was not to assault the town, but rather to seek a place of respite. Despite the soldiers having undergone significant fortification through years of warfare, the absence of a stable stronghold was untenable. Considering the 3 years remaining before their return, the prince resolved to utilize the system to assert control over the town without engaging in battle. Upon entering the town, the prince mused to himself, "This place indeed resembles a war zone. The populace is armed, with militia stationed around the village. Hey, brothers, please inform your mayor that I wish to speak with him." He called out at the entrance, having summoned a player from an unknown source. "Step aside. If you cause any more trouble, you will face immediate consequences." A soldier at the gate retorted, clearly unimpressed by the prince's presence. The player, sensing the futility of the situation, decided to depart in the direction indicated by the prince. When the soldier was roused by the prince's call and noticed the troops behind him, he shouted, "Enemy attack." The prince, amused by the absurdity of such a defensive force being capable of repelling an assault, quickly clarified, "My good fellow, I am here to meet your esteemed mayor." At that moment, the player exclaimed, "But you are the Dragonscale Prince." "Oh, is that so? You recognize me, haha." The prince chuckled, scratching his head, now aware of his identity being unveiled. "What brings you here?" the prince inquired. "I have heard tales of a historical warrior residing in this village, and I sought to see if I might recruit him or perhaps study under him to acquire some skills. However, with your arrival, recruiting him seems out of the question, though I may still seek to become his disciple." "And who might this historical warrior be?" the prince asked. "It appears to be Dianwei. He is still a resident of this village," the player replied after a brief pause. The prince pondered, Dianwei should not be here. Perhaps it is the will of the divine. He considered that had Dianwei appeared elsewhere, he would have already been drawn away. "Would you be interested in joining my forces?" the prince inquired with a smile. The player, perceiving that the prince regarded him without disdain or condescension, felt a surge of admiration. At this moment, the player contemplated that he seemed to be testing me, probing my thoughts. "As long as you can win over this general, I shall follow you, but he must become my mentor," the player declared. "So confident am I that you can subdue him?" the prince retorted, both exchanging knowing smiles. I am yet to learn your name, the prince inquired curiously. I am called Hongming Guochang, he replied with pride. The prince, taken aback internally, said, Brother Guochang, let us proceed. I have matters to discuss with the town's mayor. I would appreciate it if you could relay my message. Due to the state of war, it is necessary to announce our entrance into the town, the prince explained. They waited at the village entrance for 10 minutes until the mayor finally appeared, flanked by several soldiers. I am the mayor of this town. May I inquire who seeks me? The mayor asked. I wish to consult with the mayor, the prince said, giving a discreet signal. The mayor understood immediately. After ensuring that his subordinates had all retreated, he said, You have traveled a great distance, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Perhaps it is the presence of my troops that has caused my delay, the mayor remarked with a sycophantic smile. Upon reaching the administrative hall, the prince did not wait for the mayor to speak and declared, I have come here solely for one individual whom I wish to enlist. Should you disagree, I shall unleash my iron army upon your town. The mayor, alarmed, quickly responded, My lord, may I ask who it is you seek? The prince paused before stating, Dianwei. Ah, that. It may be difficult for the mayor, he stammered. What is there to hesitate about? Call him forth, the prince feigned anger. When the mayor summoned Dianwei, the prince beheld a robust figure standing before him, instantly recognizing him. The prince asked, Are you willing to serve under my command? Who are you, that I should dine well under your command? Dianwei inquired angrily. I am a court official. Of course, I can ensure your sustenance, the prince replied. Then I am willing to serve you. But you must send troops to annihilate the nearby Hazanda tribe, and you must bring back the head of their leader, otherwise, our discussions are futile. The prince nodded in agreement without hesitation. As they departed the town, the prince reflected on Dianwei's words, pondering that perhaps it was merely a task. Chapter 28. The duel before the battle. When the prince led his troops to the foot of the Ha army's fortress, he observed that the opposing forces were already on high alert. As the enemy commander rode forth, he bellowed, Why do you invade our homeland? Which general among you dares to challenge me? The prince surmised that he was not a formidable foe. Noticing the prince's demeanor, Guochang spoke up. I shall engage him in combat. The prince granted his permission. Guochang stepped to the forefront and proclaimed, I am Guochang, general of the dragon-scale army of the Han, renowned for my achievements on the battlefield. The prince nearly fell off his mount in surprise. Had not the title of the foremost warrior belonged to Zhao Yun? The Han general responded, I am Hachida, the foremost warrior under the banner of the Xiongnu's Ha army. Without further ado, Guochang launched himself into battle. Kill! Guochang struck fiercely at Hachida, who hastily raised his wooden sword to defend himself. Guochang's strength had doubled, transforming him into a first-rate warrior, his power now incredibly formidable. One could easily infer the weight of his blow, as evidenced by the slight depression forming in the ground beneath Hachida. Ah! Hachida exclaimed, channeling all his strength into his arms. With a tremendous effort, he managed to deflect Guochang's strike. However, his right arm had already gone numb from the impact, leaving him astonished that this youth, scarcely older than a boy, could possess such immense strength. Ah! Sweep the world! Guochang roared again, executing his ultimate move, the Overlord's spear technique. His eyes glowed crimson, veering dangerously towards a demonic intensity. Nearby, the prince sat atop Hunyu, observing the clash between Guochang and Hachida with keen interest. Noticing Hachida's eyes had turned red and his powers seemed to have multiplied, the prince briefly suspected that Hachida had succumbed to madness and nearly intervened to eliminate him. Yet he restrained himself, choosing to watch further, ultimately concluding that this was some unique trait. With a smile, he mused, this lad is destined for greatness. Yet, such deep emotions can also be a hurdle. He must endure and refine himself. Hachida quickly executed a backward leap and swung his sword towards Guochang. In response, Guochang evaded the attack and lunged forward with his spear aimed directly at Hachida. Hachida, seeing the spear thrusting towards him, seemed oblivious to his own attack. Realizing that failure to dodge would lead to his demise, he swiftly retracted his wooden sword to block Guochang's thrust, just as his arm had begun to recover from numbness. It was jolted again, filling him with frustration. What the hell is this brute strength for? Can it be used to earn a living? Why come to the battlefield? Soul Piercer! Guochang, seeing his thrust miss, leaped back, evading Hachida's attack range, and bringing his foe within the strike zone of his bloodthirsty spear, unleashing a powerful attack. Damn! Hachida's arm was numb, and he struggled to wield his sword, having just completed a leap without time to recover. Guochang's spear found its mark. Though fortunately it struck his shoulder rather than a vital spot, had he not jumped to the side, it would have pierced his throat. Humph! Guochang, frustrated that Hachida remained alive, shouted fiercely, thrust. He aimed for Hachida's heart. Yet, Hachita managed to evade again, his arm no longer numb. With a mighty shout of explode, he felt a surge of power, his wooden sword unexpectedly sending Guoqiang's spear flying, the weapon embedding itself in the ground behind him. Hachita could scarcely believe he had disarmed this grim figure before him, staring incredulously at his hands and sword. Dual-wielding, Guoqiang brandished the dragon tooth and Tai, shouting loudly, pulling Hachita from his astonishment as he prepared for the next encounter. Kill! 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 I shall slay! I shall slay! Guoqiang shouted loudly, his sword flashing in the air. In truth, he had sustained no injuries, while Hachita bore a wound on his shoulder, causing him considerable pain with every movement. The two weapons clashed, both of the same category, and it became increasingly evident that Hachita could no longer withstand the assault, gradually revealing vulnerabilities. Die! Guoqiang seized upon one such opening. With his left hand, he thrust the Tai sword, piercing Hachita's heart. Instantly, Hachita's body stiffened, his machete slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground before he fell backward, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. With this singular victory in combat, the prince commanded the forces to prepare for an offensive. Chapter 29, War. As the prince issued the order to attack, a vivid scene flashed through his mind. Blood stained the earth, turning it crimson. He kicked a corpse at his feet and glanced around. To his left, a comrade had an arrow embedded in his right arm. Yet he relentlessly swung his unskilled left hand, his face contorted in agony. To his right, another comrade, consumed by rage, shouted fiercely, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he looked up at the sun illuminating the blood-soaked ground, its blinding glare nearly unbearable. Poor Bones by the looting river, still a dreamer in the spring chamber. He wondered if the sun on her side appeared just as blood-red. In the distance, a general wielded a halberd, as if painting with blood, the head beneath the armor forever unbowed, a symbol of hope for the nation, resembling a flag. He offered a bitter smile. Such is the nature of war. It perpetually aims to safeguard the empire's tranquility. Yet how many contemplate the haunting scenes of new ghosts lamenting their grievances while old spirits weep? Surely, those in power seldom reflect on such matters. With a sudden flash of cold light, another strike was delivered. In that fleeting moment, the eyes gazing skyward remained defiantly open. The prince, with a self-deprecating smile, commanded the assault. The dragon-scale army made an astonishing entrance, attracting attention even from foreign adversaries. The Hachita generals bellowed orders, deploying sword and shield soldiers to counter the charge of lightly armored cavalry, allowing the renowned White Horse Division, recognized for its unparalleled combat prowess, to engage in close quarters after the sword and shield troops absorbed the fierce onslaught. The archers provided long-range support. While the enemy's strategy was sound, their commanders remained ignorant of the dragon-scale bloodguard's distinctive traits and true combat capabilities. Against foreign forces, the dragon-scale bloodguard could unleash 200% of their fighting strength, yet their might against their own kin was not as formidable as one might presume. Since the onset of the national conflict, the dragon-scale army had never clashed with their own forces, and Guoqiang, a newcomer, had consistently misjudged the bloodguard's genuine combat power. With a single command, the dragon-scale army, composed of elite special troops, swiftly altered their formation, executing a rapid repositioning. Although the enemy's advance was swift, the dragon-scale army adeptly established a defensive stance, with over 10,000 sword and shield soldiers leading the front. Kill! The sound of metal clashing was not as intense as one might imagine, nor was there the grisly sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone. The advancing enemy forces roared in unison as their commander, leading the charge, swung the massive dragon sparrow broadsword with a forceful arc, unleashing a colossal crescent of purple-blue that cleaved through the front ranks of the dragon-scale army. Dozens of dragon-scale bloodguards were immediately severed in two, falling lifeless to the ground. The enemy surged forward like a torrent of steel, colliding with the defenders. Some foes were sent flying as if struck by a hammer, the dull thud of heavy impacts resonating in the air. Despite this, the enemy was not utterly shattered, as the dragon-scale bloodguards, emboldened by their robust defenses, leapt into the fray, dismounting several towering adversaries from their steeds. Over 10,000 enemies faced the onslaught of the dragon-scale bloodguards, with only a few hundred perishing outright, yet thousands suffered internal injuries, rendering them incapable of further combat. Nevertheless, they successfully withstood the fierce charge of their opponents. Although a portion of the dragon-scale bloodguards managed to forge a path through, they soon became ensnared in a brutal melee. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed across the grasslands as the black armored tiger guards led the charge, followed closely by the bow cavalry of the Shadow Army, surging towards the enemy camp like a torrent. Kill! roared the multitude as tens of thousands of cavalrymen stormed into the enemy encampment, crashing and attacking with relentless ferocity. Disregarding the stone walls, the dragon-scale army advanced, closing the distance of several miles in mere moments. Perhaps the enemy did not anticipate an assault from the east or south. Despite their smaller numbers, they had neglected to implement effective defenses on those flanks. The flimsy military tents offered no protection against the onslaught of the dragon-scale army's iron hooves. In no time, the vanguard of the dragon-scale army had breached over half of the enemy camp, their charge only slightly slowing. The unprepared enemy was caught off guard by the sudden cavalry assault, leading to chaos throughout their ranks as shouts of anger, despair, and cries of agony erupted. They could scarcely comprehend the origin of this unexpected onslaught, let alone fathom it being a cavalry charge from the north. In their minds, it seemed improbable for the enemy to break through from any direction other than the north, and even more so from the east. Southward seemed entirely out of the question. The cacophony of chaos from the southern enemy camp, coupled with the thunderous gallop of the dragon-scale army, captured the attention of enemy forces to the east and north. Reports from patrols concerning the sudden disappearance of the stone walls prompted the enemy leaders to lament their negligence and hastily assemble troops to provide aid to the southern encampment. At that moment, the southern enemy camp was in disarray, akin to a boiling pot of mixed ingredients. Iron hooves trampled mercilessly, glistening blades flashed coldly, and tents and other structures were ruthlessly destroyed and torn apart. Many were caught unawares, trampled by countless iron hooves while they were at rest. And even more were slow to react, lacking armor, weapons, and mounts. The grim outcome of facing such a swift cavalry force with nothing but their bare flesh was all too evident. Tens of thousands of dragon-scale iron riders surged forth like a torrential wave of steel, carving a bloody path through the enemy camp. At the forefront, Prince Zhao Yun burst out from the enemy ranks, only to swiftly pivot and charge back, halting mere dozens of meters from the enemy encampment. Except for the 2,000 dragon-scale blood guards who closely trailed the prince, the remaining cavalrymen, including Yi Huan, Xiang Dan, and Zhao Jiao, continued their relentless advance southward without pause. Turning back, Zhao Yun raised his bow, the formation of wild geese. Following his command, over 3,000 archers and cavalry of the dragon-scale army swiftly reoriented, galloping to arrange themselves into a formation reminiscent of flying geese, creating a formidable human wall. Loose fire. As soon as the archers completed their formation, Bai Qing issued another command, and a deluge of arrows soared through the sky, akin to a rain of arrows descending upon the enemy troops. The sharp glint of countless arrowheads traced parabolic arcs, weaving a vast net across the battlefield. Kill. Just as the prince was taken aback, an endless stream of soldiers erupted from the northern city gate, led by none other than Zhao Yun, followed closely by 6,000 black-clad dragon-scale blood guards. Upon breaking through the gate, they lunged fiercely toward the densely concentrated northeast direction. While the notion of 1 against 100 might have been exaggerated, the combat prowess of the dragon-scale blood guards could indeed hold their own against 10 foes. With the recent demise of the enemy's highest commander, their morale plummeted. And the 6,000 dragon-scale blood guards, like a hot knife through butter, sliced into the enemy ranks, causing chaos and disarray wherever they went. Your commander is dead, and the city has fallen. Only the head of the commander is sought. Those who surrender shall be spared. All soldiers ceased their actions, gazing at the head upon the prince's spear. One enemy soldier dropped his weapon, prompting others to follow suit. The war was over. Chapter 30. The tyranny of commerce. Bearing the severed head of the enemy commander along with his riches, we returned to the small town. Before even reaching the town, we spotted the mayor, leaning on his cane, waiting for us at the town's entrance. Upon our arrival, I tossed the head at the mayor's feet, who turned pale with shock. The prince, smiling, addressed Dian Wei beside the mayor, asking if he would now willingly submit to him. Dian Wei, with a charmingly foolish demeanor, replied, "You possess the strength, and you can provide for me, so following you would not be a loss." With that, Dian Wei knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Dian Wei pays respects to my lord. Ding. Dian Wei wishes to acknowledge you as his master. Do you accept?" Was there any doubt? The prince thought to himself. At that moment, the system announcement echoed. Ding. Congratulations to player Dragon Scale Prince for recruiting Dian Wei. This is hereby announced. The Chinese gaming community was abuzz. Players engaged in fervent discussions, marveling at how the prince had continuously created miracles throughout the year, while others had barely glimpsed renowned generals. How could one not envy him for recruiting 3 illustrious generals? At that moment, a disgruntled player shouted, What are you bragging about, Prince? If you dare, let us duel for 300 rounds. Yet the prince's fans swiftly rallied to his defense. Meanwhile, a dinosaur character exclaimed, Prince, I wish to be your princess. Come marry me. To which a nearby beauty retorted, marry you? With you? You are not worthy. I would be a far better match. This sparked a fierce altercation between the two. The prince remained oblivious to the unfolding events, merely offering a foolish grin. It was only when Zhao Yun called his attention that he regained his senses. Subsequently, the prince organized the troops and continued his campaign, marching southward and northward. At dawn, the azure sky was adorned with clouds of various shapes and sizes, playfully frolicking amidst one another. As the fiery sun gradually ascended from the horizon, it illuminated the vast expanse of the earth with its resplendent rays. Eagles soared high above, while birds serenaded the skies with melodious tunes, their enchanting songs alleviating all fatigue from the listeners. In the distance, the cerulean lake began to shimmer radiantly. In the morning, the prince awoke, feeling buoyant as he gazed at the sky, yet his thoughts lingered on his companions. Reluctant to dwell on past memories, he rose, brushed off the grass from his attire, and summoned a nearby soldier to inform the troops to prepare for departure. With no discernible destination or objective, they would proceed one step at a time. Under the swift march of the dragon-scale army, they eventually arrived at a central stronghold by the afternoon. Upon entering the city, they reached the lord's estate, reported their ranks, and secured permission to establish a garrison. The prince then retreated to his residence for a brief respite. Following him were Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and the two ladies, Jiao Jiao and Xiang Dan, as they ventured to the marketplace at the women's request. It is said that whether in modern times or antiquity, the scourge of bullies and the abduction of women are ever present. Alas, our protagonist was unfortunate enough to encounter such a situation. Unbeknownst to the prince and his companions, Jiao Jiao stood alone before a stall when an irksome voice called out, Hey, little girl, come entertain us. Whatever you desire, we'll grant it to you. Ha ha ha. A crowd had gathered around, yet none dared to speak up. At that moment, the prince arrived behind the group, silently observing them. At his silent cue, Dian Wei brandished his twin polearms, striking down the ruffians. The unfortunate souls perished without understanding the cause of their demise. The common folk applauded, evidently harboring a deep-seated disdain for the group. Just then, officials from the local authority arrived. Spotting the bodies on the ground, one constable shouted, Who killed the esteemed Jia Gongzi? Receiving no response, the prince coldly replied, It was I. The constable, noticing the prince's noble attire, inquired, And who might you be? Before the prince could respond, Zhao Yun interjected, This is the general of the West, appointed by the court. Upon realizing the prince's esteemed rank, the constable quickly changed his demeanor, instructing, Have these dead bodies removed at once, lest we distress our lord. These individuals were steeped in wickedness. Today, our lord has rid the people of their menace. I trust you know how to proceed with the matter at hand, the prince stated earnestly. Immediately dispatch individuals to search the homes of these men, and any wrongdoers found shall be dealt with on the spot. Indeed, I shall certainly attend to it, my lord. Chapter 31. The Turbulence of the Jianghu. 1. As Prince and his companions rested here for several days, their weariness grew. Just as the dragon-scale army began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure, an uproarious event unfolded. After a long absence from the spectacle of combat, they were once again fortunate to witness a duel between masters, a confrontation involving multiple fighters. Although the prince himself was a formidable expert, nothing could compare to the thrill of watching others engage in battle. Before their eyes, one individual faced the onslaught of several opponents. Upon observing the insignias adorning their heads, it became abundantly clear who they were. Lu Suifeng, Xie Yunlu, Kong Zwezhuz, Yi Hui, Tang Outyan, Li Wangsheng, Qi Jin, and others, renowned masters of the Jianghu. For convenience, I shall refer to them by their names from the online game Sword Network, Three Kingdoms. Though the events described are not set in the Three Kingdoms era, the mischief of the master deity has transported them there. Let us consider them as inhabitants of that time. The man in white, Lu Suifeng, had triumphed over 4 formations, causing the demise of 6 esteemed experts. The newcomers were filled with trepidation, while Xie Yunlu, his expression somber, spoke in a low voice. Kong Zwezhuz, grant me your bronze man. Kong Zwezhuz approached slowly, producing the one-legged bronze figure. Master, here is the treasured sword for you. Xie Yunliu's face grew grave, as if deep in thought. After a brief moment, he murmured, Very well. Accepting the Qingming sword, he stepped forward with measured grace. Over the past decade, Xie Yunlu had never wielded blades. Even during his previous duel with Lu Suifeng, he had only employed an ordinary steel sword. Yet now, He entered the fray with a treasured sword, marking a significant escalation. The two faced each other, one the unrivaled swordsman of the realm, the other the most formidable villain. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon them. They steadied themselves, assessing one another. Xie Yunlu observed Lu Suifeng's piercing gaze, which radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a hint of malevolence, realizing that Lu Suifeng had indeed grasped the quintessence of both righteous and sinister martial arts, forging a unique path that transcended traditional practices, achieving a state of unity between light and dark, and altering the balance of yin and yang. A flicker of emotion crossed Xie Yunliu's heart, and he sighed softly. What a pity. Only Yi Hui comprehended the sentiment behind his words, recognizing that it stemmed from a desire to cherish talent. However, Lu Suifeng's heinous deeds were unforgivable. While Xie Yunlu was resolute in his intent to kill him, he could not help but feel regret. Lu Suifeng replied coolly, "It is equally regrettable for you to perish by my hand. There are many lamentable occurrences in the world. No need to elaborate further." Xie Yunlu drew his sword from its sheath, nodding slightly. "Your words hold truth. Let us begin." Xie Yunlu positioned the bronze man and executed the move Rhino gazing at the moon, thrusting outward. Zhang Danfeng's Qingming sword lightly touched the bronze figure, producing a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling. Metal shards flew, and an intensely chilling aura surged forth, coursing into his palm and through his hands Shaoyang Meridian. With a sharp exhale, Lu Suifeng expelled his breath. Xie Yunlu felt a wave of icy air wash over him, yet this chill dissipated almost instantly, replaced by the gentle warmth of a spring breeze, as if he had been transported from the harshness of winter to the balmy embrace of early spring. With the surrounding atmosphere becoming mild and humid, Lu Suifeng's heart trembled, astonished by the profound internal strength of Xie Yunlu. Xie Yunlu, too, was taken aback, contemplating that Lu Suifeng had indeed mastered the sinister arts. Lu Suifeng had employed an exceptional technique to expel the chilling energy that had invaded his body, releasing it in a single breath. This is why Xie Yunlu first felt a coldness, followed by a gentle warmth, the latter emanating from Lu Suifeng's true yang energy. It was evident that the sinister energy that had penetrated Xie Yunliu's body was akin to a stone cast into a lake, merely causing ripples. However, although Xie Yunlu remained uninjured, his true energy inevitably suffered a depletion. He immediately wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, adopting a strategy of swift resolution to avoid mutual destruction. Lu Suifeng danced like a copper figure caught in a tempest, the resounding clash of metal reverberating in the air. Xie Yunliu's Qingming sword possessed the capability to sever gold and jade. With a swift stroke, a crack appeared on the copper figure, and in a brief moment, it was marred with numerous scars, copper shavings flying. Lu Suifeng inwardly lamented the dire situation. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lu Suifeng executed a move known as Long Rainbow, arcing the heavens, sweeping horizontally. Xie Yunlu pushed the copper figure away, and its arms suddenly stretched open like those of a living being, skillfully aiming at Xie Yunliu's chest. In a contest of masters, the slightest miscalculation could spell disaster. This maneuver was as if Lu Suifeng's arm had inexplicably elongated by several feet. With a soft sound, Xie Yunlu was pricked by the copper figure, causing Kang Zuzhuz and Yi Hui to gasp in alarm. Yet, immediately, a flash of azure light sliced through, severing the copper figure's fingers. Kang Zuzhuz exhaled in relief, murmuring that the master had not sustained any injury. Suddenly, both combatants slowed their movements, circling each other. After a moment, Qiao Beima was the first to let out a loud shout, soaring into the air. The copper figure moved, descending towards Zhang Danfeng. Zhang Danfeng thrust his sword upward and struck with his left palm. The copper figure braced against the tip of Xie Yunliu's sword, rendering him seemingly suspended in midair. With a circular motion of his left palm, he prepared to strike down, their palms almost touching by mere inches. In a flash, Xie Yunlu executed a somersault in the air, retreating 3 zhang away. Lu Suifeng remained stationary, yet his form swayed like a small boat amidst turbulent waves. As both were affected by the shockwaves of each other's palm strength, each harboring reservations. Before their palms could meet, they withdrew. In this exchange of internal mastery, Zhang Danfeng gained the upper hand. However, Lu Suifeng's sky-splitting palm was infused with sinister power. Zhang Danfeng, in his attempt to dispel the chilling energy invading his body, expended slightly more true energy than Xie Yunlu. Ultimately, neither party gained a decisive advantage. After this exchange, both paused, with Lu Suifeng drenched in sweat and Xie Yunliu's head emanating a plume of steaming vapor. Initially, both had intended for a swift conclusion, but their comparable strengths necessitated a stalemate. Each utilized their unparalleled skills, seizing opportunities to exploit openings and strike at one another. Consequently, with each of Lu Suifeng's palm strikes consuming a significant amount of true energy, Xie Yunlu, in turn, had to expend energy to dispel the sinister cold poison invading his body. Thus, after every exchange, both parties required a moment to recuperate before engaging once more. At this moment, the situation appeared to be much slower on the surface, yet beneath, it was taut with tension. Each exchange of blows carried the peril of death. Even during moments of respite, danger loomed. A moment's negligence would undoubtedly allow the enemy to seize the opportunity, leading to one's demise. After approximately half an hour, only 5 exchanges had transpired between the two sides. The unique copper figure wielded by Lu Suifeng had lost its ears, nose, and fingers, all severed by Xie Yunliu's sword. Lu Suifeng's hair stood on end, resembling tangled grass, with veins protruding on his forehead and short beard bristling beneath his chin. The sight of the peculiar one-legged copper figure, now disfigured, was bizarre, yet an eerie silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to break it with laughter. Those aligned with Lu Suifeng felt as though their hearts were suspended in a precarious balance, while they observed the growing intensity of the white aura above his head, which was equally alarming. Suddenly, the quiet was shattered by the sounds of neighing warhorses and clashing blades, carried by the mountain winds. Initially faint, the noises gradually became clearer, revealing that 2 armies were clashing below in the valley. This unexpected turn of events instantly heightened the tension among the spectators. However, at that moment, the duel reached its peak intensity, presenting a rare spectacle for martial arts enthusiasts. Despite the cacophony of battle, everyone remained transfixed, their shared resolve unyielding. Regardless of whether the approaching army brought fortune or calamity, they were determined to witness the conclusion of this confrontation. In the midst of this, Lu Suifeng and Xie Yunlu remained oblivious to the outside world, fixated solely on each other. They stood approximately 5 to 6 paces apart, when suddenly both advanced towards one another, step by step. With each stride Lu Suifeng took, he left a profound footprint on the ground, while Xie Yunlu, despite his stern demeanor, moved with an ethereal lightness. Kong Sue's candle sighed with relief and whispered to Yi Hui, "Our master shall undoubtedly triumph in this battle. Look at the old rogue, he is utterly tense, while our master remains composed, unfazed as always." Just as tension hung in the air, the dynamics shifted. Seizing an opportune moment when Xie Yunlu was distracted, Lu Suifeng thrust his sword through Xie Yunliu's body, simultaneously slaying Kong Sue's and Yi Hui. In that instant, a young girl rushed through the crowd, weeping as she reached Xie Yunliu's side. Initially, the prince had no intention of intervening in the strife of the martial world. However, upon seeing the girl, he paused to observe, perhaps concerned for her safety in light of Lu Suifeng's recent brutality. The girl cried out for her father, bowing to the onlookers and pleading for vengeance, declaring her willingness to do anything for retribution. Yet, no one dared confront Lu Suifeng. As he prepared to strike again, the prince commanded Zhao Yun to step forward and eliminate him. Zhao Yun advanced with his spear, blocking Lu Suifeng's path. Lu Suifeng, upon seeing this, was incensed and confronted Zhao Yun. However, Lu Suifeng was no match for Zhao Yun, ultimately succumbing after 10 rounds of combat. At this moment, the prince approached the young woman, gently lifting her up and inquiring, "What is your name?" "I am Xie Yue, and I thank you, benefactor, for avenging my father," she replied. The prince observed her lustrous black hair, elegantly styled in a princess bun, adorned with a jeweled hairpin from which delicate tassels swayed as she spoke. Her complexion was fair and flawless, her skin soft and delicate. Her brows were long and elegantly arched, while her eyes sparkled like stars. Below her petite nose rested a small mouth, with thin lips slightly upturned at the corners, hinting at a touch of melancholy. Her slender hands, as white as jade, reflected the green waves, appearing almost translucent. "Would you care to accompany me?" the prince proposed, to which Yue silently nodded in agreement. A notification from the system chimed, "Ding. Xie Yue wishes to recognize you as her master. Do you agree?" Without hesitation, the prince affirmed his choice. As he turned, he noticed that Zhao Jiao and Xiang Dan were not angry, but rather smiling at him, which piqued his curiosity. He mused, "Zhao Jiao, she is from ancient times. So having multiple wives is quite normal, but what could Xiang Dan's intentions be?" It was only later that the prince realized they were characters within the game. Xiang Dan was unperturbed, believing that even if they could be resurrected in the modern world, the financial burden was substantial. Therefore, Xiang Dan had been at ease, assuming the prince lacked the means to earn the necessary funds for their revival. When the prince eventually resurrected them in the modern era, Xiang Dan regretted her earlier assumptions. However, That was a story for another time. Chapter 33. The Return. The prince gazed at the sky, his thoughts drifting to his brothers. Although the game could be logged out of, it was not always necessary to do so while in a nurturing device, allowing the game and reality to intertwine. Thus, it had only been a month of real time since he last logged out, but to the prince, it felt like an eternity without seeing his brothers. The peak duration for remaining in the game was 1 year, achievable only by players equipped with nurturing devices, which could sustain them for that long. Naturally, only the affluent could afford such luxuries. Every wealthy family had at least 1 or 2 servants to assist with their upkeep. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized it was nearly 3 years since his last return. This was not a sustainable situation, especially with the Yellow Turban Rebellion looming less than a year away. The prince summoned everyone to discuss their plans, and all agreed it was indeed time to return, having been away for so long and needing to assess their progress. At this juncture, Zhuge Jin spoke up, "My lord, I believe we must indeed return, but we cannot do so haphazardly. Moreover, we lack a substantial base of operations. We should first arrange for our people to be positioned here." The prince considered this, finding merit in the suggestion, yet he pondered aloud, "But how shall we proceed?" "My lord, you could recruit 10,000 dragon-scale new troops and assign them to a general to remain behind, allowing him to strengthen his own power." Zhuge Jin proposed thoughtfully. "Where is Zhao Yun?" the prince inquired. "Here, my lord," Zhao Yun replied, stepping forward. "I command you to remain here. What is your opinion?" the prince inquired. "I am willing to share the burdens of my lord," Zhao Yun earnestly replied. The prince, satisfied, regarded Zhao Yun with approval. There were numerous considerations in deciding to retain Zhao Yun, for he possessed both valor and wisdom, executing actions with great care. 2 days passed. The prince and his companions prepared their belongings, ready to depart with an army of 50,000. Before leaving, he addressed Zhao Yun, saying, "Zilong, your stay here will extend for 2 years. I wonder if you can accomplish the task I have assigned you of securing a foothold in this desolate expanse." Zhao Yun gazed at the prince and assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall vow to fulfill your command, even at the cost of my life." No, Zilong, you misunderstand. What I wish to convey is that even if the task remains unfulfilled, your life must be preserved. Everything else may be forsaken, but your life is paramount." Zhao Yun, moved, nodded in acknowledgement. Due to the presence of others, he refrained from addressing the prince as brother, adhering to the principles of propriety. Despite their fraternal bond, just as the group was about to depart, the prince paused again and whispered to Zhao Yun, "Brother, I await your return. You must return alive." Zhao Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the prince, tears streaming down his face. The prince embraced Zhao Yun, and in that silence, their unspoken understanding lingered between them. After several days of marching, the army finally returned to Yanmen Pass. Along the way, they encountered and vanquished numerous scattered tribes. As the prince rode his majestic steed along the familiar path, memories of his brothers flooded his mind, and he shed silent tears. Upon reaching the gates of the Longlin Empire, the prince observed that it had transformed into a county, its population and military having expanded tremendously. No longer could it be likened to the small village it once was. The soldiers, including sword and shield bearers and archers, had attained the 7th level, their combat prowess rivaling that of players, who now numbered over 6 million. Longlin Empire affiliation: Prince Longlin Garrison Corps, Longlin Legion, Qinglong Legion, Baihu Legion, Xuanwu Legion, Zhuke Legion. Hongming Legion player count: 6,023, 152 peasant count, 1,000,000 troop count. Among them, Longlin Bloodguards 200, 000, White Horse Volunteers 150, 000, Black Hawk Warriors 150, 000, Light Cavalry 100, 000 resources, Timber 21, 280, 000, Grain 32, 100, 000, Stone 31, 300, 000 currency, 18 purple crystals, total cities, 1 city level, county level 1. Gazing at the data, the prince felt a surge of excitement. For the current strength of Longlin was more than sufficient to address the forthcoming Yellow Turban Rebellion. The sheer number of peasants in the county exhilarated him. In the 3 kingdoms, it was the populace that mattered. Without farmers, there could be no soldiers. The abundance of peasants in Longlin's county stemmed from years of light taxation and well-established infrastructure. In contrast, other players had difficulty elevating their territories to town level. Only a handful had achieved such a status, and villages were scarce, as not everyone possessed the means to establish one. Upon the prince's return, his foremost concern was to assess the growth of the village. As Dong Xiao approached him, the prince noticed several unfamiliar figures standing behind him. Before the prince could utter a word, Dong Xie spoke. Your Highness, allow me to introduce these individuals. They are renowned generals and strategists recruited from beyond our village. Intrigued, the prince observed his own subordinates, who were yet to pledge allegiance, evidently awaiting his return. The prince mused to himself, it appears they have been anticipating my arrival. As the prince perused the names presented before him, he was taken aback. The list included distinguished figures such as warriors, Huang Zhong, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Su Huang, Ma Zhong, Gao Pei, 7 in total, strategists, Guijia, Jia Shui, Fa Zhong, Li Yin, 4 in total. The prince could scarcely believe his eyes, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream, yet everything felt palpably real. Chapter 34, A Wealth of Talent during this period. Dong Xie meticulously detailed the development of the dragon-scale empire to the prince, who gleaned various insights regarding the origins of these formidable generals. The prince then examined his attributes. Level, 59 experience, 4565500, 45600 attribute points gained per level. 2. With a maximum limit of 90 strength, 71 defense, 65 agility, 52 stamina, 51 health points, 51 charm, 42 reputation, 30,000 meritorious deeds, 150000 troop type. Dragon Scale Imperial Guard Trainable Troop Types, Dragon Scale New Army, Dragon Scale Iron Army, Dragon Scale Elite Guards, Dragon Scale Blood Guards, and Dragon Scale Imperial Guard Subordinates. Zhao Yun, Oath Brother, Level 3, Zhuge Jin, Loyalty, 80, Bai Qing. Courtesy named Chongqing, Loyalty, 100, Descendant of Bai Qi Meng Yun, Loyalty, 80, Descendant of Meng Tian Jianwei, Loyalty, 90, Bai Jiao Jiao, Loyalty, 100. Beauty of the later Qin Xieyu Heir, Loyalty, 100, Huang Zhong, Loyalty, 90, Zhang Liao, Loyalty, 85, Gao Shun, Loyalty, 80, Su Huang, Loyalty, 80, Ma Zhong, Loyalty, 85, Gao Pei, Loyalty, 90, Guijia, Loyalty, 90, Jia Shui, Loyalty, 85, Fa Zhong, Loyalty, 80, Li Yin, Loyalty, 80. Details regarding skills are omitted for brevity. At this juncture, the Dragon Scale Empire could indeed be described as a bastion of talent. When the system prompted once more, ding. Huang Zhong and Zhang Liao wish to acknowledge you as their lord. Do you accept? The prince, of course, consented. In that instant, the system announced to the realm, causing a commotion throughout the Chinese region. The prince, however, remained indifferent to the ensuing chaos. He summoned Dian Wei, instructing him to gather everyone for a meeting. When the assembly of people was complete, the prince spoke. There is less than a year until the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Let us discuss what actions we should take. At that moment, Guijia gazed at the prince, his eyes filled with a fascination as if he were witnessing something most intriguing. The prince felt somewhat uncomfortable under such a gaze, prompting him to inquire, "What thoughts do you have, Feng Xiao?" Feng Xiao, lost in admiration of the prince, was taken aback by the address. The prince, observing his flustered reaction, could not help but smile with delight. After all, it was quite an accomplishment to fluster such a significant historical figure. Feng Xiao understood the prince's intent to tease him. Yet he could not help but invite such banter upon himself. My lord, Feng Xiao began, I believe we should pursue the following objectives. First, we must elevate the status of our cities to a metropolitan level to gain a strategic advantage in the impending struggle for supremacy. Second, we ought to train our soldiers and intensify recruitment efforts to expand the number of our villages. Third, we must seek out individuals of talent. For those who possess skills should be utilized. Fourth, we should cultivate relationships with court officials and bribe the 10 attendants. Fifth, in accordance with your words regarding the Yellow Turban Rebellion, we must manage the populace carefully and discreetly infiltrate their ranks. If we can accomplish these 5 points, we shall be well prepared. The prince pondered this. Feng Xiao, you shall oversee the first 4 points. As for the 5th, we must deliberate further. Does anyone wish to volunteer? At this, the assembly exchanged glances. When he then spoke, I am willing to undertake this, but I would require General Bai to accompany me. The prince responded, Chongqing. What is your opinion? Chongqing nodded and replied, I am also willing to go. The prince proclaimed, very well, Chongqing and Wen He. I entrust you both to penetrate the inner circles of the Yellow Turbans, laying the groundwork for our forces. Together, they affirmed, yes, my lord. Chapter 35. Old friend Snow began to fall. How beautiful the snowflakes were. As early winter arrived, the snow heralded the season's arrival. Look, behold, the snow blankets the earth. Above and below, everywhere there was snow, a white landscape, white houses, and white trees. Jiao Jiao, Xiangdan, and you heir gleefully exclaimed as the gentle snowfall descended. With less than 4 months remaining until the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the prince gazed at the delicate snowflakes drifting from the sky. He wondered about he and Changqing's current situation, hoping they were faring well. The prince shook his head, thinking, perhaps I am overthinking things. After the prince closed the door, Xiangdan approached him from behind and said, "My lord, my sister wishes to meet you." Upon hearing this, the prince halted his movements and asked, "Why does your sister wish to see me? What could she possibly want?" Noticing Xiangdan's eyes welling with tears, the prince's heart softened. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor and meet her." At this, Xiangdan's sorrow transformed into joy, leaving the prince somewhat speechless. When they arrived at the designated spot beneath the tree, the prince saw her. However, just as he prepared to depart, Mao Yingying spoke up. "Do you truly harbor such animosity towards me that you cannot even bear to see me once? When you betrayed me back then, we had already become strangers. You caused the demise of my parents. I have let go of that grudge, but it is utterly impossible for us to be friends. Do not envision me as I once was. I am no longer the prodigal child you once thought. I understand you still harbor resentment towards me, and if you wish to blame someone, then blame me. You may hit or scold me if you wish, as long as you can cease your hatred, all right?" Yin spoke earnestly. "Ha, you? Hitting or scolding me? Does it serve any purpose? Can my parents return?" Wang Zi retorted in anger. Yin lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a pause, she continued, "I have severed ties with the Mao family and will have no further dealings with them." Yin spoke softly. In truth, Wang Zi's heart had softened. He could not bear to see a girl cry. The moment a girl shed tears, his heart would begin to melt. "All right, Yin. I know it was not your intention back then. However, your involvement in my parents' matters makes me reluctant to draw too close to you. I may still harbor feelings for you, but that is all in the past. Han, I wish to stay by your side to help atone for the wrongs I committed against you. I have nowhere else to go. May I live with you? I know you currently reside with Dongxia." Wang Zi pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, you may move in. Wang Zi, may I hug you?" Wang Zi remained silent, merely indicating his consent. Yin joyfully embraced him, her heart filled with remorse for how she had treated him. She had genuinely liked him, but family pressure compelled her to act otherwise. Leaving her family and living alone was the only way to escape that lifeless existence. Exhausted from the past few days, Yin found solace in Wang Zi's embrace, gradually drifting off to sleep. Wang Zi observed this scene with a bittersweet smile. Slowly lying down on the grass while holding Yin, reflecting on everything that had transpired from then to now. When Yin awoke, she found herself resting on the grass, Wang Zi already fast asleep beside her. As she gazed at him, tears began to fall, and she murmured, "Han, rest assured, I will never betray you again. I will guard you closely, regardless of whether you still harbor feelings for me. I will always be by your side." At that moment, tears welled in Wang Zi's eyes. He opened them and embraced Yin tightly, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will not let you suffer again. I hope we can remain this way forever. I will no longer be angry with you." Yin nodded in agreement. The two held each other tightly. After Wang Zi logged off, he called Dongxia out of the game, informing him that Yin was coming. With an exaggerated expression, Dongxia urged Wang Zi to share everything. "Then I'll tidy up, you go fetch her. Here are the car keys," he said. Wang Zi took the keys and exclaimed, "Wow, Dongxia, you are too inconsiderate. You want me to drive? Am I to meet my end in this?" Despite his complaints, who would refuse the chance to drive a good car? At that moment, as Han Ruo was about to leave, Dongxia called out, "Prince, remember to bring your bank card and some nice clothes for yourself. Just look at what you're wearing. Also, don't forget to buy a gift for her. Girls love gifts. And the password is 61s. No more alsos." The prince interrupted Dongxia's words. Driving away, the prince contemplated yesterday's events and decided to purchase clothes first, followed by a gift. He merely took Dongxia's advice to heart, believing that a gift would surely bring joy to a girl. Uncertain yet intrigued, he resolved to give it a try. Chapter 36. Anger against the villain. Upon arriving at the mall, the prince stepped out of the car and was met with the disdainful gaze of a security guard, which he chose to ignore as he entered. Once inside, Security Guard A remarked to Security Guard B, "Look at that pauper thinking he can buy clothes meant for the wealthy." Pathetic. Laughter ensued between the two guards, but the prince paid them no mind. After selecting his attire, he approached the front desk, only to find no one available to assist him, which irked him slightly. Just then, a young woman approached and politely inquired, "May I assist you with anything?" The prince replied, "I have my eye on a particular outfit." She asked, "Which one?" "I can wrap it up for you." The prince pointed silently at the clothing beside him. The young woman was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you sure you want to buy this? It costs 50,000 yuan. The prince nodded. Seeing the certainty in his eyes, she retrieved the outfit. The prince entered the fitting room, discarding his previous attire and donning the extravagant ensemble worth 50,000 yuan. When he emerged, the prince astonished onlookers. Clad in the luxurious attire, his inherent handsomeness captivated the young woman. As he prepared to settle the bill, he suddenly remembered that he had not checked his bank card balance. To his astonishment, when he inserted the card, the display revealed a staggering amount of 500 million yuan. All the staff present were left in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary dressed individual possessed such wealth. It became evident that he must be a second-generation rich kid, and the staff regretted their earlier judgments. Before departing, the prince asked, "What is your name?" The young woman replied, "My name is Yancheng." The prince remained silent, then drove to the gift shop. Upon his arrival, the shop owner, seeing the luxury car parked outside, thought he must be dreaming. Who would come to such a small store with such affluence? The prince had a reason for his visit. Having witnessed countless expensive gifts, he believed that offering something genuinely meaningful would be far more significant. In the days when he was still a wayward young man, Yingying once expressed her fondness for a particular hairpin, to which the prince had mockingly replied, "What do you need a hairpin for?" Yet, at this moment, the prince chose to present her with that very gift. After settling the bill, he arrived at their agreed meeting place and spotted Yingying from a distance. However, a man who had previously shared a ride with Yingying was lingering around her, and it was evident that she held a strong aversion towards him. The prince's brows furrowed as he revved the engine, preparing to confront the man. When the man turned upon hearing the approaching vehicle, he was startled and stumbled. The prince swiftly slammed on the brakes, halting the car a mere 5 centimeters from the man. The prince then exited the vehicle, calling out to Yingying, "Let us go." The man quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Yingying, who is this person?" Yingying responded curtly, "None of your business," eliciting laughter from those around them. The man's face reddened with anger, and just as he was about to retort, the prince delivered a swift kick, sending him stumbling away. Having spent some time in a special forces unit, the prince's kick was undoubtedly formidable. Fortunately, he had shown restraint. "Yingying, let us not pay him any mind," the prince said, and Yingying nodded obediently as they drove away. Upon arriving at his residence, the prince stopped the car, but did not exit immediately, prompting Yingying to curiously ask, "What's wrong?" The prince mysteriously instructed her to close her eyes. Complying, Yingying shut her eyes, and the prince retrieved the gift. When she opened her eyes, she saw the hairpin in his hand and fell silent, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she embraced the prince and exclaimed, "You remember. I thought you had forgotten." The prince gently helped her put on the hairpin. Once in the room, the prince tidied up and instructed Dongxie to prepare a training device. They all entered the game together. Upon awakening in the game, the prince found himself surrounded by his companions and curiously asked, "What's going on?" As they helped him to his feet, Feng Xiao explained, "My lord, your disappearance over the past few days has caused great concern, and everyone has been searching for you. When we saw you suddenly appear, we came to check on your well-being." The prince felt a surge of gratitude but was puzzled, as he had only been away for a few hours. It dawned on him that the game's time was set such that one day equated to 10 days in the game. He realized that his prolonged presence in the game, without logging off, had sparked their concern. Although online gaming had become commonplace, most of those he encountered were the leaders within his own faction, who also seldom logged off. It seemed time to relocate them all to his residence. Chapter 37. Preparations for the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The prince had often pondered deeply about what true love really meant. The answer obtained is that love embodies tolerance rather than indulgence. It signifies care instead of mere affection. Love is a harmonious intertwining rather than unrequited longing. It encompasses a multitude of flavors, not solely sweetness. True love does not necessarily conform to the ideal match perceived by others, but rather manifests in the profound connection between two souls. It is characterized by a silent dedication to enhancing one another's lives. This love not only nourishes those who share it, but also gently warms the hearts of the worldly. Genuine love is the ability to cherish when one can love, and to let go when love is unattainable, for it is through letting go that one truly possesses everything. Thus, while cherishing, love deeply. True love is a heartfelt concern and care that emerges from within, devoid of ostentatious words or attention-seeking actions. It is felt in the minutiae of daily interactions, simple yet steadfast. Conversely, vows and promises often reveal their uncertainty. One should never place unwavering faith in sweet nothings. It's essential to feel deeply. There was a time when others labeled me fickle and shameless. Indeed, what more could one desire? Each name, such as Jiao Jiao, Xiangdan, and Yuer, represents a beauty unparalleled. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered within me, despite my existence being seemingly unnecessary. Each time I found myself inebriated, I contemplated that all my actions were driven by a desire for vengeance. But what purpose would such revenge serve? What meaning would life hold thereafter? If I were to forego revenge, then why continue to exist? These ponderings remained locked within my heart, unresolved, perhaps awaiting clarity post-retribution. The prince, before bed each night, would sip on wine and contemplate these thoughts. The game spanned 3 years, unwavering and continuous, yet I never sought to advance. I merely drank until intoxication ensued. The ratio of reality to game experience is an astounding 98, 99, hence the intoxication felt in-game is akin to that of reality, albeit without the aftermath of nausea. In the year 183 AD, the power of the eunuchs, led by Zhang Rang and others, reached its zenith. The prominent court officials, Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, Xia Yun, Guosheng, Sun Zhong, Bailan, Su Song, Duan Gui, Gao Wang, Zhang Gong, Han Huai, and Ning Jian, were all granted titles of nobility, basking in unparalleled favor. They were collectively known as the 10 eunuchs, and the Ling Emperor once remarked that Zhang was akin to a father, and Zhao akin to a mother. Consequently, the 10 eunuchs acted with impunity, erecting grand residences rivaling that of the imperial palace, while their relatives occupied high-ranking positions, oppressing the populace and indulging in tyrannical excesses. The cries of the people resounded throughout the land. In the Julu Commandery, present-day southwest Ningjin, Hebei, Zhang Jiao had been spreading the teachings of the Taiping Tao for over a decade, amassing a following of hundreds of thousands. He divided his followers into 36 factions, each led by a chief, with the larger factions commanding over 10,000 and the smaller ones 6 to 7,000. He sent word that the heavens had perished and that the yellow sky was to rise, proclaiming the year of Jiazi to be auspicious for the world, preparing for rebellion. At that time, the leaders of the larger factions, such as Mao Yingying, gathered tens of thousands of followers from Jing, northeast Changde, Hunan, and Yang, present-day Huaxia, on Hubei, planning to incite their uprising in Yi City, northeast Hunan. Mao Yingying once again traversed between the capital and Luoyang, present-day southwest of Linzhong, Hebei, uniting with eunuchs Feng Su and Su Feng, among others, to conspire as internal supporters, agreeing to rise on the 5th day of the 3rd month of the following year. The matter of Tang Zhou's betrayal will not be detailed here. It shall be addressed in Chapter 38, as I am unaware of the exact month of Tang Zhou's treachery. I hope for your understanding. The prince summoned everyone to the conference room and, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly, stated, "The time until the Yellow Turban Rebellion is drawing near, and our window of opportunity is limited. I implore you all to contemplate how we should prepare for battle. We are situated in Jiqing, the capital of Yu Province. Following the Yellow Turban Rebellion, we will undoubtedly become prime targets for their aggression. Thus, I urge anyone with suggestions to voice them so that we may address them collectively." Silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered in contemplation. Observing their lack of response, the prince remained unperturbed, continuing to speak. He understood that they were characters within the Master God system and could not be expected to comprehend the historical processes as players might. The fact that the prince possessed this knowledge went unquestioned, for they were primarily engaged in the game, and the intricacies planted in their minds by the Master God were beyond their grasp. At this moment, the speaker, Dong Xia, rose. The prince regarded him with curiosity as Dong Xia proposed, "Your Highness, I believe we should unify the forces of you, establishing a core to prevent any other factions from developing within the region, thereby thwarting their potential assistance to the Yellow Turban Army." The assembly nodded in agreement. Consequently, the prince gathered his troops, preparing for action. The Yellow Turban Rebellion loomed ever closer, with uncertainty surrounding when Tang Zhou would ultimately betray them. All that remained was a waiting game. As the prince led his army, preparing for conquest, his intent was to subdue both minor and major powers, ensuring that the voice of Yu was singular, that of the Dragon-scale Empire. Once all preparations were completed, the prince, accompanied by his generals, arrived at the first hostile town. By this time, the Dragon-scale Empire had attained a city-level status, while this town boasted a population of 500,000, with a military force of 50,000 soldiers, and the defending players numbered over 1 million. The prince opted for a player-led assault, deploying nearly 500,000 troops, while retaining only 1/6 of their forces for defense. However, no faction dared to launch an attack on the prince's city, for the current city-level power was beyond the capabilities of the selected players to confront. When the gates of the town swung open, a rider clad in white, astride a white steed, emerged, followed by all the soldiers of their faction. This faction was the Longyu Legion, the second largest power in Yu, subordinate only to the Dragon Scale. It was astonishing that even a subordinate faction possessed 1/6 of the Dragon Scale's might. The leader of the opposing force was recognized by the prince as the esteemed Junbao of Longyu. Glancing around, the prince noted that none were familiar to him. He mused. They must have left only one of their warriors behind for defense. At that moment, Junbao inquired, "Might I ask why the prince has come to this place?" Nearby, Guqiang interjected, "Are you foolish? We have brought such a vast army to annihilate you, yet you fail to recognize the situation. How absurd." Upon hearing this, the prince gestured for Guqiang to cease his teasing. Unable to contain himself, Zhuanbao erupted with a vehement curse. "Damn you! Come on! If you fear, you are not human. Come, let us engage." With that, he rallied 3 companions to advance alongside him, charging forward on horseback. Chapter 38. Preparations before the Yellow Turban Rebellion. 2. The prince declared, "You all halt. I shall confront them alone," and he too advanced, wielding a plethora of newly acquired skills that had not been mentioned in some time. He unleashed the technique Dragon Scale Pressure, augmenting his prowess with skills such as Dragon Scale Acceleration, Dragon Scale Divine Defense, and Whirlwind Dance of War Frenzy. With these abilities alone, Zhuanbao found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught, yet their intent was to leverage their numerical advantage. With a fierce cry, Huinyu brandished the Dragon Scale Spear and leapt down. Before his feet even touched the ground, the spear was already aimed at Zhuanbao. Zhuanbao responded with the 5 tigers breaking the door technique, countering each of the prince's formidable moves with his single blade. However, he soon heard a shout from behind, and one of their number was sent flying. Crashing to the ground, another soldier lost. The prince, facing 3 adversaries, began to gain the upper hand. Though he sustained a grievous wound on his left leg from a serrated blade, blood gushing forth, he limped and fought valiantly, contending with 3 skilled warriors, 2 wielding knives and 1 a sword, circling around him. Occasionally, the prince's spear struck true, but Zhuanbao's whip grew faster in its execution. Yet he could not overpower the prince. Suddenly, Zhuanbao executed the white snake spitting venom maneuver, aiming for the prince's right shoulder. The prince raised his spear in defense. But Zhuanbao's move was merely a feint. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected his strike. The prince, however, was quick to respond, utilizing a skill to soften his grip. The Dragon Scale Spear swung leftward, then spun, aiming at Zhuanbao's waist with remarkable swiftness. Zhuanbao struggled to maintain his footing, relying on a large tree for support. The advancing attack from the Dragon Scale Spear necessitated either a leap forward or a retreat to evade. Yet he had no choice but to confront it head-on. He thrust his blade toward the spear's tip, but the prince was quick to release his hold. The spear plunged downward, suddenly spinning and darting toward Zhuanbao, piercing his right chest with a sickening thud. The prince intended to capture Zhuanbao alive to extract intelligence regarding the Longyu Legion. Observing that Generals 1 and 2 were still engaged, he eagerly sought the Dragon Scale Spear to utilize against Zhuanbao. He bent to retrieve a discarded single blade from the ground, intent on severing Zhuanbao's right arm. Just as he raised the blade, a sudden white flash disoriented him. A cloud of powder surged into his eyes, nostrils, and mouth, choking him momentarily. The pain in his eyes was excruciating, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. Attempting to cry out, his throat was obstructed by the powder, rendering him voiceless. This unexpected turn of events rattled even the most seasoned warrior. He dropped the blade, rubbing his eyes frantically. It dawned on him, the enemy has thrown lime into my eyes. The quicklime, upon contact with moisture, burned his eyes severely. At that moment, he felt a chilling sensation in his abdomen. A Dragon Scale Spear had been plunged into his gut. Meanwhile, General 12, stunned by the sudden turn of events, fell victim to the prince's spear, each strike claiming a life. At this juncture, the system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, player, your equipment has reached golden level." When the hostile players witnessed the demise of Supreme Treasure and his companions, one player, filled with rage, exclaimed loudly, "Avenge Supreme Treasure, kill." The prince echoed, "Kill them all. Leave no one behind." Thus, the 2 armies clashed. The cavalry of the Dragon Scale Empire raised their long blades high, their banners and war drums billowing in the wind. Each unit formed a single line, moving in unison as if they were one being, charging down the slope with the indomitable force of a bronze ram, plunging into the perilous terrain strewn with corpses, vanishing into the smoke, only to re-emerge on the other side of the valley, tightly packed, drawing closer together. Advancing through the enemy soldiers that surged towards them like a dark cloud, assaulting the steep, muddy slopes at the edge of their adversary's position. They surged upward, regimented and valiant, maintaining composure amidst the battle cries. In the brief moments of silence, the thunderous sound of their march could be heard. Their formation remained intact, undeterred by the death of Supreme Treasure. The players were positioned to the left, while the Dragon-Scale Empire held the right. From a distance, they appeared as two massive serpents of iron and steel slithering towards the ridge, resembling mythical beasts traversing the battleground. That grand assembly of troops seemed to transform into a singular entity, united in purpose. Each division undulated and flexed like the segments of a worm. They could be discerned through the gaps in the thick smoke. Countless iron helmets, roars, gleaming blades, and the pounding of hooves resonated amidst the cannon fire and drum beats, creating a formidable yet orderly spectacle, highlighted by the dragon scale armor that adorned them, truly reminiscent of dragon scales, the blood guardians of the dragon. However, they could never be compared to the might of the regular forces of the Dragon-Scale Empire, especially when their numbers were fivefold. The war concluded, the town was captured, and the battle statistics were entrusted to Huaxia, while preparations for the battlefield cleanup began. Once all was settled, a portion of the members remained to defend, continuing their advance towards the next stronghold. Due to the presence of the Dragon-Scale Empire and the Dragon Prison families, no other large families remained. Along the way, those who surrendered did so, while those who resisted were completely annihilated. Thus, after 2 months of relentless efforts, the opposing forces of Yu were eradicated, leaving only the Dragon-Scale Empire. The governor held the Dragon-Scale Empire in high regard, providing numerous conveniences. The prince subsequently ascended to the rank of third-rank general of the Eastern Expedition. In the span of 2 months, all rival factions were eliminated, and the Dragon-Scale Empire grew from non-existent to formidable strength. Thereafter, the prince, accompanied by 3 million players and 300,000 troops, prepared to lay an ambush near Luoyang for future contingencies. Gazing upon his attributes, the prince smiled with pride. Strength, 93, defense, 94, agility, 92, stamina, 91, health points, 91. Charm, 99. He was undoubtedly capable of dueling with historical generals. He had never felt uncertain against Zhao Yun or El Bu. And even in combat with Guan Yu or Zhang Fei, he believed he would prevail, for Zhao Yun had always fought alongside him, truly growing in strength. And El Bu had consistently battled far and wide. The prince's ultimate goal was to subdue El Bu, for this was a game where loyalty could be observed. Thus, he intended to eliminate El Bu's treachery before it could manifest. As the lord arrived in Luoyang, he pondered how to seize the opportunity for gain. While strolling through the city, Guijia suddenly spoke up. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing the chief strategist's inquiry, the shadowy figure, intrigued, inquired about the astute and sagacious Guijia, whom the prince held in high esteem and admiration. After all, the Han Dynasty still endured. If the sovereign wished to accumulate more leverage to secure his position amidst the tumultuous era, then it was imperative for him to pay a visit to a certain individual that very night. Who, one might ask? Zhang Rang. Zhang Rang, notorious for his avarice and unscrupulousness, was indeed a figure to be reckoned with. Heeding Guijia's counsel, the prince clandestinely made his way to visit Zhang Rang. Surprisingly, despite his esteemed rank as a third-grade general, he found that only through bribery could he persuade the guards at the entrance to announce his arrival. "Your Excellency, I have long admired your name, yet I have never had the opportunity to pay my respects. I hope you will graciously forgive my audacity in visiting this evening." As he entered the inner chamber with his attendants, he was greeted by the sight of a languid figure draped in purple robes, reclining upon a delicate couch. Without hesitation, he expressed his enthusiasm and respect in a loud voice, his presence announced before he even arrived. Who would have thought that the illustrious general of the Eastern Conquest would personally grace our humble abode with a visit? This truly takes us by surprise. Zhang Rang, however, did not appear overly astonished by the prince's arrival. Instead, he responded in a teasing tone. The combination of his mocking tone and the unique, ambiguous inflection characteristic of eunuchs was utterly intolerable. After hearing these words, the prince felt a chill descend upon him, his scalp prickling with discomfort, and goosebumps arose across his body. Nevertheless, he promptly adjusted his mindset, choosing to perceive it as an unconventional melody, for he was indeed in need of assistance. Although the days of the Han Dynasty seemed numbered, it had not yet met its true demise, and at that moment, Zhang Rang and the 10 attendants were at the pinnacle of their power, wielding immense influence in the court, thus making them individuals to be approached with caution. As for Zhang Rang's mocking manner, he retorted, "You are too kind, my lord. It is rather unnecessary to say such things. I have only just arrived in Luoyang and ought to pay my respects to you. The general is a formidable warrior, renowned throughout the realm. Having achieved his rank at such a young age, it seems that titles and fiefdoms are but a matter of time for you. Indeed, a season of triumph. Zhang Rang continued, his tone laced with a sardonic edge, yet he begrudgingly acknowledged the prince's sentiments. Despite the jesting, the weight of the general's title could no longer be dismissed. Feigning immense trepidation and reverence, the prince replied, "Your words truly leave me feeling unworthy, my lord. Though I have gained some notoriety, it pales in comparison to your esteemed legacy. The disparity is vast. Thus, I sincerely come to seek your forgiveness for my tardiness, hoping you will show me leniency." Upon hearing the princess' words, Zhang Rang laughed lightly. "Since the general is so earnest, I shall dispense with pleasantries. The title of my lord is a reflection of his majesty's favor towards this old servant. I am unworthy of such honor. Please, do not address me so." Upon hearing the prince's obsequious remarks, Zhang Rang could not suppress a melodious laugh and warmly responded. After a brief pause, she gazed deeply into the prince's eyes, affectionately declaring, "Let us address you as General Little Prince, and in return, you may call me Lord." Witnessing Zhang Rang's theatrical demeanor, the prince nearly doubled over in laughter. And upon hearing her address, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of revulsion. The term Little Prince sent shivers down his spine as he thought to himself, "Do you perceive me as diminutive?" However, these thoughts remained unexpressed. Outwardly, the prince feigned astonishment and excitement, exclaiming, "Your grace is overwhelming, Lord. I am utterly taken aback and at a loss to repay your kindness." For the prince, referring to himself as prince was already a considerable concession. Uttering Little Prince was simply out of the question. Recognizing Zhang Rang's character, the prince soon produced a generous handful of gold coins and exquisite jewels, which he sincerely presented beside Zhang Rang's couch, stating, "As a humble prince with limited power, I can only offer this token of respect for now, but I shall certainly make amends in abundance later." Conversing with an astute individual is always effortless. Both are perceptive souls, and there is no need for overt declarations. The unspoken implication was clear. If you desire to accumulate wealth, assist me in securing a more substantial position and influence. Little Prince, what are your thoughts on the current aristocracy? Zhang Rang inquired nonchalantly, glancing at the pile of gold and jewels with apparent indifference. Yet, the admiration and satisfaction in her eyes did not escape the prince's keen observation. The drama unfolded. Although Zhang Rang had a penchant for wealth, he was not devoid of intellect. He would not assist those who could potentially harm him, regardless of the riches they offered. At that moment, the 10 eunuchs were at odds with the powerful General He Jin and the prominent Yuan clan, generating deep animosity. Contemplating this, the prince's thoughts swiftly coalesced, and he passionately articulated the aristocracy. This privileged class, endowed with political and economic advantages, is nothing short of a scourge to society, a profound misfortune for the state and the world. The chaos of our times is a direct consequence of these detestable aristocrats, who seize vast tracts of land, leaving the populace destitute and without means. They possess numerous tenants and servants, exacerbating the labor shortage in agriculture and severely impeding national progress, diminishing food production. Moreover, the aristocracy is increasingly corrupt, born into wealth and thus lacking ambition, indulging in excess and revelry, clinging stubbornly to outdated ideologies. Most engage in superficial socializing, forming alliances to boast and seek fame. Their selfishness is pronounced, as they amass military power for their own ends, leading to local fragmentation and diluting the nation's military strength, inciting civil strife. Such elements must be eradicated for the prosperity of the nation. Indeed, the little prince understands me well, were it not for the rampant tyranny of these aristocrats oppressing the populace. Upon hearing the prince's words, Zhang Rang rose with fervor, indignantly voicing his discontent, leaving the prince momentarily speechless. He was unsure whether to regard Zhang Rang as deluded or to marvel at his audacity, which was truly unparalleled. However, it is worth noting that a normal man must possess immense composure to engage in conversation with a eunuch. Otherwise, he might find himself overwhelmed with revulsion, trembling uncontrollably in despair. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. The gentry are driven solely by self-interest, oblivious to the fact that a nation is founded upon its people, and the sustenance of the populace is of paramount importance. Such actions are indeed the malevolent roots of societal turmoil. The calamity akin to the Yellow Turban Rebellion looms ominously on the horizon. I wonder what the noble lord's intentions may be, even amidst distaste. The prince continues to feign flattery, unwittingly steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. All I know is to serve the emperor with utmost devotion, Beyond that, I am powerless. In due course, it will fall upon you talented youths and unparalleled warriors to resolve these matters." Upon hearing the prince's words, Zhang Rang cast a meaningful glance at the shadowy figure and replied with a measured tone, albeit tinged with a sense of detachment. Yet, this was perhaps the most genuine and sincere statement Zhang Rang had uttered. Indeed, apart from serving the emperor, he was incapable of much else. However, Zhang Rang's historical prominence leaves one curious as to what abilities the system might endow him with. The prince's understanding of the dynasty suggests that prowess is intrinsically linked to reputation. Given the prince's current strength, he harbored a vague sense that Zhang Rang possessed extraordinary capabilities. Undoubtedly high intellect and commendable martial skills. Could he have mastered the Sunflower Manual? The shadowy figure pondered with a hint of malice. Nevertheless, based on the prince's experience, it was likely that Zhang Rang excelled in skills pertaining to the manipulation of hearts and minds. Chapter 40. System Update. If the noble lord could provide assistance, I swear to heaven that I shall repay you for your immense kindness. At the very least, regardless of how events unfold in the future, I can ensure a secure and stable stronghold for you in Yuzhou, even a retreat. Confronted with Zhang Rang's indifferent demeanor, the prince felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling within. In novels, protagonists often manage to toy with Zhang Rang, treating him like a child. Yet when it comes to his own predicament, it proves impossible. Reflecting on Zhang Rang's remarkable ability to navigate the treacherous and murky waters of the court, achieving the pinnacle of power, one cannot help but realize that he is not so easily manipulated. The shadowy figure opined that given Zhang Rang's status as a eunuch and a member of a humble family, his ability to attain such heights speaks volumes of his intellect, likely placing him among the top 3 figures in the annals of 3 kingdoms history. If one were to castrate and send the likes of Jia Su, Guojia, Sima Yi, and Zhuge Liang to the palace, it is doubtful they could reach Zhang Rang's level of influence. Of course, differing focal points of ability play a role in this, yet it undeniably attests to Zhang Rang's extraordinary talents. After delivering this impassioned statement, the shadowy figure awaited Zhang Rang's response. Dear Prince, rest assured that I shall ensure your affairs are attended to, guaranteeing you a position that will satisfy you. I have heard that there is a vacancy for a commander in the Western Garden. Perhaps we could arrange for you to take up that role. Upon hearing this, the prince sensed an opportunity and immediately replied with respect. I have said all I needed to, and shall not impose further upon the noble lord's rest. I take my leave. As the prince departed the residence, a throng gathered at the entrance, their expressions revealing their anticipation. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in their ears. The 8 commanders have been established, with the following appointments. Xiao Huangmin Jianshua as the Upper Army Commander. Hubei Zhonglong General Yuan Xiao as the Central Army Commander. Tuanjuan Cavalry Commander Longlin Prince as the Lower Army Commander. Yilong Chao Chao as the Military Commander. Zhao Rong and Feng Fang as Assistant Military Commanders, and Xia Mao and Chun Yuqiong as Left and Right Commanders, respectively. The Ling Emperor, recognizing Jian Shua's robust physique and martial prowess, personally appointed him as the Marshal, overseeing the commanders and their subordinates. Even the Grand General is under his command. Longlin Prince, distinguished for his military achievements, has been promoted to Governor of Yuzhou. Upon discovering his altered title, the prince found himself appointed as the General of the Western Campaign, the Chief of Cavalry, and the Governor of Yuzhou. He realized that the machinations behind this change were orchestrated by Zhang Rang, whose manipulations had swiftly transformed reality. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated. Ding! The Yellow Turban rebel Tang Zhou has leaked information, exposing the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Zhang Jiao, fearing capture by the court, has initiated the rebellion prematurely. Please log off quickly and await system updates. The prince conveyed this message to the others, noting that the update would take several days, equivalent to a month within the game. Coincidentally, the update would conclude on the very day of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. With the villa being sufficiently spacious, over 50,000 square meters of residence, and a garden exceeding 300,000 square meters, they decided to relocate all high-ranking members. Thus, notifications were sent to Longlin Qinyuan, Longlin Au, Longlin Qingqing, Longlin Mo Xiao, Longlin Guochang, Longlin Shangyang, Longlin Shidu, Longlin A Hung, Longlin Beimin, Longlin Tan Confeng Yun, Longlin Tiankong, Longlin Yuling, Longlin Benshao, Longlin Li Shun, Longlin Xianyan, Longlin Shinshua, Longlin Xiangdan, Longlin Ziyu, Longlin Huaxia, Longlin Chanair, and Longlin Yushun, after which he logged off himself. Upon rising, the prince noticed that Ying and Dong Xia had already awakened. Consequently, everyone became busy, instructing the servants to prepare the rooms and customize the cultivation devices. As the preparations for the update unfolded throughout the day, the group eventually gathered and opted to celebrate at a hotel. By the time they arrived at the Xianglong Grand Hotel, it was already past 9 in the evening. Entering the hotel, they were greeted by an opulent lobby, adorned with intricate lighting that cast a cold, piercing glow. The towering walls loomed over the soft carpeting, casting somber shadows, while the long, spacious corridors felt both grand and desolate. The eyes of renowned figures in the exquisite paintings lining the walls seemed to capture one's very soul. The interior design spoke of luxury, yet the lavish decorations could not mask the oppressive chill within. The prince found himself incessantly poured drinks, with Si Min and Xiang Dan being particularly inundated by their companions. Upon returning to the villa, inebriated and unsteady, the prince supported Si Min and Xiang Dan as they stumbled back to their rooms. Arriving at the bedside, he was playfully pushed onto the bed by the two women. The following day, as the prince awakened, he was met with the tearful lamentations of the two ladies. He could only offer kind reassurances until he expressed his intention to take responsibility, after which their tears transformed into laughter. In the morning, the group gathered around the computer to peruse the forum, where the update details had been released. The new updates included the following: 1. Removal of player-to-player text messaging. 2. Exchangeable merit-based items. 3. Initiation of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, with the ability for soldiers to be resurrected upon death. 4. Based on extensive player feedback, the punishment for player death has been altered to a level reduction, with a mandatory deduction of 1 point from the highest attribute value. Corpses will remain, and any items that can be looted may be taken. However, death incurs no loss, and all data prior to death is retained, excluding external possessions. Resurrection requires the player to accept a resurrection task from officially recognized residences or special buildings, which must be completed to revive. The difficulty of tasks corresponds to the strength of death, and the challenge must exceed that of the tasks undertaken for recruitment. If one fails to complete 3 consecutive resurrection tasks, the system shall be accountable for the revival, preserving all data. I advise players against engaging in futile acts of assault. Modifications to the leveling system are warranted. All levels should be abolished, with attributes presented directly, emphasizing the distinct characteristics of the 3 kingdoms. A duel system should be implemented at the front lines, allowing both parties to decide whether to engage in single combat. Chaotic skirmishes do not qualify, and at least one side must adopt a formal formation to activate this feature. A dungeon system should be introduced. Given the current challenges players face in leveling up and the scarcity of equipment, the activation of historical generals as primary entities is essential, encompassing all tiers. Each dungeon shall be unique and recruitable. Changes to titles and domain characteristics are necessary. Titles will serve as passive traits, while domains will represent active special skills. The strength enhancement effects originally attributed to titles will be transformed into a pressure mechanism, with multiple titles stacking their values, capped at a suppression of 99. If both parties possess this trait, corresponding values will negate each other. Historical figures of level and above will have exclusive titles, while other historical figures and players will depend on their individual circumstances. The hidden secret realm system should be unlocked. Various mystical and blessed locations can be encountered but not sought after. Once a player has entered a location, its position will immediately shift. These realms are isolated from the world, creating a unique space where players cannot exchange or receive information. Upon entry, one may encounter a myriad of monsters, stumble upon special shops selling unique items, or obtain various exceptional tools, top-tier skills, special gear, weapons, or even divine artifacts. There exists the potential for attribute enhancements, special titles, and fame, with the specifics left for players to explore. Only the unimaginable is beyond reach. Following the Yellow Turban Rebellion, national wars will be opened. Soldiers participating in national wars will require merit, with each point of merit allowing 5 of their own soldiers to join the conflict. All nations will be equal in number, ensuring fair competition, after which individual abilities will determine the outcome. The alteration of attributes beyond 90 is permitted. Attributes from 91 to 92 fall within the human tier, 93 to 94 within the earthly tier, 95 belongs to the heavenly tier, 96 to 99 are postnatal, and 100 is innate. Beyond 100, players must await the next update. Chapter 41, The Yellow Turban Rebellion. The prince was initially perplexed by the national war system, which was later clarified by Dong Xie as another dungeon, effectively another realm. The prince contemplated his attributes as follows: Dragon Scale Prince Level, 65 Strength, 94 Earth Tier, defense, 95, heaven tier, agility, 94, earth tier, stamina, 99 health, 99 postnatal, charm, 99, postnatal, merit, 500. 000. With these considerations, the prince could confidently claim to be the foremost player of the dynasty, unmatched by any other. At this juncture, the prince's influence rivaled that of the great lords, as he governed a province among a total of only 13. As the update concluded, the prince and his companions entered the game. At this moment, the game world had descended into an era of chaos and turmoil. At this moment, the sky bore a blood-red proclamation: heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise, the year is Jiazi, all under heaven shall prosper. Many players donned the yellow turban and slaughtered their own cities or lords, a scenario unfolding across the nation, yet the court remained unresponsive. The prince, secretly relieved by his earlier measures, had ordered the execution of those who entered the Dragon Scale Empire to propagate the Yellow Turban Doctrine. The populace, seemingly loyal to the Dragon Scale Empire, lived blissfully without concern for war. Due to a betrayal by Tang Zhou, Zhang Jiao was compelled to initiate his rebellion a month early in February. Followers from the 8 provinces of Qing, Su, Yu, Ji, Jing, Yang, Yan, and Yu were divided into 36 factions. Zhang Jiao proclaimed himself the Heavenly General, while Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang took on the roles of earthly and human generals, respectively. Inciting unrest in the northern region of Jizhou, they set fire to government offices, slaughtered officials, and pillaged indiscriminately. Within a month, conflicts erupted across 7 provinces and 20 prefectures. With the Yellow Turban Army advancing relentlessly, provincial strongholds falling, and officials fleeing, causing a stir in the capital. Seeing the severity of the situation, Emperor Ling of Han hastily appointed He Jin as the Grand General on the day of Wushan in March, commanding the elite troops to gather at Duding, stockpiling weapons to defend the capital. Additionally, he established garrisons at various strategic points such as Hanggu Pass, Daegu, Guangqing, Yik, Huanyuan, Xianmen, Mengjin, and Zhaopingjing. An edict was issued for strict vigilance across the regions, instructing all provinces and prefectures to prepare for battle, train soldiers, and gather arms. Huang Fusang urged the lifting of party restrictions and proposed utilizing the royal treasury and the fine horses of the Western Garden to bolster troop morale. El Chang warned Emperor Ling that the accumulated grievances from the party's oppression might lead to a dangerous alliance with the Yellow Turbans. Accepting the counsel, on the day of Renzi, Emperor Ling granted amnesty to the party members, returning exiled individuals and demanding that officials contribute horses and crossbows, as well as appointing the descendants of renowned generals and strategically astute civilians for interviews at the public office. Simultaneously, elite troops were dispatched to suppress the chaos in various regions. Liu Ji, leading his deputy Zhong Yuan, commanded the Northern Army to engage with Zhang Jiao's main forces. Huang Fusang and Zhu Jun each led an army to control the 5 schools, 3 Rivers Cavalry, and newly recruited elite warriors, totaling over 100,000, to combat the Yellow Turbans in the vicinity of Yingchuan. Zhu Jun also submitted a request to recruit Sun Jian from Shuzhou as a military assistant. Accompanied by local youth and elite soldiers from merchants along the Huai and Xi rivers, totaling over 10,000, to reinforce Zhu Jun's forces. On the day of Gengzi, Zhang Manqing attacked and killed the governor of Nanyang, Chu Gong, in support of Zhang Jiao. The Han army initially gained no advantage in the first battle. By April, Zhu Jun's forces suffered defeat at the hands of the Yellow Turbans led by Bo Kai and retreated. Huang Fusang had no choice but to join him in defending Changxi, where they were besieged by Bo Kai's vast army, leaving the Han forces outnumbered and demoralized. Meanwhile, the Yellow Turbans of Runan defeated the governor Zhao Qian in Shaoling, and those in Guangyang killed both the inspector of Yuzhou, Gui Sun, and the governor Liu Wei, showing no signs of retreat despite the Han court's actions. By April, the prince and his companions had entered the game. At this juncture, the system prompted, "Please select a faction, Yellow Turban, Court, Neutral." Naturally, the prince chose the court, and subsequently, all members of the Dragon Scale army followed his lead. Many other ordinary players remained observant, but as the prince aligned with the court, numerous factions, both large and small, opted for the same. It appears that the prince's reputation among the players has become unassailable. With the prince's accession, the court's power has surged significantly. The prince has resolved to lead his troops to Jiqing, which has already fallen under the control of the Yellow Turban forces. He is determined to reclaim it. Previously, the system had indicated the prince as the governor of Yuzhou, but the designation was not executed after he logged off, leaving the current governor, Gui Sun, in position. Hence, the reigning authority now rests with the Dragon Scale prince. At present, the prince commands an impressive coalition of 8 million players alongside 1 million soldiers. The Dragon Scale faction has expanded its ranks to encompass a total player base of 10 million, having vanquished the forces of Longlin and Yuzhou, uniting players under its banner, and gaining the support of the Mao family. The total soldier count has reached 1.5 million, a strategic preparation against the Yellow Turban Uprising. When combined with other factions in Yuzhou, their collective strength amounts to 20 million players and 3 million soldiers. The prince gazes upon this formidable array with astonishment. When Huaxia procured the strength of the Yellow Turban army in Yuzhou, the prince was once again taken aback. The Longyu Legion has allied with the Yellow Turbans, while other scattered forces have rallied to form a player base of 15 million. Their soldier count stands at 800,000, seemingly inferior to the court's might. However, the Yellow Turban army's strength is unprecedented. The Tianfa Legion and the Guardian clan have already joined the Yellow Turbans. In Yuzhou, the Yellow Turban forces boast 3 million soldiers, equaling the Dragon Scale Empire in player numbers, but thankfully, the Dragon Scale still holds 200,000 soldiers in defense at home. Nevertheless, the Yellow Turbans outnumber the Dragon Scale by over 80,000 soldiers, putting the latter at a disadvantage. In Yuzhou, the Yellow Turbans are primarily led by Longyu, who arrives at the gates of Jiqing. Witnessing the bodies strewn across the ground, a testament to a recent battle, the prince commands his army to encamp 5 kilometers from the city on the plain. He understands that this battle will not be easily won, but with the assistance of renowned generals and strategists, he feels confident in their chances. The following day, the prince instructs Huangzhong to engage in a duel with the Yellow Turbans. As the formation is established, Huangzhong steps forward to challenge the enemy. A general from the opposing side emerges, yet Huangzhong's name is met with indifference, and the adversary charges forth. Knowing that further words would be futile, Huangzhong advances. In less than a single exchange, the opposing commander is felled to the ground. Huangzhong's prowess rivals that of El Bu, and he is in the prime of his life, capable of holding his own against even El Bu himself. The enemy, witnessing their champion defeated before the bout had even begun, hesitates to engage further. The prince seizes the moment to command an advance. A decisive victory is imminent, but the enemy fortifies their gates just in time. After the battle, the prince assesses the aftermath. Nearly 100,000 enemy soldiers lie dead, while player casualties exceed 500,000, rendering them unable to fight until the conclusion of this conflict. Chapter 42. The enemy's assault. Seizing Jiqing, the prince smiles quietly, choosing to remain silent. At this juncture, Huaxia suggests, "Tonight, half of our soldiers will lie in ambush outside the camp with General Dian, while the rest will don armor and feign sleep, awaiting the enemy's nocturnal raid. Half of the soldiers remaining in camp will accompany General Huang to lay ambush at the gates of Jiqing, prepared to seize the city swiftly upon the enemy's movement." The prince, filled with unwavering confidence, instructs his troops to prepare. That night, the rustling of footsteps emerges from the grass, unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, one man remarks, "All is undetected within. Everything appears normal for a surprise raid." Another man nods in silence. At this moment, a profound sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. Yet he felt utterly powerless. The individual in question was the illustrious Dragon Prison Supreme Treasure. Following the obliteration of his faction by the prince, he returned home only to endure a scathing reprimand from the enchanting Ziqing, accompanied by the mockery of his peers. A simmering resentment brewed within him, fueling his relentless pursuit of vengeance. Yet opportunities evaded him until the onset of the Yellow Turban Rebellion presented itself. He persuaded the clan leader to join the insurrection and rallied former members to exact retribution. Tonight, at long last, the moment for revenge had arrived, and he could not afford to relinquish it. His decision, though resolute, overlooked the cunning strategist who stood by the prince's side. As Supreme Treasure commanded his troops to advance, all soldiers surged toward the encampment, only to find it deserted. In that instant, the realization of having fallen into a trap struck him. Just as he contemplated retreat, the prince, flanked by the remaining forces, encircled them. Supreme Treasure believed his chances of breaking free were slim, until Dian Wei emerged, leading a contingent that flanked their rear. By the time Supreme Treasure emerged, he had amassed a following of 10 million Yellow Turban soldiers, with 800,000 prepared to fight, nearly one-third of his strength. In that moment, Supreme Treasure recognized his defeat, yet he issued a challenge for a duel. The prince merely smiled, offering no reply, his gaze subtly directing Dian Wei forward. Supreme Treasure, unfamiliar with the man before him, engaged in combat, only to be swiftly vanquished. Witnessing the demise of their commander, the players descended into chaos, and without their leader, the soldiers fled in disarray. The prince ordered his troops to retreat without mercy, proclaiming that those who surrendered would be spared. Many soldiers and players chose to capitulate, while others continued their flight. As Supreme Treasure led his forces out of the city, Huangzhong stealthily approached the city gates with his troops. Just as the soldiers at the gates prepared to close them, they were mercilessly cut down by the dragon-scale imperial guards, silencing any outcry. Once the dragon-scale troops infiltrated the city, they secured the gates and quietly mounted surprise assaults on the yellow turban positions. The operation unfolded smoothly, as the nature of a peasant uprising rendered conventional military defense unattainable. Huangzhong swiftly reached the lord's manor and executed Peng Tuo. Despite knowing he was originally a vice-commander slain in Xihua, the city was still embroiled in combat. This time, Huangzhong brought along the esteemed 9 Strikes Dragon-scale Imperial Guards, trained specifically to counter the Yellow Turban uprising. The opposing Yellow Turban soldiers, being mere level 6 warriors, stood little chance of resistance. Yet, they continued to fight bravely. Huangzhong, presenting Peng Tuo's severed head at the manor, declared, "Surrender to avoid death, resist, and be met with merciless retribution." Upon witnessing this, all soldiers and players silently chose to surrender. At that juncture, Huangzhong shattered the stone tablet at the Lord's Manor, prompting the system to announce that Yuzhou's Jiqing had been claimed by the Dragon-scale Empire. The battle for Yuzhou Jiqing concluded, and the court rewarded Prince Longlin with a commendation of 100,000 merits and 1,000 gold. The members of the Dragon-scale Empire rejoiced at this news, while the Yellow Turban forces surrendered entirely. Thus, the Lord's Manor was secured, marking the end of the conflict. The prince gazed upon the statistical report presented by Guojia, bursting into laughter. It detailed the losses. The Dragon-scale army had lost 592, 513 soldiers, and 125, 215 players, while capturing 2 million enemy soldiers and slaying 2 million, alongside the extermination of 12 million players and the capture of 5 million. Players who were captured could only redeem themselves at a price determined by the system, with the option to either surrender or depart. The surrendering players numbered 150. Among other figures, the prince had reclaimed Jiqing, yet other cities within Yuzhou remained unconquered. Nevertheless, the single capture of Jiqing equated to that of a primary city, which sufficed for the prince's enjoyment. After securing the military provisions and tidying the battlefield, he was left with 570,000 soldiers and 1 million players. The soldiers could be trained to join existing units. Surrendered players became members of the Dragon Scale. This victory symbolized the first triumph of the court's army, a morale boost not to be underestimated. As the prince prepared to clear the remaining Yellow Turban factions across Yuzhou with 20 million players and 3 million Dragon Scale soldiers, he commanded Huangzhong to lead 3 million soldiers and 300,000 players to Jiang, and Baqing to direct 2 million soldiers and 200,000 players to Zhuxian, Zhujian. Gao Shun was tasked with guiding 2 million soldiers and 200,000 players to Tuyin, Yubipingjun, while Su Huang took 3 million soldiers and 300,000 players to Yangla, Liaoshi County. The Dragon Scale East Evil led 2 million soldiers and 200,000 players to Yuyang County, and the Dragon Scale Guardian took 3 million soldiers and 300,000 players to Changliao, Liaodong vassal states. The remaining 5 million players and 5 million Dragon Scale soldiers accompanied the prince to stir the chaos. After conquering each city, they assembled to prepare for the march. Upon reaching Korea, at the gates of Lelong County, the primary forces of the Yellow Turbans had gathered in Jiqing, while other cities were merely havens for those under the Yellow Turban banner, oppressing the common folk. Observing the tightly shut gates of Lelong County, the prince raised an eyebrow, playfully mocking the soldiers stationed there. He declared loudly, "I grant you a night to contemplate. Should you surrender, all shall be well. We will set up camp here and breach the city by dawn." The army responded in unison, "Yes." The prince was taken aback, his heart fluttering with surprise. That night, he summoned the troops for a midnight siege. As the soldiers were still groggy, Guojia urged, "Execute the orders without defiance." Reluctantly, the soldiers complied. Stealthily, they approached the city gates, dispatching scouts ahead while the rest remained poised for action. Upon assessing their forces, the Dragon Scale army comprised 5 million players and 5 million soldiers, while the Yellow Turban insurgents totaled 2 million players and 1 million soldiers. The comparison revealed the formidable strength of the Dragon Scale Imperial Army. Red Alliance Introduction. Red Alliance, known affectionately as Uncle Red, whose true name remains unknown, is a figure of remarkable valor and compassion. embodying the ideals of Confucianism while holding a reverence for Taoism. In his youth, he grasped the essence of the Tao and established the Red Alliance. Physically, he is tall and approachable, exuding warmth and kindness, with a gentle voice. His martial prowess, however, is profound and unfathomable. He once struck fear into an equal opponent, causing their demise with a mere chilling reprimand. Despite his formidable skills, he seldom engages in combat. In a fateful encounter, he fell victim to a deadly poison while rescuing the protagonist, yet he managed to suppress its effects through his extensive mastery. At this critical juncture, the forces of evil amassed at the summit of Red Alliance Mountain to besiege the Red Alliance. Pretending to be unperturbed, Uncle Red momentarily halted their advance, opting for a siege strategy which resulted in significant casualties for the Red Alliance. In the midst of this turmoil, the protagonist, carrying Uncle Red's urgent plea, embarks on a quest to locate the 8 elders of the Red Alliance, who are all eccentric and reclusive, in hopes of rallying them to save their beleaguered community. Thus, the protagonist sets forth on the journey to find the 8 esteemed elders. Elder 1. A celestial being of approximately 60 years, he co-founded the Red Alliance alongside Uncle Hong. With a noble spirit and unparalleled martial prowess, he stands at the pinnacle among the 8 elders. His extraordinary skills include snow trampling without a trace and slaughtering thousands, nicknamed Divine Pinnacle. The final challenge for the protagonist. Elder 2. The Wuyo Dynasty's nobleman, exuding integrity and righteousness. Wielding the heaven-splitting axe, the second challenge presented to the protagonist. He met his demise during the defense of the city. Elder 3. A childlike figure known as Little Number, who, if underestimated, can lead to one's untimely demise. He once honed his skills at the Tianma Cliff, slaying notorious beasts, ranking among the top 3 on the bounty list. The third challenge for the protagonist. His weapon is the listening divine sword. He fought valiantly alone against 18 foes in a grueling battle, nearly succumbing before being rescued by Elder 1. Elder 4. The sole female elder of the Red Alliance. Known for her delicate lavender attire, rumored to have a complicated bond with Uncle Hong, she has remained unmarried, vigilantly guarding the Long Pavilion for 18 years. Her weapons include the snow flute and plum needle, and she perished while attempting to save Uncle Hong. Elder 5. An esteemed elder of the Red Alliance. A devoted family man who cherishes his wife and daughter above all else. His unwavering character is complemented by his extraordinary techniques, Dragon's Roar Palm and Shattering Fist. He nearly lost his life while defending his family, but was rescued by the celestial being. Elder 6. The War God, Yugu, younger than Uncle Hong. Brimming with youthful exuberance and a rebellious spirit. He once lived by deception, but was taken under Uncle Hong's wing, mastering a unique skill through self-study. His extraordinary technique, Divine Thief's Hand, is complemented by his weapon, the white paper fan. He faced the protagonist's first challenge and fell in battle during the defense of the city. Elder 7. The Supreme General, a figure of immense courage who enters the fray as if the battlefield were devoid of foes. Renowned for his valor, he wields the unparalleled spear and possesses the extraordinary skill of dragon flying, phoenix dancing, earning him the moniker War God. Elder 8. Xin Yuan, the enigmatic sage. A master of metaphysics who comprehends life and death, foresees the future, and excels in medicine without any martial skills. His high esteem is reflected in his nickname, Medical Demon. He wields the demonic zither. Wolf Clan Dragon Brother, the most prodigious youth of the Red Alliance. He is taciturn and reserved. Legends tell of his rescue from an ancient wolf clan by Uncle Hong. He has diligently trained in martial arts, vowing vengeance, and possesses the bloodline of the wolf clan. Awakening Eruption, weapon, Celestial Eye, bloodthirsty wolf technique, is the foremost warrior of the Red Alliance's guard army, known as the Red Army. In the battle to besiege Red Alliance City, his name resounded throughout the land. The mighty nation of the Red Alliance, among the youth of the Red Alliance. He is amiable and perpetually greets others with a smile. He serves as the foremost strategist within the Red Army. In the aforementioned battle, he also achieved renown. Faint Lavender Longing, the next leader of the Red Alliance. He is young and accomplished, adept at strategizing and skillfully utilizing talents. His only flaw is his excessive kindness. During the siege of the Red Alliance, he vowed to share the fate of the Alliance, fighting valiantly until the end. Ultimately turning the tide of battle, he forged a brotherly bond with the protagonist and became the head of the Red Alliance. Weapon, Red Spirit Sword Ultimate Skill. 18 palms of the dragon subduing, he is the leader of the Red Alliance's guard army, the Red Army, and gained fame in the battle to besiege Red Alliance City.